Section 1 of Catalogs to Sleep By. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Excerpts from Bowling Catalog E by the Narragansett Machine Company. Bowling and Alleys. The recent revival of this interesting game has resulted in the application of modern principles of system and exactness to alleys, pins, and balls. What would have been very good 10 years ago will not answer at all now. The alley in particular must be right from the start and remain so. This can only be expected of experienced builders using first-class materials. We have been building alleys for 10 years, and by giving them careful study have produced good alleys. This catalog describes them in every detail. There are alleys and alleys, but there is only one standard alley. The statements we make regarding it are facts, borne out by the class of people who use it. Yours respectfully, Narragansett Machine Company, Providence, Rhode Island. Class D, Standard Bowling Alleys. Construction. The beds rest on sleepers supported at their ends by sills running the entire length of the alleys. These may rest on concrete, cement, or other solid floor, or on posts or piers set 8 foot apart, or where the ground is firm and dry of a gravelly nature, on flat stones laid on the ground. The sills raise both sleepers and bed clear of the ground or cement, and as there is ample air space beneath them, they are not liable to be affected by moisture, which nearly always collects in confined places near the ground. The beds are made of strips 3 inches wide, tongued and grooved on the sides, and are built up by nailing and gluing each strip on top of the preceding one until the bed stands on edge 42 inches high. In this way, the strips are firmly driven together and a solid bed secured. The bed is then laid down, screwed to the sleepers, and planed. Durability. This is secured first by the use of good, well-seasoned timber. Second, by the ample airspace beneath the alleys. As we use large quantities of the hard white maple of which the beds are made, we have arranged with several of the largest mills in the country to select from their finest stock the best for our use, shipping in carload lots. No such timber can be found in any city yards. The sills and sleepers are of selected hard pine, known as one of the most durable woods. As none of the woodwork is bedded in cement or in any way closed up, there is no tendency to dry rot, and it cannot be affected by any ordinary degree of moisture. By long experience in alley building, we have ascertained the most durable materials for different parts and their best forms, features that save wear and avoid early and expensive repairs. Class C, Standard Adjustable Alleys. The standard, Reisky and Wolf patent, adjustable alleys are constructed in every detail the same as the standard bowling alleys, except that the sleepers on which the beds rest are adjustable. The adjusting screws are placed at the ends of the sleepers and rest on the sills as shown above. They are riveted to iron shoes that are secured to the sills so that the screws can raise up or draw down the beds. Any deviations of the beds from level, except such as are due to wear, may be corrected by the adjusting screws, and the expense of replaning avoided or reduced in cost. When it is necessary to plane out a worn spot, the worn part may be raised by the screws and the necessity of taking a deep cut of the whole bed avoided. Sectional alleys. On the adjustable principle, we build sectional alleys with the beds in sections 12 to 14 feet long and 42 inches wide. After the adjustable sleepers are set and leveled, the bed sections are screwed to them, and if necessary, again leveled by the adjusting screws. Such alleys are as near portable as it has been possible to get alleys, and may be moved from winter to summer resorts, etc. General specification. Standard bowling alleys. Beds. First quality white maple, 3 inches wide, rabbeted on the sides, laid on edge, glued and nailed with cut steel nails. Length of bed, 78 feet, width 41 to 42 inches, thickness 3 inches. Sleepers, to be of selected hard pine, 6 inches deep, 3 inches wide, placed at an average of 36 inches apart. Sills to be of hard pine, 6 by 6, built of 3 pieces. Scoreboards of artificial slate, 20 inches by 27 inches inside frame, ruled to 2 inches squares, framed in oak with chalk rail. Scratch line and pin spots to be of black vulcanized fiber. Side cushions to be of hard wood faced with sole leather, from a point opposite the head pin to 1 foot beyond the end of the bed. Runs. 1 set for each pair of alleys, placed in the center between the alleys, built low with oak center post, placed at scratch line as per regulation. Cage, for starting the balls to be of hickory, with wrought iron brackets. Gutters, 9 inches wide, of selected hard pine. Swinging bunters, padded with palm fiber in sections, divided by burlap, and covered with heavy black duck. Pit, 4 feet wide, length equal to width of alleys, padded on bottom, under end of bed and at the sides, with hair felt covered with heavy duck. Woodwork, where not otherwise specified, to be of selected hard pine. Workmanship to be first class throughout. Beds to be true from end to end and level crosswise. All parts to be firmly secured and left in condition for use. Finish. Surfaces of beds to be planed and sanded to a smooth, even surface, level from side to side and end to end. Posts, runs, gutters, etc. to have 2 coats of shellac varnish. Advantages. The following claims are made for the standard bowling alleys and have been sustained by use. Keep level. On account of the airspace underneath them, which is ventilated by openings, the beds are less affected by moisture rising from the ground, cement, etc. Surface. The bed being glued up of strips having rabbets cut on the sides, form a solid bed in which no piece can get loose, slip, raise up, or give any trouble. Foundations. Practically, no foundation is required. Hence, a great saving is effected. The sills can be laid on a tar concrete or cement floor, or on piers or posts set 3 feet in the ground. All sills are supplied by us. As no part of the foundation is buried in cement, it lasts indefinitely. Wear and tear. By long experience, we have ascertained the best materials and forms to stand the severe usage of public and club alleys, and by their use avoid the vexatious breakdowns formerly so common on alleys. Experience. As we build a great many alleys, Our workmen are accustomed to the work and know its requirements. Our alleys are not experiments. They are tried and proved successes. Durability. The beds being made of double kiln-dried white rock maple last longer and do not require so much replaning as if made of softer woods or maple as ordinarily seasoned. Replaning. The strips of which the beds are made do not dry out and have cracks between them that fill with grit and make replaning almost impossible. Maple is unquestionably the best wood for alley beds. It is hard, white, durable, even-grained, and when properly seasoned and dried, will remain as laid without shrinking or warping. That is, the best maple will do all this. We are large buyers of maple for alleys and other purposes, and get direct from the mills the highest grade of hard, white, rock maple. Such stock as is never carried by city yards. They have no call for it. This fine stock enables us to build alley beds that are clear white from end to end, without spots or streaks, level and true, the ideal bowling surfaces. Low posts and runs are an innovation we introduced 3 or 4 years ago. Their advantages were apparent from the start, and now nothing else will be tolerated. They give both players and spectators an unobstructed view of the alley beds and pins. In a room containing 8 or 10 alleys, one can see every pin. The runs are strong, the posts being short, and as the balls do not have to be raised so high to put them in the cage, they are dropped in easier and wear longer. Description. The runs are low, with a low post placed inside of the scratch line. These alleys conform in every detail to the regulations of the Massachusetts Amateur Bowling League, which are generally adopted by other Eastern organizations. The pit is 4 feet wide and is dropped well below the beds so that balls go over pins or balls lying in the pit. The swinging bunters are large, heavy, and well padded with a durable palm fiber, the padding being in sections to prevent its packing down in the bottom of the bunter. The bottom and sides of the pit are padded, and from opposite the head pin to 1 foot beyond the beds, the sides, where the flying pins strike, are covered with sole leather. The ball cage and the first section of the runs are made of hickory to stand the severe use. Tonguing and grooving alley stock is a feature we introduced several years ago, long enough to have given it a good test. A bed built this way, especially when glued and well nailed with cut steel nails, as ours are, is a solid plank from end to end, with a tendency to warp removed by the strips having their grain in various directions. Loose or split ends that rise up and turn balls aside are an impossibility, and so close are the boards drawn to each other that it is almost impossible to find the joints. Thus the dirt is kept from working between the boards and forming unsightly cracks which let in water, when the alleys are washed, to work still more destruction. Standard bowling alleys. The following is a list of bowling alleys laid from 1893 to 1895. The increasing number of parties using these alleys is their best recommendation. 1893. 1 pair. Young Men's Christian Association, Waterbury, Connecticut. 1 pair. University of Virginia, Charlottesville, Virginia. 1½ pairs. Germania Aid Association, Roxbury, Massachusetts. 1894. 1½ pairs. S&B Letterer, Providence, Rhode Island. 3 pairs. Music Hall, Pawtucket, Rhode Island. 1 pair. Dairyfield Club, Manchester, New Hampshire. 2.5 pairs, Providence Athletic Association. 1.5 pairs, P. Welch, Boston, Massachusetts. 1 pair, The Gymnasium, Manchester, New Hampshire. 1 pair, Young Men's Christian Association, Mauch-Chunk, Pennsylvania. 2.5 pairs, Edward Hanscom, Worcester, Massachusetts. 1 pair, Portland Athletic Club, Portland, Maine. 1 pair, A. Williams, Wollaston, Massachusetts. 1 pair, Charles W. Spaulding, Brockton, Massachusetts. 1 pair, J. P. Weber, Brooklyn, Massachusetts. 1 pair, St. Anne's Gymnasium, Woonsocket, Rhode Island. 1 pair, Young Men's Christian Association, Marion, Ohio. 1.5 pairs, Michael John and Company, Pawtucket, Rhode Island. 1 pair, Methuen Club, Methuen, Massachusetts. 1 pair, Young Men's Christian Association, Camden, New Jersey. 1 pair, C.T. Plunkett, Adams, Massachusetts. 1 pair, Elmwood Club, Providence, Rhode Island. 1895. 1 pair, Young Men's Catholic Association, Lawrence, Massachusetts. 1 pair, Neighborhood Club, West Hartford, Connecticut. 1 pair, Butler Hospital, Providence, Rhode Island. 3 pairs, Stanley Brothers, Portland, Maine. 1.5 pairs, Hotel Reynolds, Boston, Massachusetts. 1 pair, Young Men's Christian Association, Springfield, Massachusetts. 1/2 pair, Providence Athletic Association, Providence, Rhode Island, 2nd order. 1 pair, Young Men's Christian Association, Hudson, Massachusetts. 1 pair, Kossuth Hall Association, Roxbury, Massachusetts. 2 pairs, Oriental Billiard and Bowling Company, Buffalo, New York. 2.5 pairs, F. W. Arnold, Providence, Rhode Island. 2.5 pairs, J. D. Smith, Point Breeze, Baltimore, Maryland. 1 pair, A. G. Cash, Hyannis, Massachusetts. 1.5 pairs, E. D. Bullock, Bristol, Rhode Island. 1 pair, State Normal School, Oneonta, New York. 4 pairs, Bowling and Tennis Company, New Haven, Connecticut. 1 pair, Dr. F. D. Stackpole, York Harbor, Maine. 1 pair, St. Patrick's Holy Name Society, Fall River, Massachusetts. 1 pair, Wolf Brothers, Baltimore, Maryland. 1/2 pair, C. H. Cummings, Weirs, New Hampshire. 1 pair, Wilmington Whist Club, Wilmington, Delaware. 1.5 pairs, Calumet Club, Cambridge, Massachusetts. 2.5 pairs, Stanley, Kendall and Company, Willimantic, Connecticut. 2 pairs, Cyrus Randall, Cambridge, Massachusetts. 1 pair, Old Dorchester Club, Dorchester, Massachusetts. 3.5 pairs, Stanley Brothers, Bridgeport, Connecticut, 2nd order. 3.5 pairs, Stanley Brothers, Bangor, Maine, 3rd order. 1.5 pairs, Catholic Union, Boston, Massachusetts. 1 pair, Boston Turn Vereen, Boston, Massachusetts. 1.5 pairs, Mrs. E. L. Brown, Malden, Massachusetts. 1 pair, Arcanum Club, Norwich, Connecticut. A list of the Reisky and Wolf patent alleys laid by the Narragansett Machine Company, Providence. Sole licenses under patent number 359542 for adjustable bowling alleys. 1890. One pair, Young Men's Christian Association, Rochester, New York. 1892. One pair, Young Men's Christian Association, Evansville, Indiana. One pair, Brown University, Providence, Rhode Island. One pair, Elmwood Club, Providence, Rhode Island. Two pairs, Colonial Club, Cambridge, Massachusetts. Four pairs, E. H. Page, Lowell, Massachusetts. One pair, Young Men's Christian Association, Bridgeport, Connecticut. One pair, Terry Gymnasium, Norfolk, Connecticut. Two pairs, Cornell University, Ithaca, New York. One pair, Kernwood Club, Malden, Massachusetts. One pair, Calumet Club, Winchester, Massachusetts. One pair, West Side Club, Providence, Rhode Island. One pair, Young Men's Christian Association, Trenton, New Jersey. One pair, Young Men's Christian Association, Grand Rapids, Michigan. Two pairs, Charlestown Club, Charlestown, Massachusetts. 1893. Two pairs, New Haven Lawn Club, New Haven, Connecticut. One pair, Cincinnati Police Gymnasium, Cincinnati, Ohio. One pair, Louis D. Collins, Geneva, New York. Two pairs, Eureka Club, Rochester, New York. One pair, D. H. Schwartz, Niagara Falls, New York. 1.5 pairs, Julius Myers, Cambridgeport, Massachusetts. One pair, Miss Helen Gould, Irvington-on-Hudson, New York. One pair, Young Men's Christian Association, Southbridge, Massachusetts. One pair, Alston Club, Alston, Massachusetts. 6 pairs, Jonathan B. Swift, Lowell, Massachusetts. One pair, Young Men's Christian Association, Hartford, Connecticut. One pair, Washington Athletic Club, Washington, D.C. One pair, Lakeview Wheelmen, Rochester, New York. One pair, Salem Bowling Club, Salem, Massachusetts. Two pairs, Alston Real Estate Company, Alston, Massachusetts. One alley, Winthrop Club, Taunton, Massachusetts. One pair, Young Men's Christian Association, Williamsport, Pennsylvania. 1894. Two pairs, Commercial Club, Brockton, Massachusetts. 3 pairs, G. A. Stanley, Lawrence, Massachusetts. 2 pairs, Rutgers College, New Brunswick, New Jersey. One pair, 26th Ward, YMCA, Brooklyn, New York. One alley, Samuel Conant, Dudley, Massachusetts. One pair, G. H. Hoare, Mankato, Minnesota. One pair, George C. Young, Syracuse, New York. One pair, A. M. Briggs, Albion, New York. One alley, State Normal School, Shippensburg, Pennsylvania. One pair, Winona Inn Company, Winona, New Jersey. One alley, West Side Club, Providence, Rhode Island, second order. One pair, New Jersey State Normal School, Trenton, New Jersey. One pair, St. Mary's Institute, Warren, Rhode Island. 2 pairs, M. Fitzpatrick, Waltham, Massachusetts. One pair, Young Men's Christian Association, Fitchburg, Massachusetts. 2 pairs, Ryan and Stanley, Haverhill, Massachusetts. One pair, Young Men's Institute, Valley Falls, Rhode Island. 2 pairs, Thomas Adams, Brooklyn, New York. 1895. 1 pair, Chestnut Hill Casino, Boston, Massachusetts. 1 pair, Young Men's Christian Association, Melrose, Massachusetts. 1 pair, George H. Young, Syracuse, New York, second order. 2 pairs, University of Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Guarantee. We guarantee the material and workmanship on all our alleys to be first class in every respect, and will repair free of charge for 1 year any breakage due to faulty construction or defective material. But we cannot guarantee against the natural effect of heat and moisture on the stock out of which the alleys are laid. Experience is a very necessary factor in building bowling alleys. For 6 years we built alleys according to the old method of setting the sleepers in cement, nailing the beds to them, etc., and though we took great care to have all work and materials first class, our alleys did not always give the perfect satisfaction we desired. To obviate some of the troubles, in 1892 we introduced the Reisky and Wolf adjustable alleys with improvements in the construction of the beds, etc., and later the standard non-adjustable alleys built on the same general principles. These alleys have given such excellent satisfaction that our business has largely increased, and we are confident that every alley we build according to our new method will give perfect satisfaction. High runs. When desired, we build high runs and newel post, as shown by the drawing on this page. As will be seen by the end view, this post is made thin to allow as much room as possible for the bowlers. This style of runway has a sift-out that delivers the small balls on a lower rack. Facilities. Our factory, as will be seen by the illustration on page 24, is located at Woodlawn, a suburb of Providence on the New York-New Haven Railroad. The lumber sheds and dry kilns of improved construction are by the side of a siding or switch built specially for us, enabling us to load our lumber or ship goods directly from the cars. We buy the highest grade lumber in carloads direct from the mills and have the latest improved machinery for working it. With the best of facilities and experienced workmen, we can promise first-class work. Price list of bowling supplies. Narragansett Machine Company, Providence, Rhode Island, September 1895. List of balls. Size, inches diameter, 4. Weight, pounds, solid, 1 5/8. Weight, pounds, board, same. Telegraph code, magnet. Diameter, 4 1/2. Weight, solid, 2 1/4. Weight, board, same. Telegraph code, magpie. Diameter, 5. Weight, solid, 3 1/8. Weight, board, same. Telegraph code, malady. Diameter, 5 1/2. Weight, solid, 4 1/8. Weight, board, same. Telegraph code, malice. Diameter, 6. Weight, solid, 5 3/8. Weight, board, same. Telegraph code, mallet. Diameter, 6 1/2. Weight, solid, 6 7/8. Weight, board, same. Telegraph code, mammon. Diameter, 7. Weight, solid, 8 1/2. Weight, board, same. Telegraph code, manage. Diameter, 7 1/2. Weight, solid, 10 1/2. weight, board, 10 1/4, telegraph code, mangle, diameter, 8, weight, solid, 12 3/4, weight, board, 12 1/2, telegraph code, manner, diameter, 8 1/2, weight, solid, 15 3/8, weight, board, 15, telegraph code, mantle, diameter, 8.59, weight, solid, 16 1/8, weight, board, 15 3/4, telegraph code, manual. These balls are made of the best lignum vitae, or ballwood as it is termed by the trade. 7 1/2 inches and all larger sizes have finger holes unless otherwise ordered. Holes are bored 3 1/2 inches apart unless otherwise ordered. Returning balls 4 to 6 inches, 75 cents. Returning balls 8 to 10 inches, $1. Size measured before returning. 10 pins. Turned from selected rock maple. Turned to regulation sizes and lathe polished. Small. 12 1/2 inches circumference. 14 1/2 inches high per set. Market, $4. Regulation, 15-inch circumference, 15 high per set. Marrow, $5. Large, 17 1/2 inches circumference, 18 1/2 high per set. Martyr, $6. Pony pins, 9 inches circumference, 9 high per set. Mature, $2. Candle pins, 2 1/2 inches diameter, 15 high per set. Mercer, $2.40. Furniture. The following list is well adapted for one pair of public or club alleys. For a single alley, take half of the list of balls and pins. It is desirable to purchase large balls at first, as they turn to smaller sizes. 4 regulation balls, $20. 2 balls, 8 1/2 inches diameter, $9. 2 balls, 8 inches diameter, $8. 2 balls, 7 inches diameter, $6. 2 balls, 6 inches diameter, $4. 4 balls, 4 1/2 inches diameter, $5. Total, $52. 2 sets of match pins, $10. 1 foot chalk box, $1.25. 1 Wins ball retarder, $10. Sundries. Foot chalk in box, made to be cut down as the chalk wears, $1.25. Scorebooks bound in cloth, size 9 by 11 1/2 inches, with American League rules. Number 1, 60 games, $1.25. Number 2, 120 games, $1.75. Number 3, 176 games, $2.50. Standard dressing for use after washing, to preserve the surface and retain the color of the wood, in gallon cans, per gallon, 75 cents. Savagran for cleaning alleys, 1 pound package, 25 cents. Savagran for cleaning alleys, 5 pound package, $1. Wins ball retarder for bowling alleys. Some means for retarding or reducing the speed of return balls is an absolute necessity. Otherwise, they crash into each other, making a disagreeable noise, injure the balls, and knock the smaller ones off the runs. When taking a ball off the runs, bowlers have often had their fingers badly crushed by a swiftly returned ball. It is desirable to return balls as swiftly as possible to save time and get a favorite ball back without delay. The retarder shown above was invented by a bowler and is perfection itself in operation. The resistance is greater for large and swift balls, and very little on slow or small balls. The resistance is affected by the air chamber under the short end of the lever, which has an outlet for the compressed air controlled by a set screw so it can be adjusted. The long end of the lever has a wooden shoe with leather on the underside. A large ball raises the shoe high, compressing the air. A quick ball raises it quickly and is resisted by the compressed air, which can only escape slowly. A small quick ball raises the shoe a short distance quickly and is held back by the shoe, while a small, slow ball passes under with scarcely any resistance. The retarder will save its cost in the wear of the balls in a single year and give comfort and safety to the bowlers. It can be secured to any runway about 10 feet from the post in a few minutes, screws being sent with each retarder. Number 429, Wynn's Ball Retarder, medium, $10. Bowling lockers. These lockers are adapted for public alleys and form a safe receptacle for the coats, hats, etc. of the bowlers. They are built in sections to be easily set up, and other lockers may be added to a cabinet at any time. Whitewood locker, 7 feet high, 6 feet inside, 18 inches square, with lock, knocked down on cars in Providence. Net each, $6. Ball lockers, 12 in cabinet, each locker holding 2 regulation balls. Locks on doors all different. Net price for cabinet with oak front and ends, $30. Supplies. We are prepared to furnish balls, pins, or any other supplies, all of the best obtainable quality. Our alley balls are turned from the best lignum vitae, and we make our pins of first quality rock maple to the form prescribed by the Bowling League. Ball lockers. For members of clubs to keep private balls for their own use. These lockers are used in many clubs to keep the private ball of the members separate from those in general use. They are generally made of oak, with 12 lockers in a cabinet, but may be made of any other material or number of lockers. Dimensions. The necessary dimensions for regulation bowling alleys are given on the blueprint bound in opposite this page. The required space should be absolutely free from columns, piers, pipes, etc. Any such projection will prevent the alleys from being full regulation size as required in match games. More space at the end of the run for spectators is desirable, but not necessary. A space 5 feet wide and 6 inches deep for the pit should be provided. The rest of the floor or ground should be level as shown in section on the blueprint. Standard gymnastic apparatus, the largest line on earth. Lockers and bowling alleys, Narragansett Machine Company, Gymnasium Outfitters, Providence, Rhode Island. Send for catalog. Lockers, new styles, for all purposes. Send for circular. Narragansett Machine Company, Providence, Rhode Island. Shuffleboards, regulation size, oak with maple beds built like an alley. Price, $60. End of Bowling Catalog E. Read by Verla Vieira in Las Cruces, New Mexico, USA. June 7th, 2023. Section 2 of Catalogs to Sleep By. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Excerpts from Brief Guide, National Gallery of Art, by National Gallery of Art, 1976. History and Description. The National Gallery of Art belongs to all the people of the United States of America. Established by a joint resolution of Congress, it is supported by public appropriation. The Board of Trustees consists of 4 public servants, ex officio, and 5 private citizens. Chairman of the board is the Chief Justice of the United States. Under the policy set by the board, the gallery assembles and maintains a collection of paintings, sculpture, and the graphic arts representative of the best in the artistic heritage of America and Europe. Supported in its daily operations by federal funds, the gallery is entirely dependent on the generosity of private citizens for the works of art in its collections. Funds for the construction of the original building were provided by the A.W. Mellon Educational and Charitable Trust. During the 1920s, Mr. Mellon began to collect with the intention of forming a National Gallery of Art in Washington. His collection was given to the nation in 1937, the year of his death. In 1941, President Franklin D. Roosevelt accepted the completed gallery on behalf of the people of the United States of America. Architect for the National Gallery was John Russell Pope, who also designed the Jefferson Memorial and other outstanding public buildings in Washington. The building is one of the largest marble structures in the world, measuring 780 feet in length and containing more than 500,000 square feet of interior floor space. The exterior is of rose-white Tennessee marble. The columns in the rotunda were quarried in Tuscany, Italy. Green marble from Vermont and gray marble from Tennessee were used for the floor of the rotunda. The interior walls are of Alabama rockwood stone, Indiana limestone, and Italian travertine. The entire building is air-conditioned and humidity-controlled throughout the year to maintain the optimum atmospheric conditions for the works of art it contains. The original building is no longer large enough to accommodate the gallery's acquisitions and interpretive art programs. A second building, presently under construction, will house new exhibition galleries and a center for advanced study in the visual arts. The 2 buildings will be connected by a plaza above ground and by a concourse of public service areas, including a new cafe buffet below. The new construction has been made possible by generous gifts from Mr. Paul Mellon, the late Ailsa Mellon Bruce, and the Andrew W. Mellon Foundation. About the works of art listed in this brochure. Owing to changes in installation, certain works of art listed in this brochure may not always be on view. For up-to-date information, please inquire at the information desks. The paintings and sculpture given by the founder, Andrew W. Mellon, comprising works by the greatest masters from the 13th to the 19th century, have formed a nucleus of high quality around which the collection has grown. Indeed, in making his gift, Mr. Mellon has expressed the hope that the newly established National Gallery would attract gifts from other collectors so that these works of art might be enjoyed by all and would be a lasting contribution to the cultural life of the nation. Mr. Mellon's hope that others would carry on the work was realized, even before the gallery opened, by the action of Samuel H. Kress, who gave to the nation his great collection of paintings and sculptures of the Italian schools ranging from the 13th to the 18th centuries. Enlarging and enriching the Kress collection on subsequent occasions, Samuel H. Kress and his brother Rush H. Kress made the National Gallery outstanding for its representation of Italian art, and also added a distinguished group of French 18th century canvases and sculpture, and fine examples of early German paintings, as well as works of first importance from other schools. In 1942, Joseph E. Widener gave the famous collection of painting, sculpture, and decorative arts formed by him and his father, P.A.B. Widener. Chester Dale, besides making numerous gifts during his lifetime, bequeathed his extensive collection of 19th and 20th century French paintings to the gallery. Elsa Mellon Bruce also bequeathed her collection of French paintings to the gallery and, in addition, generously provided funds for the purchase of many old master paintings, including the Leonardo da Vinci. Lessing J. Rosenwald has given over 20,000 prints and drawings. In addition, more than 325 other donors have generously added to the collections of the National Gallery of Art. Rotunda, attributed to Adrien de Vries, Mercury, cast probably circa 1603 to 1613. The vigorous movement, muscular lines, and above all the grace and lightness of the bronze figure capture in this Mercury the fleeting presence of an ancient god. Protector of the forlorn and travel-weary, patron of shepherds, merchants, wayfarers, and even thieves fleeing the law, Mercury was the bearer of news and tidings for the gods of mythology. He was known by his winged feet, a traveler's cap with wings, and his herald staff, a caduceus, perhaps given him by Apollo, who had the power of healing. The design of Mercury's caduceus, with its two serpents intertwined, has been traditionally associated with medicine, and is the adopted symbol of the medical profession. This masterful piece was probably made by Adrien de Vries, a Dutch artist trained in Italy, and was modeled after Mercury, completed 20 years earlier by Giovanni Bologna. Florentine and Central Italian art, galleries 1 through 10. Because the Church defined much of the social and cultural structure of medieval life, Christian themes predominated as the subject matter for the arts of the period. In the National Gallery collections, works created in Florence, Siena, Rome, and Central Italy show the range of skills and styles prevalent in painting as it progressed from the highly religious art of the Middle Ages to the more secular art of the Renaissance. The usual technique for medieval religious art was egg tempera on wood panels covered with a fine bone plaster called gesso. Egg yolk mixed with powdered pigments was applied to the gesso surface, resulting in pictures characterized by bright colors and clear outer contours. To recall the radiant light of the heavenly kingdom and to heighten the patterns typifying this art, the artist often used gold leaf grounds as well. By the late 15th century, tempera gave way to oil paints that dried more slowly, permitting the artist subtle modulations in his color and allowing him to create realistic atmospheric effects. As the Renaissance progressed, artists combined a renewed interest in nature, analytical science, and classical humanism with the recently developed techniques in media to bring about a corresponding realism in art. Gallery 1, Byzantine School, Enthroned Madonna and Child, 13th century. A medieval walled city is transformed into a throne by this imaginative, unknown artist to symbolize the dominance of Christ and Mary, Queen of Heaven, over the celestial city. To symbolize Christ's rule on earth as well, the artist included in the rondelles images of angels bearing orbs and scepters. So typical of the art of the Byzantine Empire, this painting is an icon, or holy image, and reflects within its composition a fusion of ancient Roman and medieval Oriental styles. A feeling for classical solidity shows in the faces, which are modeled with cast shadows to suggest three-dimensional forms, whereas a Near Eastern love of decoration accounts for the flattened drapery patterns and their dazzling highlights. The enthroned Madonna and Child and another large Byzantine icon of the same subject, also in this room, are among the earliest paintings in the collection. Gallery 3, Duccio, The Calling of the Apostles Peter and Andrew, painted between 1308 and 1311. Called to be fishers of men, the brothers Peter and Andrew pause in their labors at the persuasive words of Christ. In him, their future as apostles or teachers and the future of mankind hang momentarily suspended, like the net in their hands. This panel is part of an altarpiece commissioned for the high altar of the cathedral in Siena and called the Maestà, Majesty, because its central theme was the Virgin splendidly enthroned with angels and saints. The purpose of this piece, like so many medieval paintings, was to teach, and Duccio arranged bright colors in simple shapes so that the story could easily be recognized. Gallery 4, Fra Angelico and Fra Filippi Lippi, The Adoration of the Magi, painted circa 1445. Painted by two monks, Fra means friar. This important painting fuses the concerns and techniques of medieval and Renaissance artists. The tapestry-like lawn, the decorative bright colors, and the inverted perspective of the shed are elements common to medieval art. The realistic rendering of birds and animals, the weight and volume given the kneeling magi in the foreground, and the classically inspired nude figures at the distant left reflect the newfound interest of the Renaissance in both classical antiquity and the external world. The colorful, festive mood of the painting, moreover, is emphasized by the bustling throngs of people arriving to worship the Christ child. Gallery 4, Andrea del Castagno, The Youthful David, painted circa 1450. Not simply a work of art, this painted leather shield reflects the uniquely nationalistic consciousness of the Florentine city-state. As a public image carried in parades and ceremonies, its function was to symbolize the Florentine struggle for freedom and, as a gruesome depiction of victory against oppression, to warn all potential enemies of Florence. On the shield, both main episodes of the Old Testament story appear concurrently. David takes aim with his sling, while the giant's head lies already severed at his feet. The effective, although awkward foreshortening of the upraised arm and the sharply delineated veins and muscles attest to Castagno's Renaissance interest in the realistic rendition of perspective and anatomy. Gallery 6, Leonardo da Vinci, Ginevra de' Benci, painted circa 1480. With precise draftsmanship and an infinitely subtle manipulation of light and shadow, Leonardo captures the character of a young Florentine noblewoman of the 15th century. In her eyes, he has drawn a look of intelligence. In her bearing and the set of her mouth, there is a sense of determination and conviction. Punning on the name of his sitter, the artist has framed her head with a juniper bush, Ginepro in Italian, and decorated the back of the panel with a juniper sprig. Commissioned just after he completed an apprenticeship with Verrocchio, this early work is the only painting in the Western Hemisphere accepted by scholars as indisputably by Leonardo, one of the true geniuses of the Renaissance. Gallery 8, Raphael, The Alba Madonna, painted circa 1510. The solidity and serenity of the figures derive from the forms and poses seen in ancient Roman sculpture and from the art of Raphael's contemporaries, Leonardo and Michelangelo. The equilibrium and stability of the grouping provides not only a freshness and majesty suitable for the religious moment, but also a source of contrast to the subtle but painful implications of the reed cross held by the two children. Named for the Spanish Dukes of Alba who once owned it, the Alba Madonna is one of 5 paintings by Raphael in the National Gallery of Art. Venetian and North Italian art, galleries 19 through 29. The splendor of Venetian art reflects the city's prosperity during its years as a major Mediterranean port. Typical of Venetian lavishness is the Feast of the Gods, Gallery 22, by Giovanni Bellini, Renaissance artist and teacher of Giorgione and Titian. This huge painting draws from the fantasies of mythology, turning a Venetian picnic into a feast for gods. Aware of the subtle reflections of light and shadow playing in the misty air over the lagoons of Venice, 16th century artists such as Titian, Veronese, Gallery 28, and Tintoretto, Gallery 29, strove to capture the illusion of surface texture and tangible atmosphere through their paints. Because oils blended easily together, and because one could thicken these paints with pigments, artists soon established a more flexible technique. At the same time, they abandoned rigid wood panels for canvas supports, which allowed larger, lighter pictures. These innovations, combined with worldly subjects, soon had a significant impact on the rest of Europe. Gallery 21, Giorgione, The Adoration of the Shepherds, painted circa 1510. Dominated by a placid landscape bathed in the half-light of dawn, Giorgione's composition focuses on the small group placed off-center in the foreground. Rendering the Holy Family in luminous colors, the artist has silhouetted them against the dark mouth of a cave, a traditional nativity setting borrowed from Byzantine art that here reflects the strong cultural ties between the city-state of Venice and the empire to the east. This composition, one of the very few existing paintings by the master, demonstrates Giorgione's mastery of color and control of mood, elements which helped him to achieve fame during his short life of 33 years. West Sculpture Hall, Jacopo Sansovino, Venus Anadyomene, cast circa 1527 to 1530. One of the rare life-size bronzes of the Renaissance now in the United States, the Venus Anadyomene is of unparalleled elegance. While the softness of the modeled forms and the vertical sweep of the curving silhouette invest the nude with a heightened grace, her twisting pose invites the viewer to move around the statue, following the fluid line of her encircling arms. Shown holding a seashell, a reflection of Venus's birth from the sea, this statue is appropriately entitled Anadyomene, rising from the waters. The artist, Jacopo Sansovino, was trained in Florence and Rome. Moving to Venice in 1527, this major high Renaissance sculptor and architect designed or remodeled many important private and public buildings, including several palaces and the Library of St. Mark. Gallery 28, Titian, Doge Andrea Gritti, painted circa 1535-1540. Typically Venetian was Titian's method of starting with a dark preparatory ground, then building up the forms with thin layers of oil paint. Choosing the pose that best focuses our attention, Titian has captured his sitter's restless vitality in the turn of the Doge's head and the penetrating glance. by accentuating the size and grasp of the hand and the bulk of the body beneath the sumptuous ceremonial robes, the artist has drawn a massive and commanding presence befitting this renowned admiral and doge, or duke, of Venice. As seen here, the figure seems to emerge quite powerfully from the shadow, and the predominant hues of red and yellow have a rich, smoldering quality. Italian art of the 17th and 18th centuries. Galleries 33, 34, 36, 37. Lobby A, West Stair Hall, and Rotunda Stair Hall. The Baroque period began around 1600, when the Church was engaged in a movement to curb the spreading of the Protestant Reformation. To appeal to the large numbers of ambivalent Christians torn between the two theologies, the Catholic clergy commissioned and supported a realistic but dramatic art designed to involve the populace in the teachings and the authority of the Church. Indeed, so appealing was the Baroque style that it was quickly adapted to the worldly subjects of the secular arts. Representative of the Counter-Reformation era is Gian Lorenzo Bernini, an enormously successful and influential architect and sculptor. As world trade shifted to the Atlantic nations, however, Italy's economic position declined, and by the 18th century, many Italian painters had to search for commissions elsewhere in Europe. Through their travels, decorative painters and muralists such as Giovanni Battista Tiepolo soon established an international style filled with brilliant colors and virtuoso brushwork. Lobby A. Gian Lorenzo Bernini, Monsignor Francesco Barberini, carved circa 1624-1625. A masterful example of the immediacy of Baroque art, this bust of the uncle of Matteo Barberini, who became Pope Urban VIII, captures the textural qualities of living flesh. Through Bernini's virtuosity, the highly polished forehead gives the illusion of glossy skin, whereas the starched fabric has been left with a rough, light-absorbing surface. To create a thoughtful expression, Bernini has exaggerated the depth of the eye sockets, casting deep shadows. Such a convincing portrayal of aging flesh and stern character, commissioned by the Pope as a tribute to his uncle, is all the more impressive since Bernini had never seen the long-dead Francesco Barberini. The bee on the pedestal is the emblem of the Barberini, a wealthy Roman family. Gallery 33, Orazio Gentileschi, the lute player, painted circa 1610. The most casual elements of this intimate portrait of human activity combine to create a masterful composition of complex and dynamic parts. The pose of the girl, shown with arm and head poised as she tunes her lute, generates a feeling of sustained movement. The intricate still life fading into shadowy depths at the left is in deliberate contrast to the brightly lit costume and solid figure of the lute player. The combination of abrupt spotlighting and suggested deep space was characteristic of Baroque painting in 17th century Rome, and Gentileschi, an international court artist, transmitted this robust style to Genoa, Paris, and London. Gallery 36, Giovanni Paolo Panini, the interior of the Pantheon, painted circa 1740. In an era of travel, when men and women of wealth toured the continent as part of their education, factual renderings of interiors and cityscapes became important souvenirs. A major attraction on the Grand Tour during the 18th century was Rome, and in Rome, the Pantheon, a circular temple built in the 2nd century, converted to a Christian church, It became the burial spot of Renaissance authors and artists such as Raphael, and has proved the source of inspiration for many later structures, including the central rotunda of the National Gallery. Panini was the greatest view painter in Rome during the 1700s, although his precise manner of painting was paralleled by his Venetian contemporaries Canaletto and Guardi. Flemish and German art. Galleries 35, 35A, 39 through 43. At the beginning of the 15th century, Northern European art was caught up by the same spirit of empirical inquiry and technical innovation that predominated in Italy during this period. Northern art, however, reflects neither the influence of classical art nor the development of a single-point perspective that are the hallmarks of the Italian Renaissance. Rather, Netherlandish artists such as Jan van Eyck achieved mastery in the new technique of oil painting. The use of oil on wood panel permitted an extraordinary increase in the depth and richness of color, which, in turn, was coupled with the tradition of minute, craftsmanly detail established in late medieval manuscript illumination. Around 1500, Italian humanism and Renaissance science had a discernible effect upon Northern European painting. Albrecht Dürer, Gallery 35A, and François Clouet, Gallery 41, both profited from their exposure to Italian art. The Renaissance influence carried over into the work of Rubens in the 17th century, despite the religious and political upheaval of the Reformation, which affected so much European art of the mid-1500s. Catholic Flanders, the home of Rubens, remained relatively untouched by the changing times and maintained a continuity of political and economic ties to the Spanish monarchy. Rubens, who drew heavily from the work of earlier Italian masters, at the same time developed a Baroque preference for large-scale canvases and bravura brushwork, transmitting this style to his associate Van Dyck. Gallery 39. Jan van Eyck, The Annunciation, painted circa 1425-1430. The sacred setting of a medieval church provides the backdrop to Van Eyck's interpretation of the Annunciation. The Archangel Gabriel, dressed in jewels and rich fabrics, greets Mary. Hail Mary, full of grace. The simply gowned young virgin lifts her hands in wonder and replies, Behold the handmaiden of the Lord. The two Latin phrases, Mary's is written upside down, reinforce the contrast and balance between these two important figures. Gabriel in his sumptuous attire, and with wings in rainbow colors, stands slightly in front in a partially turned position, whereas Mary in her subdued glory sits slightly behind the angel and faces forward. Following the established tradition of the story, Van Eyck added a lily, symbol of purity, and a dove, symbol of the Holy Spirit. He also decorated the floor tiles with Old Testament scenes, prefiguring the life and triumph of Christ. Samson destroys the Philistine temple, and David slays Goliath. The subtle integration of religious history into the background of the painting is indicative of the late medieval belief that objects of the external world are imbued with religious symbolism. Gallery 35A. Mathis Grunwald, The Small Crucifixion, painted circa 1510. One of the few surviving paintings by Grunwald, this crucifixion amply displays the emotional power of this German Renaissance artist. Set against a sky darkened by an eclipse of the sun, the scarred and haggard body of Christ makes the scene painfully and physically immediate. With the agonized gesture of the hands, the ragged loincloth, the dislocated shoulders and twisted feet, little remains to soften the tension of the painting. Rather, the artist emphasizes the human suffering necessary for Christ to redeem mankind. Painted on the eve of the Protestant Reformation, this panel reflects the growing insistence in Northern Europe upon the reality and importance of private religious experiences. Gallery 41A, Peter Paul Rubens, Daniel in the Lion's Den, painted circa 1615. Scholar, collector, diplomat, and one of the finest artists of his century, Rubens was famed for the boundless enthusiasm and technical wizardry of his paintings. This monumental piece was executed early in Rubens' career. Its impact depends not only upon its large scale, but also upon the Baroque combination of the theatrical, the dramatic lighting, and Daniel's expressive pose, with a convincing realism, the lifelike postures, and superbly rendered lion's fur. Gallery 42, Sir Anthony Van Dyck, Queen Henrietta Maria with her dwarf, painted probably in 1633. Painted in London, this depiction of Henrietta Maria, wife of Britain's Charles I and sister of France's Louis XIII, is a prime example of the Baroque grand manner portrait. Analysis of character is sacrificed in favor of a stately and essentially flattering mode of presentation. The glittering crown, for example, recalls Henrietta Maria's station as a queen, and the sumptuous fabrics declare her wealth. The large size of the canvas and the lack of expression on the queen's face are both devices that engender a mood of aloof formality and grandeur. Animation and warmth are limited to the minor figures of the dwarf Geoffrey Hudson, who was to become a trusted ambassador, and his pet monkey, Pug. With 17 paintings by Van Dyck, the National Gallery has one of the finest and most representative collections of portraits by this master. Dutch art, Galleries 44 through 49. The United Netherlands was founded in 1609 as a Protestant nation following bitter wars of liberation from Catholic Spain. The combination of excellent seaports, a powerful navy, and strong mercantile interests made Holland a flourishing economic center. Dutch patrons, predominantly Calvinist and middle class, demanded not religious or mythological pictures, but landscapes, portraits, still lifes, and genres or scenes of daily life. Their demands were met by an ever-increasing number of Dutch artists who, perhaps in response to a burgeoning competitive market, specialized in a single type of subject. Thus Frans Hals was famed for his portraits, Kalf for his still lifes, and Ruysdael and Hobbema for their landscapes. The one exception was Rembrandt, whose penetrating insight into the human condition and whose superb technical facility enabled him to explore successfully a variety of subjects. Holland's artistic boom was soon ended, however, for as quickly as it arose, the economic and artistic golden age declined during the last years of the 17th century. Gallery 44, Jan Vermeer, A Woman Weighing Gold, painted circa 1657. One aspect of Vermeer's genius was his ability to create a poetry of the obvious, to transmute a mundane scene into an evocative moment. In what appears at first to be a simple depiction of a woman holding a pair of scales, a framed painting of the Last Judgment included on the back wall of the scene suggests a more serious, allegorical meaning. Weighing the souls of mankind serves as a point of comparison to the woman weighing her worldly possessions. Vermeer's incomparable sensitivity in rendering effects of light, can be seen in the careful modulation of the cool, muted daylight that fills the room. Especially striking are the touches of pure white paint that highlight the fur collar and the pearls on the table. The stable, geometric gridwork formed by the table, picture frame, and window reinforce the calm and serious mood. Gallery 44. Jan David's Deheen, Vase of Flowers, painted circa 1645. This still life reveals more than a study of inanimate objects positioned in light and shadow. It also betrays the artist's interests in the lively microcosmic worlds unnoticed in our daily life. Using more than 20 varieties of blossoms, including roses, tulips, morning glories, and candytuft, Deheen weaves the blooms, overflowing in the insect-inhabited shadows, into the arrangement of sunlit flowers thriving in the central area of the painting. Since none of the flowers bloom concurrently, the artist portrayed them either from illustrations in botanical texts or from his own studies made during different times of the year. Such interest in the cycle of the seasons and the transience of life, as reflected in this symbolic bouquet, is frequently seen in Dutch flower painting. Gallery 47. Albert Cuyp, The Moss at Dordrecht, painted circa 1660. Cuyp was a marine and landscape painter, noted for his delicate atmospheric effects. A major portion of this composition is taken up by the sky, which is painted in translucent washes of thinned oils. The scene, bathed in gentle golden light of early morning, shows the Maas River, and at the left, the unfinished church tower of Cuyp's home city of Dordrecht. The fleet of boats on the left, arranged on the diagonal, serves both to create deep space and to contrast with a single massive ship on the right. As cannon salute in the middle distance, a figure in a vivid red, black, and white uniform prepares to board ship. Gallery 48. Rembrandt, Self-Portrait, dated 1659. The some 60 self-portraits painted by Rembrandt during his long career form a unique visual autobiography. In early life, he was Amsterdam's leading portraitist and narrative painter, and a wealthy man. Later, ravaged by bankruptcy and personal misfortunes, Rembrandt became increasingly introspective. In this self-portrait, painted when he was 53, all but the essential forms are concealed in shadow. Light appears to emanate from the face itself, although the eyes are veiled in a mysterious half-shadow. Rembrandt's technical genius enabled him to create subtle nuances, even within a restricted range of color. The golden light glistening from his forehead merges with the blue-gray at the temples. All of Rembrandt's painterly skill was used, ultimately, to confront us with a candid self-appraisal that neither flatters nor disparages. The National Gallery has a wide range of Rembrandt paintings in Galleries 45 and 48. Spanish Art, Galleries 30, 38, 39, 50, 51, and 76. Imported by the royal courts or commissioned by the church, foreign artists dominated the arts of Spain during the 15th and 16th centuries. Juan de Flandes, a Flemish painter, Galleries 38 and 39, served the court of Ferdinand and Isabella, and El Greco, Gallery 30, a Greek who studied in Venice and Rome, settled and worked in Toledo. By the 1600s, Spain had become an economic and cultural force in Europe, her power sustained in large part by the wealth of her vast American colonies. Seville was then the artistic capital of Spain. Zurbarán, Valdés Leal, Murillo, who founded an academy there in 1660, and Velázquez all worked in Seville. After moving to Madrid, Velázquez served Philip IV as court painter and director of the Royal Museum. The greatest Spanish artist of the late 18th and early 19th centuries was Francisco de Goya, who was court portraitist to a succession of corrupt monarchs and French conquerors. It should not be forgotten, too, that the 20th century artist Pablo Picasso, Gallery 76, was first active in Barcelona before emigrating to France. Gallery 30, El Greco, Laocoon, painted circa 1610. Unnatural color, particularly in the weightless, elongated figures, combines with a mannered representation of landscape in this unearthly vision from Homeric legend. Shown is the priest Laocoon, who, with his sons, is attacked and destroyed by serpents for having offended the gods during the course of the Trojan War. Beyond the wooden horse lies the city of Troy, a distant and stormy image based on the artist's adopted city of Toledo. Born in Greece, Dominikos Theotokopoulos was nicknamed El Greco, the Greek, when he moved to Spain in 1576. Gallery 50, Francisco de Goya, Señora Sabasa Garcia, painted circa 1806 or 1807. Acutely sensitive to the ignorance, hypocrisy, and cruelty in all levels of society, Goya often worked in a satirical mode to capture the realities of war and the tyranny and decadence of court life. Yet, in depicting the niece of a high-ranking government official, the artist has given us a marvelously direct and sympathetic portrait. The innate, peculiarly Spanish sense of pride and self-discipline is evident in Sabasa Garcia's aristocratic posture and bold, unflinching gaze. Equally direct is Goya's manner of painting, which captures the rough texture of the shawl, as well as the gossamer quality of the mantilla lace. The result is a portrait of great intensity, heightened by feminine beauty. French art of the 17th, 18th, and early 19th centuries. Galleries 33, 44, 52 through 56, East Sculpture Hall, and Lobby C. Troubled by the Catholic Huguenot Wars and civil wars of the previous century, 17th century France followed a course of aggression against foreign monarchies and of consolidation within the French state. Most heavily supported by the royal court, French artists were sent to Rome to study the arts of the Italian Renaissance and classical antiquity. Some, like Claude Lorrain and Nicolas Poussin, Gallery 52, chose to remain in Italy. In Paris, an academy, which rapidly became the ruling body for French art, was established in 1648. To enhance the brilliance of his reign in the latter part of the century, Louis XIV sponsored a ceremonial art, more idealistic than realistic in style, and built near Paris the largest palace in Europe, Versailles. The fountains in the National Gallery's east and west garden courts once stood in the gardens of Versailles and still bear traces of the lavish gold leaf that originally covered them. Under Louis XV and Louis XVI in the 18th century, French society became more relaxed and informal. Most apparent in the decorative arts, the move to a lighter, more graceful style affected painting as well. The new style, Rococo, was first developed by Watteau, Galleries 53 and 54, who used a carefree delicacy, pastel colors, and gracefully curving lines. After the French Revolution of 1789, a school of neoclassical artists dominated painting, using themes of patriotic heroism and stressing severe beauty of line and firm modeling over light and color. Gallery 44, George de Latour, The Repentant Magdalene, circa 1640. Within the melancholy darkness of this painting, the dim light reveals emblems of the vanity and brevity of life: a skull, book, and mirror. Eliminating unnecessary detail, Latour makes us focus on the inward, spiritual aspect of his themes through monumental shapes and a nearly abstract geometry of forms. Mary Magdalene's fingers touching the skull, for instance, are emphasized in stark angularity against the light from the hidden flame. Like Vermeer, Latour is a rediscovery of recent years. Although highly respected in his lifetime, Latour slipped into obscurity, and only 38 of his paintings survive today. A court painter to Louis XIII, Latour was noted for his nocturnes, which generate a mood of isolation by their dense shadows that envelop the composition. Gallery 52, Claude Lorrain, The Judgment of Paris, painted 1645, 1646. In a landscape of such serenity and beauty as this, the figures almost play a secondary role. The perfectly blue sky with light cloud formations enhances the golden tones of the foreground. The distant Trojan citadel on the right balances the figures at the near left, where three goddesses gather round the Prince of Troy, Paris. Chosen to judge the women on their beauty, Paris is bribed by Venus, here accompanied by her son Cupid, and accepts her aid in abducting Helen, Queen of Sparta. Claude's vision of this episode, which eventually touched off the Trojan War, is a fine example of his ability both to ennoble and to idealize nature, and it was this mode of painting which was to dominate European landscape painting for the next 2 centuries. East Sculpture Hall, Jean-Louis Lemoyne, Diana, dated 1724. Girlish and slightly awkward, her skirts disheveled by the breeze, Diana is shown as though embarking on a woodland jaunt. The turning figure of the goddess, the poised, expectant look of her dog, and the lightness of her simple drapery lend a sense of buoyancy and delicacy to the ponderous weight of the marble. Lemoyne's surviving masterpiece, this statue formed part of a group executed by several 18th century French sculptors for the gardens at the Château de la Muette at Marly, a royal retreat and hunting lodge near Paris. This sculptural series helped to generate a new interest in graceful vitality, replacing the earlier ideals of serene monumentality in European statuary. Gallery 55, Jean-Honoré Fragonard, A Young Girl Reading, painted circa 1776. The delicate Rococo style of the 1700s culminates in the work of Fragonard, court painter to Louis XVI. Indeed, an intimate portrayal such as this typifies Rococo taste. Stabilized only by the straight wall and armrest, curving lines wind through the composition. Fragonard's fascination with the irregular extends to the positioning of the girl's hand and the boneless curl of her little finger, to the interlacings of her hair ribbons and the bows on her gown. The radiant golden quality of the light and the frothy texture of the paint add to the picture's sensuous warmth. Gallery 56, Jacques-Louis David, Napoleon in His Study, dated 1812. Sensitive to the political aspirations of his sitter, David has here chosen an activity, a time, and a setting that subtly but pointedly illuminate the tenacity and drive of the conqueror Napoleon. With the clock pointing to 4:13, and with candles guttering, Napoleon is presumably rising from a night of work. His dress uniform is wrinkled and his face unshaven. The study is littered with symbols of power, the sword alluding to Napoleon's military conquests, and the scroll on the desk representing the Napoleonic Code, still the basis of French law. The crisp silhouettes and dark colors typify the neoclassical style that followed the French Revolution of 1789. British art, galleries 57 to 59 and 61. The history of 16th century England was characterized by unstable, often short-lived alliances made with her several continental neighbors. No wonder, then, that the influx and influence of foreign artists during this and the following century reflects the diversity of political ties between England and Europe. In the 1500s, the German Hans Holbein the Younger, Gallery 40, was court artist to Henry VIII soon after that monarch's audacious break with the Church, and in the 1600s, the Fleming Anthony van Dyck, Galleries 42 and 43, was in the employ of Charles I. In the 18th century, however, when England became a leading maritime and industrial nation under George III and George IV, a large group of native British painters emerged, and in 1768 the Royal Academy was founded in London. The portraitists were led by Sir Joshua Reynolds, first president of the Royal Academy, and Thomas Gainsborough, noted for his virtuoso brushwork. Among their contemporaries and followers were Romney, Hopner, Raeburn, and Lawrence. In the early 1800s, England produced two landscapists who achieved international reputations. Constable was basically a realist in his study of scenes in natural light. Turner, however, was a romantic who interpreted the moods of nature. Gallery 59. Thomas Gainsborough, Mrs. Richard Brinsley Sheridan, painted probably 1785, 1786. With a feeling for theatricality, Gainsborough interplays the frail figure of a young woman and the powerful mood of nature to establish a perfect setting for the celebrated actress and wife of the playwright and politician Sheridan. Born Elizabeth Linley, she was Gainsborough's lifelong friend. A motif common to the 18th century, the Age of Enlightenment, was the use of nature and an informal pose to achieve unaffected simplicity. In this portrait, however, early signs of romanticism are clearly seen in the dramatic quality of the blowing trees and windswept figure contrasted with the calm features of the finely modeled face. Gainsborough normally painted under candlelight to give a glow and flickering liveliness to his sitters, and sometimes used 6-foot-long brushes to avoid finicky detailing. Gallery 57. Joseph Mallard William Turner, Keelman Heaving in Coals by Moonlight, painted probably in 1835. Turner's exaggerated rendition of Moonlight was criticized by conservatives when this night scene on the River Tyne was exhibited at the Royal Academy in 1835. Cutting through the center of the painting, the arched curve of brilliant light transforms the reality of a gritty industrial scene into an appealingly romantic seascape, and brings the world of man into accord with nature. Through the misty English air and against the thinly painted sky, the moon shimmers forth as a disk of thick white paint. American art, galleries 60, 60A, 60B, 62, and 64 through 68. Established as a subculture of the mother country, the American colonies looked to England for leadership in the arts. Ambitious painters, finding no opportunity for formal training in the colonies, went to study in Europe. Benjamin West, a Pennsylvania Quaker, after 3 years in Italy, in 1763 established himself in London, where he achieved such renown that he became history painter to King George III, and was later appointed second president of the Royal Academy of Arts. Until after the Civil War, the best training was still abroad, but usually the American students returned to the United States, where a growing urban society with more leisure was providing a market for works of art. During the first half of the 19th century, many untrained artists, working in the cities but more often traveling about the countryside, provided naive or primitive pictures for the ever-increasing middle classes. Up to this time, the artist had been mainly a portraitist, but with the invention of the camera in 1839, he had to shift his emphasis, and by mid-century, America had a thriving school of landscape painters whose works fit a national pride in the great wild terrain of the New World. After the Civil War, however, these landscapes also appealed to a populace seeking relief in the ideal world of a quiet countryside, away from the humdrum of dirty cities that were springing up everywhere, the result of the Industrial Revolution. Thomas Eakins and Winslow Homer were the great turn-of-the-century artists. They portrayed American life and scenery with straightforward candor. Their example has been carried on by some modern American artists who, fascinated with the urban growth of the 1900s, have emphasized the vitality of city life. These include painters such as Henry, Bellows, and Sloan. More recently, abstract art has been in the forefront of American painting. Gallery 64, John Singleton Copley, Watson and the Shark, dated 1778. Unusual in European art, the sense of immediacy in this rescue scene was an American innovation, and it assured Copley's reputation in Britain while furthering the importance of realism in narrative painting. The successful merchant and former English sailor, Brooke Watson, commissioned the young American artist who had settled in London to depict an adventure that occurred in the sailor's youth. Watson had been attacked by a shark while swimming in Havana, Cuba, in 1749. Using a fresh approach, Copley recaptured the horror of that event by lending vivid emotions to the rescuers, cowardice, fear, compassion, and by catching the helpless fright of the boy. Gallery 60B, Gilbert Stuart, The Skater, painted in 1782. Artist and subject, while breaking from the first posing session for this portrait, took to the fresh air and exercise of skating on the frozen Serpentine in London's Hyde Park. The sport gave Stuart a novel idea, which he translated with a free-spirited freshness and vigor. Commissioned by Mr. William Grant, this, Stuart's first full-length portrait, was a triumph at the Royal Academy exhibition in 1782. Unlike West, under whom he studied, and Copley, another American artist, Gilbert Stuart eventually returned to the United States, achieving further fame with his innumerable portraits of George Washington. Painted in 1795, the famous portrait in Gallery 62 is believed to be his first life study of the president. End of Section 2, read by Verla Vieira in Las Cruces, New Mexico, USA, June 10th, 2023. Section 3 of Catalogs to Sleep By. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Excerpts from Crosby, Lockwood & Sons' Catalog of Scientific, Technical, and Industrial Books by Crosby, Lockwood & Son, 1901. Marine engineering, shipbuilding, navigation, etc. The Naval Architect's and Shipbuilder's Pocketbook of Formulae, Rules, and Tables, and Marine Engineers and Surveyors' Handybook of Reference by Clement Mackrell, M.I.N.A. 7th edition, 700 pages, with 300 illustrations. Foolscap, leather. 12 shillings 6 pence. Wanen's Marine Engineer's Guide to Board of Trade Examinations for Certificates of Competency, containing all latest questions to date, with simple, clear, and correct solutions, elementary and verbal questions and answers, complete set of drawings with statements completed by A. C. Wanen, C.E., and E. W. I. Wanen, M.I.M.E., illustrated with numerous engravings. Crown octavo, 370 pages, cloth, 8 shillings 6 pence. Wanen's Marine Engineer's Pocketbook, containing the latest Board of Trade rules and data for marine engineers, by A. C. Wanen, 2nd edition, carefully revised. Square octodecimo, with thumb index, leather, 5 shillings. Marine Engines and Steam Vessels, a Treatise on, by Robert Murray, C.E., 8th edition, thoroughly revised, with considerable additions by the author, and by George Carlyle, C.E., Senior Surveyor to the Board of Trade, 12mo, cloth, 4 shillings 6 pence. Sea terms, phrases, and words, technical dictionary of, used in the English and French languages, English-French, French-English, for the use of seamen, engineers, pilots, shipbuilders, ship owners, and shipbrokers, compiled by W. Peary, late of the African Steamship Company. Foolscap octavo, cloth limp, 5 shillings. Electric Ship Lighting, a handbook on the practical fitting and running of ship's electrical plant for the use of ship owners and builders, marine electricians, and seagoing engineers in charge, by J. W. Urquhart, author of Electric Light, Dynamo Construction, etc. 2nd edition, revised and extended, 326 pages with 88 illustrations. Crown octavo, cloth, just published, 7 shillings 6 pence. Marine Engineer's Pocketbook, consisting of useful tables and formulae, by Frank Proctor, AINA, 3rd edition, Royal 32mo, leather, gilt edges, with strap, 4 shillings. Elementary Engineering, a manual for young marine engineers and apprentices, in the form of questions and answers on metals, alloys, strength of materials, construction and management of marine engines and boilers, geometry, etc., etc., with an appendix of useful tables, by J. S. Brewer. Crown octavo, cloth, 1 shilling 6 pence. Practical Navigation, consisting of the Sailor's Sea Book, by James Greenwood and W. H. Rosser, together with the exquisite mathematical and nautical tables for the working of the problems, by Henry Law, C.E., and Professor J. R. Young, illustrated, 12mo, strongly half-bound, 7 shillings. Marine Engineer's Drawing Book, adapted to the requirements of the Board of Trade Examinations, by John Locke, C.E., with 22 plates, drawn to scale, Royal octavo, cloth, 3 shillings 6 pence. The Art and Science of Sailmaking, by Samuel B. Sadler, practical sailmaker, late in the employment of Messrs. Ratsey and Hapthorne, of Cowes and Gosport, with plates and other illustrations, small quarto, cloth, 12 shillings 6 pence. Chain cables and chains, comprising sizes and curves of links, studs, etc., Iron for cables and chains, chain cable and chain making, forming and welding links, strengths of cables and chains, certificates for cables, marking cables, prices of chain cables and chains, historical notes, statutory tests, charge for testing, list of manufacturers of cables, etc., etc. By Thomas W. Trail, FERN, MICE, Engineer Surveyor-in-Chief, Board of Trade, Inspector of Chain Cable and Anchor Proving Establishments, and General Superintendent, Lloyd's Committee on Proving Establishments, with numerous tables, illustrations, and lithographic drawings, folio, cloth, beveled boards, 2 pounds, 2 shillings. Electricity, electrical engineering, etc. Submarine telegraphs, their history, construction, and working. Founded in part on Bunzendorf's Traité de télégraphie sous-marine, and compiled from authoritative and exclusive sources. By Charles Bright, FRSE. Super Royal Octavo, about 780 pages, fully illustrated, including maps and folding plates. Just published, net 3 pounds, 3 shillings. The Electrical Engineer's Pocketbook, consisting of modern rules, formulae, tables, and data. By H.R. Kemp, MIEE, AMICE, Technical Officer, Postal Telegraphs, author of a Handbook of Electrical Testing, The Engineer's Yearbook, etc. Second edition, thoroughly revised, with additions, with numerous illustrations. Royal 32 Mo, oblong, leather, 5 shillings. Electric light fitting, a handbook for working electrical engineers, embodying practical notes on installation management. By J. W. Urquhart, electrician, author of Electric Light, etc. With numerous illustrations. Third edition, revised, with additions. Crown octavo, cloth. Just published, 5 shillings. Electric light, its production and use embodying plain directions for the treatment of dynamo electric machines, batteries, accumulators, and electric lamps. By J. W. Urquhart, C.E. 6th edition, revised, with additions and 145 illustrations. Crown octavo, cloth. Just published, 7 shillings, 6 pence. Dynamo construction, a practical handbook for the use of engineer constructors and electricians in charge, embracing framework building, field magnet and armature winding and grouping, compounding, etc., with examples of leading English, American, and continental dynamos and motors. By J. W. Urquhart, author of Electric Light, etc. Second edition, enlarged, with 114 illustrations. Crown octavo, cloth. 7 shillings, 6 pence. The Management of Dynamos, a handy book of theory and practice for the use of mechanics, engineers, students, and others in charge of dynamos. By G. W. Loomis Patterson. Second edition, thoroughly revised and enlarged, with numerous illustrations. Crown octavo, cloth. Just published, 4 shillings, 6 pence. The Standard Electrical Dictionary, a popular encyclopedia of words and terms used in the practice of electrical engineering. By T. O'Connor Sloan, A.M., Ph.D. Second edition, with appendix to date. Crown octavo, 680 pages, 390 illustrations, cloth. Just published, 7 shillings, 6 pence. Electric ship lighting. A handbook on the practical fitting and running of ship's electrical plant for the use of ship owners and builders, marine electricians, and seagoing engineers in charge, by J. W. Urquhart, C.E., 2nd edition, revised and extended, 326 pages, with 88 illustrations, Crown octavo, cloth, just published, 7 shillings 6 pence. Electric light for country houses. A practical handbook on the erection and running of small installations, with particulars of the cost of plant and working, by J. H. Knight, 2nd edition, revised, Crown octavo, wrapper, just published, 1 shilling. Electrical lighting. Elementary Principles of, by Alan A. Campbell Swenton, M.I.C.E., M.I.E.E., 4th edition, revised, with 16 illustrations, Crown octavo, cloth, just published, 1 shilling 6 pence. Dynamic Electricity and Magnetism, by Philip Atkinson, A.M., Ph.D., author of Elements of Static Electricity, etc. Crown octavo, 417 pages, with 120 illustrations, cloth, 10 shillings 6 pence. Power transmitted by electricity and applied by the electric motor, including electric railway construction, by P. Atkinson, A.M., Ph.D., with 96 illustrations, Crown octavo, cloth, 7 shillings 6 pence. How to Make a Dynamo, a practical treatise for amateurs, containing numerous illustrations and detailed instructions for constructing a small dynamo to produce the electric light, by Alfred Crofts, 6th edition, revised and enlarged, Crown octavo, cloth, just published, 2 shillings. The Student's Textbook of Electricity, by H. M. Node, F.R.S., cheaper edition, 650 pages, with 470 illustrations, Crown octavo, cloth, 9 shillings. Architecture, building, etc. Practical building construction, a handbook for students preparing for examinations, and a book of reference for persons engaged in building, by John Parnell Allen, surveyor, lecturer on building construction at the Durham College of Science, Newcastle-on-Tyne, 3rd edition, revised and enlarged, medium octavo, 450 pages, with 1,000 illustrations, cloth, just published, 7 shillings 6 pence. Practical Masonry, a guide to the art of stone cutting, comprising the construction, setting out, and working of stairs, circular work, arches, niches, domes, pentatives, vaults, tracery windows, etc., etc., for the use of students, masons, and other workmen, by William R. Purchase, Building Inspector to the Borough of Hove, 3rd edition, with glossary of terms, Royal octavo, 142 pages, with 52 lithographic plates, comprising nearly 400 separate diagrams, cloth, just published, 7 shillings 6 pence. Concrete, Its Nature and Uses, a book for architects, builders, contractors, and clerks of works, by George L. Sutcliffe, A.R.I.B.A., 350 pages, with numerous illustrations, Crown octavo, cloth, 7 shillings 6 pence. The Mechanics of Architecture, a treatise on applied mechanics, especially adapted to the use of architects, by E. W. Tarn, M.A., author of The Science of Building, etc. Second edition, enlarged, illustrated with 125 diagrams, crown octavo, cloth, 7s. 6d. Lockwood's Builder's Price Book for 1900, a comprehensive handbook of the latest prices and data for builders, architects, engineers, and contractors, reconstructed, rewritten, and greatly enlarged, by Francis T. W. Miller. 800 closely printed pages, crown octavo, cloth, 4s. The Decorative Part of Civil Architecture, by Sir William Chambers, F.R.S., with portrait, illustrations, notes, and an examination of Grecian architecture, by Joseph Gwilt, F.S.A., revised and edited by W. H. Leeds. 66 plates, quarto, cloth, 21s. A handy book of villa architecture, being a series of designs for villa residences in various styles, with outline specifications and estimates, by C. Wicks, architect, author of The Spires and Towers of England, etc. 61 plates, quarto, half morocco, gilt edges, £1, 11s. 6d. The Architect's Guide, being a textbook of useful information for architects, engineers, surveyors, contractors, clerks of works, etc., etc. By Frederick Rogers, architect, 3rd edition, crown octavo, cloth, 3s. 6d. Architectural Perspective, the whole course and operations of the draftsman in drawing a large house in linear perspective, illustrated by 43 folding plates, by F. O. Ferguson, 2nd edition, enlarged, octavo, boards, 3s. 6d. Practical Rules on Drawing, for the Operative Builder and Young Student in Architecture, by George Pine. 14 plates, quarto, boards, 7s. 6d. Measuring and Valuing Artificer's Work, the Student's Guide to the Practice of, containing directions for taking dimensions, abstracting the same, and bringing the quantities into bill, with tables of constants for valuation of labor and for the calculation of areas and solidities. Originally edited by E. Dobson, architect, with additions by E. W. Tarn, M.A., 7th edition, revised, with 8 plates and 63 woodcuts, crown octavo, cloth, just published, 7s. 6d. Technical Guide, Measurer, and Estimator for Builders and Surveyors, containing technical directions for measuring work in all the building trades, complete specifications for houses, roads, and drains, and an easy method of estimating the parts of a building collectively, by A. C. Beaton, 9th edition, waistcoat pocket size, gilt edges, 1s. 6d. Constructional iron and steel work, as applied to public, private, and domestic buildings, a practical treatise for architects, students, and builders, by F. Campen, crown octavo, cloth, just published, 3s. 6d. Specifications for Practical Architecture, a guide to the architect, engineer, surveyor, and builder, with an essay on the structure and science of modern buildings, upon the basis of the work by Alfred Bartholomew, thoroughly revised, corrected, and greatly added to by Frederick Rogers, architect. 3rd edition, revised, octavo, cloth, 15 shillings. The House Owner's Estimator, or What Will It Cost to Build, Alter, or Repair? A price book for unprofessional people as well as the architectural surveyor and builder, by J.D. Simon, edited by F.T.W. Miller, ARIBA, 5th edition, carefully revised, Crown octavo, cloth, just published, net 3 shillings 6 pence. Natural Science, etc. The Visible Universe. Chapters on the Origin and Construction of the Heavens, by J. E. Gore, F.R.A.S., author of Star Groups, etc. Illustrated by 6 stellar photographs and 12 plates. Demi-octavo, cloth, 16 shillings. Star Groups, A Student's Guide to the Constellations, by J. Ellard Gore, F.R.A.S., M.R.I.A., etc., author of The Visible Universe, The Scenery of the Heavens, etc., with 30 maps. Small quarto, cloth, 5 shillings. An Astronomical Glossary, or Dictionary of Terms Used in Astronomy, with tables of data and lists of remarkable and interesting celestial objects, by J. Ellard Gore, F.R.A.S., author of The Visible Universe, etc. Small crown octavo, cloth, 2 shillings 6 pence. The Microscope, Its Construction and Management, including technique, photomicrography, and the past and future of the microscope, by Dr. Henry Van Herk, re-edited and augmented from the 4th French edition, and translated by Wen E. Baxter, F.G.S., 400 pages, with upwards of 250 woodcuts. Imperial octavo, cloth, 18 shillings. Astronomy, by the late Reverend Robert Main, M.A., F.R.S., 3rd edition, revised by William Thine Lynn, B.A., F.R.A.S., formerly of the Royal Observatory, Greenwich, 12mo, cloth, 2 shillings. A Manual of the Mollusca, a treatise on recent and fossil shells, by S. P. Woodward, A.L.S., F.G.S., with an appendix on recent and fossil conchological discoveries, by Ralph Tate, A.L.S., F.G.S., with 23 plates and upwards of 300 woodcuts. Reprint of 4th edition, 1880. Crown octavo, cloth, 7 shillings 6 pence. The Twin Records of Creation, or Geology and Genesis, Their Perfect Harmony and Wonderful Concord, by G. W. V. Laveau, octavo, cloth, 5 shillings. Handbook of Mechanics, by Dr. Lardner, enlarged and rewritten by Benjamin Lowy, F.R.A.S., 378 illustrations, post octavo, cloth, 6 shillings. Handbook of Hydrostatics and Pneumatics, by Dr. Lardner, new edition, revised and enlarged by Benjamin Lowy, F.R.A.S., with 236 illustrations, post octavo, cloth, 5 shillings. Handbook of Heat, by Dr. Lardner, edited and rewritten by Benjamin Lowy, F.R.A.S., etc., 117 illustrations, post octavo, cloth, 6 shillings. Handbook of Optics, by Dr. Lardner, new edition, edited by T. Oliver Harding, B.A., London, with 298 illustrations, small octavo, 448 pages, cloth, 5 shillings. Electricity, Magnetism, and Acoustics by Dr. Lardner. Edited by George Carey Foster, B.A., FCS, with 400 illustrations. Small octavo, cloth, 5 shillings. Handbook of Astronomy by Dr. Lardner, 4th edition, revised and edited by Edwin Duncan, FRAS, Royal Observatory, Greenwich, with 38 plates and upwards of 100 woodcuts, octavo, cloth, 9 shillings 6 pence. Museum of Science and Art, edited by Dr. Lardner, with upwards of 1,200 engravings, in 6 double volumes, £1, 1 shilling, in a new and elegant cloth binding, or handsomely bound in half morocco, £1, 11 shilling 6 pence. Separate books formed from the above. Common Things Explained, 5 shillings. The Microscope, 2 shillings cloth. Popular Geology, 2 shillings 6 pence, cloth. Popular Physics, 2 shillings 6 pence, cloth. Steam and its Uses, 2 shillings, cloth. Popular Astronomy, 4 shillings 6 pence, cloth. The Bee and White Ants, 2 shillings, cloth. The Electric Telegraph, 1 shilling 6 pence. Natural Philosophy for Schools by Dr. Lardner, Foolscap octavo, 3 shillings 6 pence. Animal Physiology for Schools by Dr. Lardner, Foolscap octavo, 3 shillings 6 pence. The Electric Telegraph by Dr. Lardner, revised by E. B. Bright, FRAS, Foolscap octavo, 2 shillings 6 pence. Industrial Arts, Trades, and Manufactures. Tea Machinery and Tea Factories, a descriptive treatise on the mechanical appliances required in the cultivation of the tea plant and the preparation of tea for the market, by A. J. Wallace Taylor, AMICE, medium octavo, 468 pages, with 218 illustrations. Just published. Net, 25 shillings. Flour Manufacture, a treatise on milling science and practice, by Friedrich Kick, Professor of Mechanical Technology in the Imperial German Polytechnic Institute, Prague. Translated from the second enlarged and revised edition, with supplement, by H. P. Powells, Associate Member, Institution of Civil Engineers. Nearly 400 pages, illustrated with 28 folding plates and 167 woodcuts. Royal octavo, cloth, £1, 5 shillings. Cotton Manufacture, a manual of practical instruction of the processes of opening, carding, combing, drying, doubling, and spinning of cotton, the methods of dyeing, etc., for the use of operatives, overlookers, and manufacturers, by John Lister, Technical Instructor, Pendleton, octavo, cloth, 7 shillings 6 pence. Modern Cycles, a practical handbook on their construction and repair, by A. J. Wallace Taylor, AMICE, author of Refrigerating Machinery, etc., with upwards of 300 illustrations. Crown octavo, cloth, just published, 10 shillings 6 pence. Cements, Pastes, Glues, and Gums, a practical guide to the manufacture and application of the various agglutinants required in the building, metalworking, woodworking, and leatherworking trades, and for workshop, laboratory, or office use. with upwards of 900 recipes and formulae, by H. C. Standage, chemist. 3rd edition, crown octavo, cloth, just published, 2 shillings. The Art of Soap Making, a practical handbook of the manufacture of hard and soft soaps, toilet soaps, etc., including many new processes, and a chapter on the recovery of glycerin from waste lye, by Alexander Watt, 5th edition, revised, with an appendix on modern candle making, crown octavo, cloth, 7 shillings, 6 pence. Practical Paper Making, a manual for paper makers and owners and managers of paper mills, with tables, calculations, etc., by G. Clapperton, papermaker, with illustrations of fibers from microphotographs, crown octavo, cloth, 5 shillings. The Art of Paper Making, a practical handbook of the manufacture of paper from rags, esparto, straw, and other fibrous materials, including the manufacture of pulp from wood fiber, with a description of the machinery and appliances used, to which are added details of processes for recovering soda from waste liquors, by Alexander Watt, author of The Art of Soap Making, with illustrations, crown octavo, cloth, 7 shillings, 6 pence. A treatise on paper, for printers and stationers, with an outline of paper manufacture, complete tables of sizes and specimens of different kinds of paper, by Richard Parkinson, late of the Manchester Technical School, demi-octavo, cloth, just published, 3 shillings, 6 pence. The Art of Leather Manufacture, being a practical handbook in which the operations of tanning, currying, and leather dressing are fully described, and the principles of tanning explained, and many recent processes introduced, as also methods for the estimation of tannin, and a description of the arts of glue boiling, gut dressing, etc., by Alexander Watt, author of Soap Making, etc., 4th edition, crown octavo, cloth, 9 shillings. The Art of Boot and Shoe Making, a practical handbook including measurement, last fitting, cutting out, closing, and making, with a description of the most approved machinery employed, by John B. Leno, late editor of St. Crispin and the Boot and Shoemaker, 12mo, cloth, 2 shillings. Wood Engraving, a practical and easy introduction to the study of the art, by W. N. Brown, 12mo, cloth, 1 shilling, 6 pence. Modern Horology in Theory and Practice, translated from the French of Claudius Saunier, ex-director of the School of Horology at Macon, by Julian Triplin, F.R.A.S., Besançon watch manufacturer, and Edward Rigg, M.A., assayer in the Royal Mint, with 78 woodcuts and 22 colored copper plates. 2nd edition, Super Royal Octavo, cloth, 2 pounds 2 shillings, half calf, 2 pounds 10 shillings. The Watch Adjuster's Manual, a practical guide for the watch and chronometer adjuster in making springing, timing, and adjusting for isochronism, positions, and temperatures, by C. E. Fritz, 370 pages, with illustrations, octavo, cloth, 16 shillings. The Watchmaker's Handbook, intended as a workshop companion for those engaged in watchmaking and the allied mechanical arts, translated from the French of Claudius Saunier and enlarged by Julian Triplin, F.R.A.S., and Edward Rigg, M.A., Assayer in the Royal Mint. 3rd edition, 8vo, cloth, 9s. A History of Watches and Other Timekeepers by James F. Kendall, M.B.H. Institutional Boards, 1s. 6d, or cloth, gilt, 2s. 6d. Electrodeposition. A practical treatise on the electrolysis of gold, silver, copper, nickel, and other metals and alloys, with descriptions of voltaic batteries, magneto and dynamo electric machines, thermopiles, and of the materials and processes used in every department of the art, and several chapters on electrometallurgy, by Alexander Watt, author of Electrometallurgy, etc. 3rd edition, revised. Crown 8vo, cloth, 9s. Electrometallurgy, practically treated, by Alexander Watt, 10th edition, including the most recent processes, 12mo, cloth, 3s. 6d. Jeweler's Assistant in Working in Gold. A practical treatise for masters and workmen, compiled from the experience of 30 years workshop practice, by George E. G., author of the Goldsmith's Handbook, etc. Crown 8vo, cloth, 7s. 6d. Electroplating. A practical handbook on the deposition of copper, silver, nickel, gold, aluminium, brass, platinum, etc., etc., by J. W. Urquhart, C.E. 4th edition, revised. Crown 8vo, cloth, just published, 5s. Electrotyping. The reproduction and multiplication of printing surfaces and works of art by the electrodeposition of metals, by J. W. Urquhart, C.E. Crown 8vo, cloth, 5s. Goldsmith's Handbook, by George E. G., jeweler, etc. 5th edition, 12mo, cloth, 3s. Silversmith's Handbook, by George E. G., jeweler, etc. 3rd edition, with numerous illustrations, 12mo, cloth, 3s. The above two works together, strongly half-bound, price 7s. Sheet Metal Worker's Instructor, comprising a selection of geometrical problems and practical rules for describing the various patterns required by zinc, sheet iron, copper, and tin plate workers, by Reuben Henry Warne. New edition, revised and greatly enlarged, by Joseph G. Horner, A.M.I.M.E. Crown 8vo, 254 pages, with 430 illustrations. Cloth. Just published, 7s. 6d. Bread and Biscuit Bakers and Sugar Boiler's Assistant, including a large variety of modern recipes, with remarks on the art of bread making, by Robert Wells, 3rd edition, Crown 8vo, cloth, 2s. Pastry Cook and Confectioner's Guide, for hotels, restaurants, and the trade in general, adapted also for family use, by R. Wells, author of The Bread and Biscuit Baker, Crown 8vo, cloth, 2s. Ornamental Confectionery, a guide for bakers, confectioners, and pastry cooks, including a variety of modern recipes and remarks on decorative and colored work, with 129 original designs, by Robert Wells, 2nd edition, Crown 8vo, 5s. The Modern Flour Confectioner, wholesale and retail, containing a large collection of recipes for cheap cakes, biscuits, etc., with remarks on the ingredients used in their manufacture. By Robert Wells, author of The Bread and Biscuit Baker, etc. Crown octavo. Cloth, 2 shillings. Rubber hand stamps and the manipulation of rubber. A practical treatise on the manufacture of India rubber hand stamps, small articles of India rubber, the hectograph, special inks, cements, and allied subjects, by T. O'Connor Sloan, A.M., Ph.D., with numerous illustrations. Square octavo, cloth, 5 shillings. Handy books for handicrafts, by Paul N. Hasluck, editor of Work, new series, author of Lathe Work, Milling Machines, etc. Crown octavo, 144 pages. Price, 1 shilling each. The Metal Turner's Handybook, a practical manual for workers at the foot lathe, with over 100 illustrations, 1 shilling. The Wood Turner's Handybook, a practical manual for workers at the lathe, with over 100 illustrations, 1 shilling. The Watch Jobber's Handybook, a practical manual on cleaning, repairing, and adjusting, with upwards of 100 illustrations, 1 shilling. The Pattern Maker's Handybook, a practical manual on the construction of patterns for founders, with upwards of 100 illustrations, 1 shilling. The Mechanic's Workshop Handybook, a practical manual on mechanical manipulation, embracing information on various handicraft processes, with useful notes and miscellaneous memoranda, comprising about 200 subjects, 1 shilling. The Model Engineer's Handybook, a practical manual on the construction of model steam engines, with upwards of 100 illustrations, 1 shilling. The Clock Jobber's Handybook, a practical manual on cleaning, repairing, and adjusting, with upwards of 100 illustrations, 1 shilling. The Cabinet Maker's Handybook, a practical manual on the tools, materials, appliances, and processes employed in cabinet work, with upwards of 100 illustrations, 1 shilling. The Woodworker's Handybook of Manual Instruction, embracing information on the tools, materials, appliances, and processes employed in woodworking, with 104 illustrations, 1 shilling. Commerce, Counting Housework, Tables, etc. Lessons in Commerce, by Professor R. Gambaro of the Royal High Commercial School at Genoa, edited and revised by James Galt, Professor of Commerce and Commercial Law in King's College, London. 2nd edition, revised, Crown octavo, 3 shillings 6 pence. The Foreign Commercial Correspondent, being aids to commercial correspondence in 5 languages, English, French, German, Italian, and Spanish, by Conrad E. Baker, 2nd edition, Crown octavo, cloth, 3 shillings 6 pence. Factory Accounts, Their Principles and Practice, a handbook for accountants and manufacturers, with appendices on the nomenclature of machine details, the Income Tax Acts, the rating of factories, fire and boiler insurance, the Factory and Workshop Acts, etc., including also a glossary of terms and a large number of specimen rulings, by Emil Gark and J. M. Fells, 4th edition, revised and enlarged, demi-octavo, 250 pages, strongly bound, 6 shillings. Modern Metrology, a manual of the metrical units and systems of the present century, with an appendix containing a proposed English system, by Lois D. A. Jackson, AMICE, author of Aid to Survey Practice, etc. Large crown octavo, cloth, 12 shillings 6 pence. A series of metric tables, in which the British standard measures and weights are compared with those of the metric system at present in use on the continent, by C. H. Dowling, C.E. Octavo, strongly bound, 10 shillings 6 pence. The Iron and Metal Trades Companion, for expeditiously ascertaining the value of any goods bought or sold by weight, by Thomas Downey, 396 pages, leather, 9 shillings. Number, weight, and fractional calculator, containing upwards of 250,000 separate calculations, showing at a glance the value of 422 different rates, ranging from 1/128th of a penny to 20 shillings each, of any number of articles consecutively from 1 to 470, by William Chadwick, Public Accountant, 3rd edition, revised, octavo, strongly bound, 18 shillings. The weight calculator, being a series of tables upon a new and comprehensive plan, exhibiting at one reference the exact value of any weight from 1 pound to 15 tons, at 300 progressive rates, and containing 186,000 direct answers, which, with their combinations, consisting of a single addition, mostly to be performed at sight, will afford an aggregate of 10,266,000 answers, the whole being calculated and designed to ensure correctness and promote dispatch, by Henry Harbin, Accountant, 5th edition, carefully corrected. Royal octavo, strongly half bound, 1 pound 5 shillings. The Discount Guide, comprising several series of tables for the use of merchants, manufacturers, ironmongers, and others, by which may be ascertained the exact profit arising from any mode of using discounts, either in the purchase or sale of goods, and the method of either altering a rate of discount or advancing a price so as to produce, by one operation, a sum that will realize any required profit after allowing one or more discounts, to which are added tables of profit or advance from 1 1/4 to 90%, tables of discount from 1 1/4 to 98 3/4%, and tables of commission, etc., from 1/8 to 10%. By Henry Harbin, Accountant, new edition, corrected, demi-octavo, half bound, 1 pound 5 shillings. Tables of wages at 54, 52, 50, and 48 hours per week, showing the amounts of wages from 1/4 of an hour to 64 hours, in each case at rates of wages advancing by 1 shilling from 4 shillings to 55 shillings per week, by Thomas Garbutt, Accountant, square crown octavo, half bound, 6 shillings. Iron plate weight tables, for iron shipbuilders, engineers, and iron merchants, containing the calculated weights of upwards of 150,000 different sizes of iron plates, from 1 foot by 6 inches by 1/4 inch, to 10 feet by 5 feet by 1 inch, worked out on the basis of 40 pounds to the square foot of iron of 1 inch in thickness, by H. Burlinson and W. H. Simpson, quarto, half bound, 1 pound 5 shillings. Mathematical tables, actuarial, comprising commutation and conversion tables, logarithms, co-logarithms, antilogarithms, and reciprocals, by J.W. Gordon. Royal Octavo, mounted on canvas in cloth case. Just published, 5 shillings. Law and Miscellaneous. Modern Journalism. A Handbook of Instruction and Counsel for the Young Journalist, by John B. Mackey, Fellow of the Institute of Journalists. Crown Octavo, cloth, 2 shillings. Handbook for Solicitors and Engineers, engaged in promoting private acts of Parliament and provisional orders for the authorization of railways, tramways, gas and waterworks, etc., by L. Livingstone Macassey, of the Middle Temple, Barrister at Law, M.I.C.E. Octavo, cloth, £1, 5 shillings. Patents for Inventions, How to Procure Them, compiled for the use of inventors, patentees, and others, by G. G. M. Hardingham, A.M.I.C.E., etc. Demi-octavo, cloth, 1 shilling 6 pence. Conciliation and Arbitration in Labor Disputes, a historical sketch and brief statement of the present position of the question at home and abroad, by J. S. Jeanes, author of England's Supremacy, etc. Crown Octavo, 200 pages, cloth, 2 shillings 6 pence. Every Man's Own Lawyer, a handy book of the principles of law and equity, with a concise dictionary of legal terms, by a barrister. 37th edition, carefully revised, and including new Acts of Parliament of 1899, comprising the London Government Act, 1899, Sale of Food and Drugs Act, 1899, Infectious Diseases Notification Act, 1899, Small Dwellings Acquisition Act, 1899, Commons Act, 1899, besides the Benefices Act, 1898, Marriage Act, 1898, Inebriates Acts, 1898 and 1899, Criminal Evidence Act, 1898, Vaccination Act, 1898, etc. Judicial decisions during the year have also been duly noted. Crown Octavo, 750 pages, strongly bound in cloth. Just published, 6 shillings 8 pence. The Pawnbrokers, Factors, and Merchants' Guide to the Law of Loans and Pledges, with the statutes and a digest of cases, by H. C. Folcard, Barrister at Law. Cloth, 3 shillings 6 pence. Labor Contracts, a popular handbook on the law of contracts for works and services, by David Gibbons, 4th edition, with appendix of statutes, by T. F. Utley, Solicitor. Foolscap Octavo, cloth, 3 shillings 6 pence. Summary of the Factory and Workshop Acts, 1878 to 1891, for the use of manufacturers and managers, by Emile Gark and J. M. Fells, reprinted from Factory Accounts. Crown Octavo, sewed, 6 pence. End of Section 3. Read by Verla Vieira in Las Cruces, New Mexico, USA, June 14th, 2023. Section 4 of Catalogs to Sleep By. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Excerpts from a popular catalog of extraordinary curiosities by the National Institute for the Promotion of Science, 1859. Arranged in the building belonging to the Patent Office. Curiosities collected from all parts of the world by the officers of the Army and Navy of the United States. Curious and strange articles presented by private individuals revolutionary relics of extraordinary interest, articles of immense value, presented to the United States government and its officers, deposited here according to law. Washington, published by Alfred Hunter, 1859. Entered according to the Act of Congress in the year 1854 by Alfred Hunter, in the Clerk's Office of the District Court, District of Columbia. Patent Office Building, Department of the Interior. Honorable Jacob Thompson, Secretary of Interior. Catalogue. In entering, you will observe a large and magnificent hall. The only failure of architectural effort, the visitor will readily observe, is the introduction of a colonnade, with an entablature across and under the end of the great arch, which admits light north of the dome. It is useless on the score of stability or construction, and impedes the grand coup d'oeil of this chaste and classical interior. The architect, Mr. Mills, was compelled to change his plans for this room, which contemplated a finish like that in the east wing. The blemish is often pointed out by the intelligent and courteous officer in charge. If you wish to go through in a regular order of the catalogue, turn to the right as you enter and commence, and you will find every curiosity in painting noticed regularly in its turn. On the side above the desk, 3 views in British Guiana, the frame made from the wood of the country. 2 views in British Guiana. Above, portrait of Jefferson, painted by Stuart, belonging to a series of the 5 first presidents seen here. Next, number 29, is a bust, in porphyritic marble, of Ceres, the goddess of plentiful harvest, Spicea certa gerabat. Her head is covered with golden grain, and her countenance circumfused with benevolence and contentment. Number 30. Above it is a bust in high relief of Bacchus, the tutelar deity of the vineyard. The profile is of supernatural beauty. Both these masterpieces of ancient art are from Pompeii. Below, a typographical tableau in commemoration of a printer's jubilee in Leipzig, Saxony. Opposite are 2 very beautiful marble statuettes found in excavating the ruins of Pompeii. Number 52. Bust of John Vaughan, the venerable philanthropist. He was consul at Philadelphia for several nations, and spent a lifetime in acts of benevolence. Died January 1, 1842. Number 48. Honorable George McDuffie, artist, Clark Mills. Between which is number 27, the bust of Dixon H. Lewis, Senator from Alabama. Alcove, Case 53. To enter, knock at the door. Are specimens of the productions of the Indians in British Guiana, ancient pottery, basket work, model interior of the Indian's cabin, miniature hammock, etc. Articles from the World's Fair, London, 1851. Samples of slate, tiles, gold beater skins, etc. Case 54, opposite Case 15, alcove. Articles that were exhibited at the World's Fair, London, 1851. Number 3, cement stone, contains fossil ammonite, one of the most perfect petrifactions in any collection. Hollow tile and bricks used in the construction of some experimental cottages near Hyde Park, London, called Prince Albert's Model Cottages. The following beautiful materials were procured for inspection by Mr. Stansbury from England. Many fine specimens of cement for flooring, molding internal decorations, capitals and architraves, etc. Granite, sandstone, limestone, cement, concrete. Pottery, a set of tools used in coal mines, articles manufactured from coconut fiber, ropes, and matted clothes. Specimens of slate and coal from the English mines, all bituminous, anthracite not being found in the United Kingdom. They have, in compensation, great quantities of chalk, elegant specimens of flax. Case in window opposite 15. Mexican lance presented to W.S. Colquhoun by a discharged soldier at Matamoros, March 1847. A helmet and cuirass worn by the bodyguard of Santa Anna, the Mexican commander-in-chief and president of the Republic. Sectional portion of the flagstaff of the National Palace in the City of Mexico, taken down by order of General Scott after the capture of the capital, September 14, 1847. It was 78 feet long and 12 inches in diameter. Iron spurs, such as are in common use throughout Mexico. The rowels resemble in size the windmills of Don Quixote, more than the persuaders of a modern dragoon. Copy of Portrait of Honorable Thomas Corwin, by a lady. Engraving and description of a flying steamer, by John H. Pennington. Model of a town clock, made by William Voss of Washington. The cases on this side of the hall contain models of rejected patents. In window opposite case 18, a very curious profile cut out of a leaf by a hailstorm, July 1844, at Hastings, North River. Near window opposite case 20, a collection of continental and provincial money, one for 20 shillings, dated 25th April, 1776, issued by the Assembly of Pennsylvania and printed by Benjamin Franklin. Also what was called shin plasters in later times, issued all through the U.S. at various times. Some of the old continental money was redeemed, but the greater part was lost in the hands of the owners. At the end of hall to the right, number 31, bust of Martin Van Buren. Window opposite case 30. Fossils from Egypt, geological specimens from Thebes, pipeds, a miniature copy of the deities Osiris Amun and Nephthys, several miniature sarcophagi of blue and bluish-green calcareous stone, mask, beads, shells from the Nile. Window opposite case 38. Portrait of William Wheelwright, presented by Commander Aulick. Engraving of the clemency of Napoleon. Relics from the tomb of Mrs. Washington, near Fredericksburg, Virginia. Lines to her grave, transcribed by Miss M. E. Summers. Case in window, contains very interesting relics. Fragment of the Plymouth Rock. A piece of the tree under which Penn treated with the Indians for Pennsylvania in the year 1682. The peace that William Penn concluded with the Indians lasted more than 70 years and rendered a Quaker the idol of their affections. But when other sects shared in the government, the scene changed, and Pennsylvania had her Indian wars as well as the other colonies. The tree was situated in Kensington, Philadelphia, near the bank of the river, and was standing a few years ago. A fragment of the flag of Pizarro, the conqueror of Peru. A piece of the charter oak. Ball made of pieces of the uniform of Washington's staff officers whilst at Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Provincial money of Pennsylvania, printed by Benjamin Franklin. Continental money. Another piece of the charter oak. In 1687, Sir Edmund Andros demanded of the Assembly of Connecticut their charter, granted to them by King Charles. Extremely reluctant to surrender it, the Assembly intentionally protracted its debate until evening, when the charter was brought in. Upon a preconcerted signal, The lights were extinguished, and Captain Wadsworth, seizing the charter, bore it off under cover of night and secreted it in the hollow of an oak. The oak succumbed to a gale a year or two since, much to the regret of all. The hollow was large enough to contain 25 good-sized men. Part of the ribs of the sloop Dove, a vessel belonging to Baltimore, dug out of the cellar of J. Hopkins and Brothers. Part of the frigate Reliance, the first ship which sailed under the flag of the United States. Piece of the frigate Philadelphia, burnt by Commander Decatur. Piece of olive tree from Spezia, Sardinia, extracted from the trunk of tree by T. G. Ford. Piece of the Royal George, sunk off Spithead over 100 years ago and blown up in 1842. Piece of British ship of war Merlin, grounded in attacking the Americans at Red Bank on the Delaware, October 23, 1777. A screw from the box that contained Power's statue of Calhoun, sunk off Fire Island. A fragment of vert antique from Caesar's Palace. A fragment containing iron pyrite. Many have taken similar specimens for gold from the Alps. Closed case 27. Contains 40 boxes of beetles, all very beautiful specimens, and of natural and vivid colors. The science called entomology, which treats of this portion of animated nature, if ranking below zoology or ornithology in utility, is nevertheless not without its interest, its value, and ardent votaries. In its application to modern arts, it is perhaps more important than ornithology itself, but from the perishable and ephemeral nature of insects composing it, it throws no light upon comparative osteology and fossil organizations. Number 32. Opposite case 27 stands the bronze bust of Cuvier, the great comparative anatomist, whose researches have shed so much light on geology and the natural sciences. Very few of these busts are in existence, and all possess great value as well as interest. Artist P. Nertiu. In the window coming next are some elegant specimens of wax fruit, apples, pears, all colored, and close imitations of nature. 35. Bust of Zachary Taylor, President of the United States, who died July 9, 1850, and was succeeded by Millard Fillmore, Vice President, who served out the term of Taylor. Washington. In the center of the hall, opposite the entrance, and under the great arch and light above, we behold a statue of Washington, in plaster, by Petrick, dressed in the Revolutionary uniform, over which is thrown a military cloak. The whole figure of the hero statesman is equally in keeping with the simplicity of nature and the rules of art. He is represented in the act of resigning his commission as commander of the Continental forces. His right hand extends his commission, while the left hardly rests on the hilt of the sword. The head of the hero is bare, and reveals a countenance full of manly simplicity and noble gravity. The personal appearance of Washington is thus described: a tall figure clad in black velvet, his hair, in full dress, powdered and gathered in a large silk bag, yellow gloves on his hands, holding a cocked hat with a cockade in it, and the edges around adorned with a black feather about an inch deep. He wore knee and shoe buckles and a dress sword, with a finely wrought and polished steel hilt, which appeared at the left hip, the coat worn over the blade and appearing from under the folds behind. The scabbard was white polished leather. The birthplace of Washington is 90 miles down the Potomac from Washington City, at Bluff Point in Westmoreland County, Virginia, and about 14 miles from the landing. Among some ruins a tall chimney stands, and is all that now remains to inform the traveler that a house had existed there. Immediately beyond the chimney there is a loosened soil, presenting the appearance of an excavation in which a clump of young fig trees shoot up in wild luxuriance, a few paces from which an unadorned slab, broken in the middle, partly covered with weeds and shoots from the fig trees, almost concealed from view by the weedy products of nature, whilst cities are vying with each other in raising monuments. Washington's birth spot is indicated only by a broken slab. A large angular piece was broken off, probably by some sacrilegious hand. The lines insculptured upon it are the following: Here, the 11th of February, was Washington born. Footnote: Being old style, now 22nd February. End footnote. The slab caps a small mound of brick and earth. By standing on it, the Potomac can be seen. The waters of Pope's Creek are within a few hundred yards. Imagination brings before us here the scenes of his juvenile days. This, the ground upon which he played. There, in yonder creek, the waters in which he was wont to bathe. Franklin's Press, number 28. Opposite this is the printing press used by Dr. Franklin when a printer in London. This is a relic of rare interest, and visitors are much pleased in examining this old press, also some of the work printed on it. Number 36. Bust of Andrew Jackson, President of the United States from 1828 to 1836. Number 38. Marble bust of Joel R. Poinsett of South Carolina, Secretary of War from 1834 to 1840. A wonderful likeness of superb workmanship. Cost $500. Number 39. Following on is a bust of Dr. William Thornton, for several years Superintendent of the Patent Office, and to whose exertion the nation is principally indebted for the present splendid establishment. On the wall are portraits of Washington by Stuart. Number 14. Honorable Thomas Corwin of Ohio, artist J. M. Stanley, presented to the N.I. by the personal friends of Mr. Corwin in Washington City. Number 13. General Andrew Jackson, ex-President of the United States, artist Earl, presented to the N.I. by Major W. H. Chase, U.S. Engineers. President Madison, by Stuart. Above the press of Franklin, number 47, Honorable Peter Force, formerly mayor of this city, so well known as an eminent historian, is an active manager of the Washington Monument Society. The government has procured his services to prepare and publish its archives and state papers, but in his multifarious and important labors, he finds ample time to extend a watchful eye and fostering hand over the National Institute, of which he was the president. Lieutenant Maury now being president of the National Institute. Windows following, a case containing imitations of fruit, grain, and melons, beautifully done in wax, modeled from native fruits from various parts of the United States. Case 29. Case of beetles, admirably preserved, contained in 40 close boxes, on both sides of the case. On the case stands a fine bronze statuette of General Jackson on horseback, and is not a miniature copy of the celebrated equestrian statuette in Lafayette Square, opposite the President's house, but the original conception submitted to the Committee of Congress, and was designed and executed by our distinguished and gifted native artist, Clark Mills, whose genius has pointed the way to these achievements and will conduct him still further. Beneath, specimens from British Guiana, baskets, earthenware, ancient pottery, mats, model of canoe and paddles, Basket obtained from the Garataros, a band of the Apache Indians residing on the Rio Gila in New Mexico. Presented by Reverend H.W. Reed, the first missionary to New Mexico. At the side of the pillars, petrified wood. The largest piece of cylindrical form is from the west of America, and the others are from Egypt, presented by Glidden. Against the pillar, an elegant case of birds from British Guiana. This is a very complete and valuable collection. Case 39, Rejected Models. Window opposite Case 39. The military coat worn by General Jackson at the Battle of New Orleans, January 8, 1815. It looks pretty well worn, as if it had seen considerable service. If the English had captured this uniform from the old chief, it is more than probable they would have considered it as neither a booty nor a beauty. The sword of Jackson, lately presented to the government by the heirs of General Armstrong, can be seen at the State Department. Case 40. 5 cases of insects of Brazil, collected by Lemuel Wells, very beautifully put up. Extraordinary bottles become iridescent, like the interior or necro of unios or bivalves. Samples of marble taken from the ruins of the Parthenon. Roman plate from Herculaneum. Glass from Herculaneum. Mica with crystals of black tourmaline. Very fine specimens of crystals. Coal, in which can be seen the cast of the plant's contemporary with its formation, from Pottsville, Pennsylvania, the great coal region. Petrified peat and moss from the island of Antigua. Petrified wood. Fragments of the deck of the Princeton. Fragments of the naval gun Peacemaker. This piece of ordnance burst into fragments on board the steam warship Princeton Commodore Stockton, U.S. Navy, on the 28th of February, 1844, during a visit of the President. Judge Upshur and Mr. Gilmer, members of the Cabinet, Commodore Kennan, Virgil Maxey, Esquire, and Colonel Gardner, father-in-law to John Tyler, the President of the United States, were all killed, and Thomas H. Benton narrowly escaped. This huge cannon was composed of welded iron. It measured from the face of its muzzle to the end of the caseable button, 16 feet, and weighed, trunnions inclusive, 10 tons. Through the base ring, its diameter was 35 inches, within 1 inch of a yard. It projected a ball 11 inches and 7/10 in diameter, and 225 pounds in weight. Now a 12-pounder medium in marching order, gun carriage and limber, the ammunition and laboratory stores, weighs at least 5,500 pounds. We can hardly compute the number of men and horses requisite to work a 6-gun battery of such pieces. Circular conglomeration of oyster shells, curiously annular, like the constellation of Corona Borealis. Model of a Japanese cottage, from R.P.D. Silver, merchant in Canton. Model of the Holy Sepulchre, Jerusalem. Model of the Parthenon. Curious collection of shells and sea plants. Battledores from coast of Africa, with a remarkable perforation. Wood dug from a coal mine, showing the wood in a state of transition. Numerous curious shells from the coast of Africa. Curious nut, a native of Guiana, South America. Vegetable ivory or nuts of the ivory plant. Many curious small articles are made from them. Miniature bust of Napoleon. Golden reel composed of over 10,000 pieces of metal, wood, and silk. Bread nut from Brazil. Moccasin, made by the wife of an Indian chief. Bearites, presented by John Crump of Virginia. Insects preserved in plates of mica, over 100 years old. These curious specimens were found at Casal, a country house in the island of Malta, and prepared by one of the Knights of Malta when the present public library of the order was founded, and an attempt made to establish a cabinet of natural history. Upper shelf, collection of natural history in bottles. Sample of preserving in vacuo. Specimens of thongs plated of thin leather from Africa. Collection of ancient coins collected in different parts of Europe by Thomas Monroe while aide to the Emperor of Russia, presented by his father. Various fossils from the South Seas to be made public in a short time. Specimens of rails for railroads. A box made from the wreck of a Turkish 74, the flagship of a squadron of 45 vessels at anchor in the harbor of Scio. Bitumen, pure and mixed with pebbles, from Cuba. English lock found upon the Potomac near Alexandria. Bird's egg, William H. Owen. Curious rifle. Part of gun barrel from the Great Fire at the Navy Yard. Old-fashioned swords collected on the battlefields of the country. Turkish stirrups. Elaborately finished pistol. Brass inscription made by an uneducated full-blood Cherokee Indian living at Quallstown, North Carolina. Several curious Damascus guns. Lance. Tomahawk bound with leather. Medals by the Government of Belgium. Medals of the Royal Society of Sciences, Letters, and Arts of Antwerp on the occasion of the Rabbinical Fête in honor of Rubens. One given by the National Exhibition of Fine Arts in 1839 and intended as a national reward. One commemorative of the opening of the first section of the Belgian Railroad in 1834 by Charles Serruys, Belgian minister. Curious spoon with wooden chain attached, all cut with a penknife from a single piece of wood, with other ingenious efforts in the same style and material. Walking stick, formerly owned by Fox, the great statesman. Case 41. Ivory ring worn by the natives of the west coast of Africa. Tiger tooth. Same. Money from Africa. Lower shelf. Curious specimens of natural history. Lusus naturae, preserved in spirits. French fabric made of silk and glass. African war horn, made of the tusk of an elephant. Bark of a tree from King George County, Virginia. Plumbago from Raleigh, North Carolina, taken from the mine of Richard Smith. Lower shelf. Minerals not assorted. Primitive limestone rock having curious marks, discovered in Marion Township, Chester County, Pennsylvania. View of the harbor of Port Mahon and the copper plate from which it is printed, very valuable, presented by Louis Baker, late consul at La Guaira. Middle shelf. Scepter made of an elephant's tail from Western Africa. War cap from Africa, made from the skin of a porcupine fish, worn by the head men as part of their war equipage. W. Andrews Bay. Horn made of an elephant tusk. Crew's provisions for a journey. The crews are pilots and seamen from the western coast of Africa, called crewmen, are good pilots, and every vessel on the coast is obliged to employ them, as they are able to work when the Europeans find it almost impossible on account of the climate. He brings his provisions of pounded corn, or more properly, a large species of millet, eaten mixed with water and rum when they can procure it. Curious stalagmite, shape of a hand, from Iowa, presented in 1853, formed by drops from the roof crystallizing on the floor. Entomogenous fungus from New Zealand, J. B. Williams. Painting on shells, Neptune with his trident waving the American flag, emblematic of the flag sweeping the seas, as the Dutch formerly had a broom at the masthead. The same, a tiger seeking his prey, painted by J. Goldsborough Bruff. Crewmen's medicine chest, or fetish. They are very rare and difficult to be obtained. Sandstone from Missouri. David Myrle. Nubia dinner table. Cannel coal from Beaver County, Pennsylvania. B.B. Davis. Specimens of ancient pottery. The figure with wings represents Mercury. Also number 3, Mercury transforming Sosia's wife. Jupiter and Mercury, having descended to Earth upon a marauding expedition, Mercury takes the character of Sosia, when her tongue ranging rather freely, Mercury with his wand stills it, much to her astonishment, as she never knew her husband had such power before, and becomes quite submissive. Lacrimatory found in an ancient tomb, used by Romans to collect the tears when mourning for deceased friends. Ancient lamp used in the tombs. 3 lamps from Herculaneum. This city was destroyed by ashes from Vesuvius, and the site of it remained unknown for 1,500 years, when it was accidentally found by a peasant digging a well. There are many curious and valuable articles taken from it and deposited in a museum at Naples, specially devoted to the purpose. War spear and pipe stem from Africa. Cap and dress worn by a native African princess. Lady's dress from western coast of Africa, worn by the wife of King Tom. Indian red pipestone, Coteau de Prairie, Sioux County, T.N. Nicolette. 41 and 42. Mosaic taken from the Temple of Diana at Pompeii, Captain Latimer. Ancient inscriptions found in Pompeii. The father of lobsters, when taken, weighed 56.5 pounds. Palate of a drumfish, taken at St. George Island, William Fisher. Cancer digitalis, Cuvier, Pensacola Harbor, found on the bottom of a United States vessel of war. Common English crab, bought at Billingsgate Market, and met with for sale at the fish stands all through London. Upper shelf. 7 cases of insects. Robe of an African priest from the interior of Africa. Cylinders of glass, Baltimore Glass Works. Artificial marble, Georgetown, D.C., made by William H. Smith. A model of the Nelson Monument, Trafalgar Square, London, presented by the architect William Ralston, and a facsimile in miniature of the scaffolding corresponding with the monument by which it was erected. An allegorical napkin, beautifully ornamented in damask work, from Saxony. Mosquito fan. 4 cases of insects and boxes not arranged. Elegant specimen of natural history from Prince Montfenoy, very excellent and highly interesting. It is curious to notice the bottles, showing that His Royal Highness had no glass factory in his dominions, as these are contained in oil, mustard, pepper, etc. bottles. The prince, in return, wanted some works on military or naval art, such as field exercises, heavy ordnance, and the science of war. Moorish pottery, of ancient style, showing no alterations for 1,500 years. George Reed. Arabian sandals, Captain Riley. Chinese shoes, slippers, South America, W. W. Carter. Slippers, such as our grandmothers wore in fashionable society, Anne O. Perry. Case 42. Japan presents, silk robes, received June 16, 1859. Upper shelf, Indian curiosities. 21, etc. Indian pipes from the War Department, received at different periods. Bows and arrows, deposited by the War Department. Musical pipes, spears, model of canoe. Below, lower shelf, slabs of stone from the ruins of Palenque, covered with hieroglyphics. Ancient Mexican idol. Specimens of minerals, petrified wood, crystals, petrified shells. Case and window opposite 99. Ores of silver in quartz and crystals from the mines of Mexico. Window opposite case 39. Specimens of iron from the Lowmore Iron Works, exhibited at the World's Fair in 1851. Knot tied cold with an iron rod 7 inches in circumference. Case 43. Lower jaw of a 60-barrel sperm whale in excellent preservation. Collected in the Pacific Ocean by J. H. Johnson, Callao. It is 8 feet long, has 129 teeth, and weighs 247 pounds. Pangolia, Cape Coast Castle, Purser Bridge. Insects from British Guiana, very curious fossils, remains of the Megatherium, the lower jaw, temporal bone, and several other parts. Box of coral, or humeri of the Megalonx legatus, rare fossils, crystal. In small case, pieces of petrified wood, pieces of pottery, king's sarcophagus covered with beautiful Egyptian figures, has been the interior lid of a sarcophagus, bears the representation of a procession to appear at the judgment seat of the Amenti. This fragment is understood to be broken from a sarcophagus sent to England in 1817. On it are various representations, such as the deceased led by Thoth, and bas reliefs of deities presiding over his limbs and entrails, with Isis, Osiris, and Nephthys, boat of Canuphis, Lorthis, and a hippopotamus deity, female, Anubis and Anoris, encircled with the inscriptions of the 29th dynasty. Stone from Egypt, generally supposed to be from Thebes, but the general appearance would refer it to Karnak. A similar rock abounds at the Pyramid Rezak. A coral from the South Sea in the shape of a boot, Dr. Hazeltine, Philadelphia. Long, curious remains of a sea monster. Several of the blades of the swordfish. The one of a dark color was found in the hull of the ship Splendid, Canton trader. A piece of wood was cut out, which this blade had penetrated about 18 inches. The part in which the vessel was struck was between the commencement of the copper and keel. Penetrating the copper, it had made its way through the outer plank of Norway pine, 3½ inches in thickness, passing an open space 10 or 12 inches, again through oak plank about 4 inches thick, the point of the blade coming fairly through. The captain stated that near the Bahamas a shock was felt on board, which brought all hands on deck. This, no doubt, was the time when the fish struck the vessel, but finding no leakage ensued, the circumstance was forgotten until the vessel was dry docked. Tooth of sperm whale, taken by the ship Montreal of London in the Pacific Ocean, from a 100-barrel whale, 1835. Another one, found among the shells from an exploring expedition prior to 1840. A great variety of birds of America from the banks of the Potomac. Window opposite case 43. Specimens of cloth and patterns from the World's Fair, London. Case 44. Canada or common wild goose, owl, wild turkey. Horns of moose by R. Coyle. Moose head and horns of a 5-year-old moose, shot on the headwater of the St. Johns River, Maine. Elk horns from Virginia. Lower shelf. Fossils, shells, petrifactions, not assorted. Case 45. Upper shelf. Great alligator. model canoe, bird's nest, opossums, birds, ducks, bonnet curiously wrought from a squash, Eskimo dog, wild cats, collection of birds, lower shelf, shells and minerals not assorted, window opposite case 98, ores of silver in quartz and crystals from the mines of Mexico, case 46, models of rejected patents, window opposite case 46, flowers of the rattan, palm, Polyporus tuberasters, fruit of the African tree, Brazil mango seed, rice from Sabine River, mahogany fruit, Florida, and many curious specimens of fruits and plants. Case 47, models of rejected patents. Case 48, models of rejected patents. Case 49, upper shelf, mastodon teeth from Havana, Florida, Walter Young, North Carolina. Box of birds not arranged. Iron chip turned from the great shaft of the steamship Baltic. Iron and copper chips from the Novelty Works. Kentucky hemp, broken and cleaned without rotting, by James Anderson and Company, Kentucky. Hose from the Old Colony Iron Works. Uniform jacket and cap worn by M.H. Taylor in Mexico. Silk flag used in Mexico. 6 valuable cashmere shawls of the value of $1,200, presents from the Imam of Muscat. One presented to the wife of Lieutenant W.F. Shield, the commander of the U.S. schooner Boxer. A striped one to the wife of Lieutenant A.W. Foote. The rest to Martin Van Buren, the president. According to law, they were all obliged to be deposited here. Knitting sheath used in 1750. Case knife, candlestick, spoon, plate, and basket used by the Society of Seventh-day Baptists at Ephrata, Lancaster County, Pennsylvania. Piece of kid skin found in the heart of a pine tree. Curious shell stone from St. Augustine, Florida. Specimen of marble found in Bellefonte, Centre County, Pennsylvania. Shrub growing out of a stone. Curious cones of the fir family. Calabash from San Blas. Marble. Ancient Peruvian water bottles. Saber found on the field of battle at Yorktown. Shawl from Mexico. Military coats from Mexico. Indian bead bag. Specimens of flax, partially and completely hackled. Specimens of rope, manufactured at Auckland from New Zealand flax. Minerals. Flag. This is the flag taken by Paul Jones from the Bonhomme Richard when she was sinking, and hoisted on board of the Serapis. It is extremely doubtful if this is Paul Jones' flag, as upon the flag which he hoisted was the figure of a rattlesnake with the motto, "Don't tread on me," neither of which is on this flag. Presented by Colonel Shelburne. Wooden cannonball. Tidy, knit by a blind girl in Illinois Blind Institution. Indian stone hatchet. Pearl fish hook. Shells. Oyster shells growing and attached to a piece of stick. Lead mineral from Galena, containing 90% of pure lead. Petrifaction found near Fort Washington. Lead mineral from the headwaters of the Blue River, Wisconsin. Copper ore from Oxbow, Jefferson County, New York. Crystals from Fairfax County, Virginia. Petrified wood. Turkish newspaper and specimens of penmanship. Curious Chinese specimens. Brick, tiles, shoes, sandals, grass twine, razor, scissors. The last two usually sold at 2 and 3 cents each. Needles. 24 sold for 1 cent. soap made from lard, candle, brass lock, brush of bamboo and bristles, a Revolutionary pocketbook, 1776, formerly the property of Colonel Weed, presented by his grandson. Pearl oyster from the Red Sea, mitten made from buffalo fur, patent Camptulian composed of caoutchouc and cork, satin pearl spar, miniature basket and broom, wood prepared with Payne's patent preservative, Turkish MS shoes, rock from the tomb of Paul in Virginia, Persian inkstand and bag, the famous edible bird nests from China. This box was presented to Mr. Parker by a high functionary. The chief delicacy of the Chinese is their edible birds' nests, a specimen of the finest kind which you now see before you, and there are many kinds of inferior value. This specimen sells for about twice its weight in silver, or $2 per ounce. This kind does not resemble the stick and straw habitations of the birds with which we are familiar. They are indeed bound together and retained in their shape by small bits of bamboo and twigs, but they are chiefly composed of this clear gelatinous matter, the nature of which for a long time was involved in uncertainty. The birds are a species of swallow abounding in Java, Sumatra, and the other islands in these seas. The trade in these nests is carried on to an extraordinary extent. Some idea of its magnitude may be formed by learning that the yearly import of bird nests alone into Canton amounts to 16,000 tons in weight, valued at $1,500,000. The different East India governments derive a large revenue from the trade. The best nests are those recently made, and in which no eggs have been laid. The edible portion of these nests is constructed by the birds from a natural secretion passed up from the throat and laid on around the covering or shells of sticks and leaves. This box is worth $40. 5 Chinese pens, pearl oyster shell, curiously figured at Bethlehem on sacred subjects, Chinese lantern, several ornaments made from the lava of Vesuvius and Etna, sold in the streets of Rome, case knife used by the Seventh-day Baptists, knitting sheath, Chinese figure, stockings and basket by the blind, spur found on an Indian battleground more than 100 years old, Pennsylvania marble, galvanic plates, curious candlestick made of Salzburg marble, with which the columns of the Walhalla are ornamented. D. Jennifer, U.S. Minister to Austria. The Walhalla is a Doric temple in the purest style of Grecian art. It was built by the Crown Prince, now King of Bavaria, about 3 miles from Ratisbon, on the left bank of the Danube. The quarries of Salzburg and of Bavaria were explored in order to supply the blocks of marble required for the exterior and interior. Among the busts which adorn the Walhalla, some of the finest are by the celebrated sculptors Raub, Schwanthaler, Dannecker, Seek, and Weidmann, and upon the principle of national affiliation, the sculptured portraits of Maurice and William of Orange, Van Tromp, Van Dyck, Rubens, Grotius, Erasmus, etc. Mozart was born at Salzburg. Fossils, shells, miniature hat, spice beads, specimens of coal, marble, burrstone from Burke County, Virginia. This stone, if of good quality, will be very valuable. The best millstones used in this country are imported from France. This is said to be better than the raccoon burr. Broken brick as a specimen of the construction of the east wing of the Patent Office. Petrified wood from Port Gibson, Mississippi. Shells, minerals, cure rose root, ancient musket, the principal powder magazine at the Battle of King's Mountain, glass tubes, life preserver, specimens of daguerreotype, Persian cap and sash, lampstand made by a blind pupil, specimens of flour from San Francisco, lower shelf, minerals in boxes, not arranged, a cane, shaft of English oak, head of English elm, fragment of the Macedonian, presented by Commander R. B. Cunningham. Curious figures from Siam, made of roots, assisted by art, presented by Prince Monfanoy. Raised type for the use of the blind. It is very curious to see with what facility blind persons can read by feeling the letters with their fingers. This is called the Student's Magazine. Lines written by Laura A. Brent, a pupil of the Ohio Institution for the Blind. View of Prattsville. The Honorable Zadok Pratt is the member who introduced a resolution to print the inventories of the Patent Office and distribute the work among the people. Mr. Pratt has been a successful tanner and is immensely rich. At his tannery, Prattsville, he has gigantic busts of himself on the grounds, and the landscape views of his possessions portray him gazing contentedly upon the memorials of his personal appearance. His full-length portrait hangs in the Patent Office. A quotation from one of his congressional speeches serves as a motto to the representation. Case 50. Mexican lance presented to W.S. Colquhoun by a discharged soldier at Matamoros, March 1847. A helmet and cuirass worn by the bodyguard of Santa Anna, the Mexican Commander-in-Chief and President of the Republic. Sectional portion of the flagstaff of the National Palace in the City of Mexico, taken down by order of General Scott after the capture of the capital, September 14, 1847. It was 78 feet long and 12 inches in diameter. Model Room. You now enter the great model room of the United States, containing the patented models. Turn to the right, and in the center is a low case. For models, see catalog by Alfred Hunter, Patent Agent, Washington City. This is the most interesting case in the whole collection, and viewed by visitors with the utmost satisfaction. It contains the coat worn by Washington when he resigned his commission at Annapolis, buff Casimir vest and breeches. This is the same suit in which Trumbull's picture in the Capitol represents Washington to be attired. Part of the sleeping tent of Washington, presented by George W. Custis of Arlington. Franklin's cane. Extract from the will of Dr. Franklin. Quote, "My fine crabtree walking stick, with a gold head curiously wrought in the form of a cap of liberty, I give to my friend and the friend of mankind, General Washington. If it were a scepter, he has merited it, and would become it." End quote. Sword of Washington and belt made by J. Bailey, Fishkill, 1757, G.W. This was Washington's sword for service in the field, a plain green-hilted hanger. He wore it when Peale painted his full-length portrait, which see over case 51. After the peace of 1783, this venerable relic was for a long time lost to the world, and it was apprehended. It was supposed that Washington presented it to General Greene, and that it was lost at sea with his baggage. But fortunately, this did not prove to be the case. The last will and testament of Washington gave to each of his 5 nephews a sword or couteau. It names them, and directs them to choose in the order in which they are named. The father of Samuel Washington, the donor, was the last named, but claimed the right of first choice from having been in the service, to which the rest consented and he chose this one in preference to all others, among which was the costly present from the great Frederick. This sword was at his side at the surrender of Lord Cornwallis. At reviews and upon occasions of distinguished ceremony, he wore a dress sword with a plain sword knot. Bailey kept a gunsmith shop and manufactured arms near the landing at Fishkill, New York, and probably was patronized a good deal by the American officers, as, on my grandfather's homestead, there is an old musket with the same name. The author of this work would state that his grandfather held a commission in the Revolutionary Army and lived near Montgomery, Orange County, 12 miles back of Newburgh. Writing case used by Washington in all his campaigns of the Revolution. Presented by R.S. Blackburn, Esquire, to General Zachary Taylor, and by him to the N.I. These are the treaties made with various foreign powers, with the seals of each state attached, and signed by the reigning monarchs, their prime ministers, and American plenipotentiaries, Ferdinand of Spain, Don Pedro of Brazil, and Louis Philippe of France. This last is the treaty made by the Honorable William C. Reeves, and nearly involved this country in a war with France, in consequence of the French Chamber of Deputies refusing to carry out the conditions of it. General Jackson, then President of the United States, by his firmness, compelled the King to comply with his engagements. End of Section 4. Read by Verla Vieira in Las Cruces, New Mexico, USA, June 17th, 2023. Section 5 of Catalogs to Sleep By. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Excerpts from Kodak and Kodak Supplies by Canadian Kodak Company Limited, Toronto, Canada, 1914. Kodak is our registered and common law trademark and cannot be rightfully applied except to goods of our manufacture. When a dealer tries to sell you, under the Kodak name, a camera or films or other goods not of our manufacture, you can be sure that he has an inferior article that he is trying to market on the Kodak reputation, and he also makes himself liable to suit by us for damages and injunction. If it isn't an Eastman, it isn't a Kodak. Kodak Service. Make it simpler. From the very inception, the Kodak idea has been, make photography so simple that anybody can take good pictures. Simpler cameras, simpler processes have followed each other with almost startling rapidity, but the Kodak Company has not been satisfied with merely making mechanical and chemical improvements. It has assumed the responsibility of educating people in picture taking. The very first Kodak, way back in 1888, was accompanied by a so-called manual that did more than merely explain the operation of the mechanical features of the camera. It showed how the picture should be taken, how and how not to photograph a tall building, how to photograph a small child, told about the length of exposures in different kinds of light, both indoors and out. It was really a primary handbook of photography. From that day on, every piece of Kodak apparatus, every amateur product of the company, has been accompanied by the most concise instructions that were also constructive, because they not only told the beginner what to do, but why he was to do it. Even in the Kodak advertising matter, as much space is given up to telling people how to make pictures as in telling them why they should buy Kodak goods. Booklets in large editions, giving instructions in practically every phase of amateur photography, have been and still are distributed without charge. photography has not merely been made simpler, it has been explained to all who are interested. Kodak ball-bearing shutter. This shutter is automatic, and as its leaves are mounted on ball bearings, it operates with remarkable smoothness and precision. The leaves open and close in the form of a star, admitting a much larger amount of light in the same space of time than the ordinary type of shutter. All but the number 0 work with bulb or finger release, and at variable indicated speeds of 1/25th, 1/50th, and 1/100th of a second, as well as bulb and time exposures. They are also fitted with indicator for registering each exposure as made and iris diaphragm. Supplied with Kodak Junior No. 1A and folding pocket Kodaks, numbers 1A, RR type, 3, 3A, and 4. The number 0 is supplied with the Vest Pocket Kodak and Vest Pocket Kodak Special, and is similar to the above, excepting that it works with finger release only, has variable speeds of 1/25th and 1/50th of a second, and is regularly equipped with the Kodak Auto-Time Scale. The number 0 is also supplied with the Kodak Junior No. 1, but in this instance is not fitted with Auto-Time Scale. Pocket Automatic Shutter. This shutter has star-shaped opening and is automatic in action. It works with finger release for bulb, time, and instantaneous exposures, and is perfectly reliable in every respect. Fitted with iris diaphragm stops and regularly supplied with numbers 1 and 1A folding pocket Kodaks, and numbers 2 and 2A folding pocket Brownies. Brownie ball-bearing shutter. The ball-bearing type of shutter has been found so accurate and reliable that we have designed a shutter on the ball-bearing principle for the 3 and 3A folding Brownie cameras. This shutter is well made in every respect. It works with bulb and tube or finger release, and is fitted with the Kodak Auto-Time Scale, a great help for amateur photographers, especially beginners. The Brownie ball-bearing shutter works not only for time and bulb exposures, but has variable indicated speeds of 1/25th, 1/50th, and 1/100th of a second. It is fitted with iris diaphragm and supplied with the numbers 3 and 3A folding Brownie cameras. Compound shutter. The compound shutter is an automatic and setting shutter combined. Automatically, either time or bulb exposures may be made, while it may be set for speeds of from 1 to 1/150th, 1/200th, and 1/250th of a second, according to size of shutter. The shutter leaves are formed of segments opening in star shape, giving even illumination over the entire plate the instant the exposure is started, and an iris diaphragm is supplied for stopping down. Case is made of aluminum, and accurate adjustments can be made with the shutter in any position. Regularly supplied on the numbers 1A, 3, 3A Special, and 6.3 Kodaks, and as a special equipment with the numbers 4 and 4A folding Kodaks. Kodak Automatic Shutter and Kodak Auto-Time Scale. The Kodak Automatic Shutter is carefully adjusted for time, bulb, and instantaneous exposures. It is also graduated for fractional parts of a second and is unusually accurate. This shutter is fitted with the Kodak Auto-Time Scale and is supplied as a special equipment on the numbers 1A RR type, 3, 3A, and 4 folding pocket Kodaks. The scale greatly reduces the liability of error and exposure, as it automatically indicates the proper time and stop opening for subjects under any condition of outdoor photography. It is exceedingly simple to use. The speed indicator is merely set at the point on the scale indicating the kind of light prevailing, and the diaphragm indicator at the point indicating the character of the subject. These scales are also supplied at a nominal charge for the following shutters when fitted with double lenses only, and can be readily attached by any amateur. Always order by style letter. Style A. For use with Kodak ball-bearing shutter, 2.5 by 4 1/4 and 3 1/4 by 4 1/4. Style AA. For Kodak ball-bearing shutter, 3 by 5 1/4, 3 1/4 by 5 1/2, and 4 by 5. Style B. For use with FPK automatic, 2.5 by 4 1/4 and 3 1/4 by 4 1/4, number 1 SV, Blair or Primo automatic, or number 1 B and LSV automatic shutters. Style BB. For use with FPK automatic, 3 1/4 by 5 1/2 and 4 by 5, number 2 SV, Blair or Primo automatic, or number 2 B and LSV automatic shutters. Style C. For use with Kodak automatic shutter, 3 1/4 by 4 1/4. Style CC. For use with Kodak automatic shutter, 3 1/4 by 5 1/2 and 4 by 5. Style D. For B&L automatic and Century automatic shutters, 3 1/4 by 4 1/4. Style DD. For use with B&L automatic and Century automatic shutters, 3 1/4 by 5 1/2 and 4 by 5. Style DDD. For use with B&L automatic shutter, 4 1/4 by 6 1/2. Style I. For use with Kodak ball-bearing shutter, 2 1/4 by 3 1/4. Price, any of above styles, $1. Style H. For use with number 0, 3 1/4 by 4 1/4 compound shutter. Style HH. For use with number 1, 3 1/4 by 5 1/2 and 4 by 5 compound shutter. Style HHH. For use with number 2, 4 1/4 by 6 1/2 and 5 by 7 compound shutter. Price for any style compound shutter, $1.50. Kodak lenses. The regular RR and meniscus lenses used on Kodak and Brownie cameras have always been the best lenses of their respective types that could be secured. These lenses are perfectly adapted to everyday amateur photography, producing pictures under normal light conditions that leave nothing to be desired by the average amateur. For those, however, who wish even greater efficiency and capabilities, we supply the anastigmat lens equipments. The superiority of the anastigmat lens, without attempting to go into the technicalities of the subject, consists of perfect definition over the whole negative, absolute flatness of field, and higher speed. In RR lenses, the tendency to lack of definition toward the edges, which always occurs in an uncorrected lens, is so slight as to be unnoticeable except to the most expert eye. In a true anastigmat, it is entirely eliminated. The speed of a lens is determined by the relative size of the diaphragm opening. An RR lens cannot be used in an opening greater than 1/8 its focal length, commonly designated as f8. But an anastigmat lens can be so corrected as to permit the use of larger diaphragm openings and still produce sharp, clear negatives. This larger opening admits more light within a given time than that of the RR lens, hence the anastigmat is much faster. Thus the Zeiss or Cooke Kodak anastigmat lens, working at an aperture of f6.3, admits 60% more light in a given time than does the RR. This speed advantage enables the user to make short exposures on dull days or under poor light conditions, where hopelessly undertimed negatives would result with an RR lens. And under proper conditions, exposures up to 1/250th of a second with a compound shutter and 1/1000th with a focal plane shutter can be made with the anastigmat. In the last few years, there has been a steadily increasing interest in and demand for anastigmat lens equipments among amateur photographers, and we responded to this demand first by furnishing the special Kodaks fitted with Zeiss Kodak anastigmat lenses f6.3, a lens fully corrected and offering the advantage of high speed. These have been followed by the 6.3 Kodaks. These differ from the specials in that they are simply our regular Kodak models, without the special covering and finish of specials, and fitted with anastigmat lenses specially designed by Taylor, and Hobson for Kodak use, and called the Cook Kodak anastigmat. This lens works at f6.3 and is fully corrected in every particular. Vest Pocket Kodak. The extraordinary popularity of the Vest Pocket Kodak is due not alone to its compactness. It is so flat and smooth and small that it will readily slip into a vest pocket, but also to the excellent quality of its pictures, whether printed by contact or enlarged. In fact, this little camera in itself is so very desirable and of such general utility that we furnish it with several different equipments to meet any demand. For average photography, the camera fitted with Kodak ball-bearing shutter and tested meniscus achromatic lens is amply efficient, for it will make excellent pictures under ordinary conditions. For those who want the microscopic definition of the anastigmat, we offer the Vest Pocket Kodak this year, fitted with a new Kodak anastigmat lens. This lens works at f8. It is fully corrected and made of the first quality of Jenna glass. This makes a most desirable outfit at a surprisingly low price for an anastigmat equipment. Then for those who want not only the absolute sharpness and flatness of field, but the maximum of speed as well, we offer the camera fitted with Zeiss Kodak anastigmat lens. The appearance of the Vest Pocket Kodak is so suggestive of quality that it makes an ideal camera for gift purposes on holidays, birthdays, at graduation time, and such occasions. For these purposes, we have devised the Kodak gift case shown in the illustration. The Vest Pocket Kodak in this case is fitted with Kodak anastigmat lens, f8. The carrying case is of imported satin finish leather in a shade of soft brown that is in perfect harmony with the deep blue of the handsome silk-lined container. The whole outfit possesses a quality and richness that will appeal to the most fastidious. The Vest Pocket Kodak with any equipments is always ready for action. It is only necessary to pull out the front to its full extent, and the camera is in focus for objects at any distance. The shutter is automatic, and a convenient reversible finder for composing the view in either horizontal or vertical position is provided. Another feature is the extreme simplicity in loading. Nothing trappy or fussy about it. Indeed, the operation of the camera is simple in every detail, nothing in the way of simplicity or efficiency having been sacrificed in order to reduce the size. In detail, for rectangular pictures, 1 5/8 by 2½ inches. Capacity, 8 exposures without reloading. Size of Kodak, 1 by 2 3/8 by 4 3/4 inches. Weight, 9 ounces. Lens, regular, meniscus achromatic, 3-inch focus. Special, Zeiss Kodak Anastigmat f 6.9 or Kodak Anastigmat f.8. Shutter, Kodak ball bearing number 0. Brilliant reversible finder. All metal body, black enamel finish, and black leather bellows. The price. Best Pocket Kodak, meniscus achromatic lens, and Kodak ball bearing shutter, $7. Best Pocket Kodak with Kodak Anastigmat lens f8 and Kodak ball bearing shutter, $13.50. Kodak gift case includes Best Pocket Kodak with Kodak Anastigmat lens f8, imported satin finished leather case, and silk-lined container, $16.50. Best Kodak, special, Zeiss Kodak Anastigmat lens and Kodak ball bearing shutter, $22.50. Leather case for Best Pocket Kodak, 75 cents. Grain leather case for Best Pocket Kodak special, $1.50. Imported satin finished leather case, $3. Handbag for Best Pocket Kodak, 25 cents. Deluxe bag, suede calfskin, long straps, $1.75. NC film cartridge, 8 exposures, 1 5/8 by 2.5, number 127, 20 cents. Kodak portrait attachment, 50 cents. Number 1 Kodak Junior. So complete and varied has the Kodak line become, so altogether simple is the operation of each camera, that each year it looks well nigh impossible to strengthen the line or broaden the selection for the amateur. However, the Kodak policy of never letting well enough alone has developed 2 most attractive new models this year, which round off the whole line, being built upon the idea of providing genuine daylight all the way Kodaks, with all the Kodak convenience and dependability for those who wish to take up photography at the minimum of expense. The first of these models, the number 1 Kodak Junior, makes 2 1/4 by 3 1/4 pictures and loads with a Kodak film cartridge of 6 exposures, number 120. And for loading and unloading, the back of the camera is constructed upon a new principle which makes it unusually easy to remove. A striking feature of this camera is its extreme thinness and all-around compactness. It will readily slip into the pocket, and yet it is fully equipped for efficient work in all branches of general amateur photography. It is fitted with the number 0 ball-bearing shutter, speed 1/50th of a second, with cable release, and offers the choice of rapid rectilinear or meniscus achromatic lens. All lenses fitted to this camera must stand the usual rigid Kodak tests. The number 1 Kodak Junior is provided with automatic focusing lock, collapsible reversible finder, 2 tripod sockets, in fact, the practical, convenient working equipment which one expects in a true Kodak. The camera is well made in every respect. It is covered with a good quality of grain leather, and the metal parts are finished in nickel and black enamel. The low price means no stinting in either material or workmanship. It is only possible through the perfection of our scientific factory organization and the large quantities which our large distribution enables us to make at one time. In detail, for rectangular pictures, 2 1/4 by 3 1/4 inches, capacity 6 exposures without reloading, size of Kodak 1 7/16 by 3 5/8 by 6 5/8 inches, weight 23 ounces, lens meniscus achromatic 4 1/4 inch focus. Also supplied with rapid rectilinear lens if desired. Shutter, Kodak ball bearing number 0 with cable release. Brilliant, reversible, collapsible finder. The film cartridge for this camera is the same as the one used for number 2 Brownie and not for number 1 folding pocket Kodak. The price. Number 1 Junior, Kodak with meniscus achromatic lens and Kodak ball bearing shutter, $7.50. Ditto with RR lens, $9. Black sole leather case with strap, $1.50. Kodak Autotime scale, style 1, for use with the camera when fitted with RR lens only, $1. NC film cartridge, 6 exposures, number 120, 20 cents. Kodak portrait attachment, 50 cents. Number 1A Kodak Junior. In this new model is offered the advantages of low cost with Kodak efficiency, which we have seen in the number 1 Kodak Junior in a camera made upon the same principle for 2.5 by 4.5 pictures. This is one of the most popular amateur sizes, the proportion being unusually pleasing for landscapes, street scenes, and the like, in the horizontal position, and admirably adapted for portraiture when used vertically. With its strikingly thin, compact form, its reliable equipment, and its low cost, the number 1A Kodak Junior is sure to please anyone who prefers pictures of this size. This model will accommodate the regular 12-exposure Kodak NC film cartridges, and thus offers the daylight all the way feature of all Kodaks. The shutter is the Kodak ball bearing with cable release, which works not only for bulb and time exposures, but has variable indicated speeds of 1/25th, 1/50th, and 1/100th of a second. The leaves, opening in the shape of a star, admit the greatest possible amount of light for between the lens shutter at each exposure. The camera is furnished with either meniscus achromatic or rapid rectilinear lens. In both cases, the lens is carefully tested and must conform to the high Kodak standard before it is allowed to go on the camera. Simplicity marks this camera in every respect. It is made with the new style back, unusually easy to remove for loading and unloading. It has an automatic focusing lock, which permits the camera to be brought to focus quickly for objects at any distance. The finder is of the new collapsible type. It is reversible, and 2 tripod sockets are furnished so that the camera may be easily used in either the vertical or horizontal position. So compact that it will readily slip into the pocket, this camera offers that high standard of efficiency which is inseparable from the Kodak idea. The back and bed are made of aluminum, the covering is genuine leather, and metal parts are finished in nickel and black enamel. In detail. For rectangular pictures, 2.5 by 4.5 inches. Capacity, 12 exposures without reloading. Size of Kodak, 1 5/8 by 3 3/4 by 8 inches. Weight, 28 ounces. Lens, meniscus achromatic, 5-inch focus. Also supplied with RR lens if desired. Shutter, Kodak ball bearing with cable release. Brilliant, reversible, collapsible finder. The price. Number 1A Kodak Junior with meniscus achromatic lens and Kodak ball bearing shutter, $9. Ditto with RR lens, $11. Black sole leather case with strap, $1.50. Kodak Autotime scale, style A, for use with camera when fitted with double lens only, $1. NC film cartridge, 12 exposures, number 116, 50 cents. Ditto, 6 exposures, 25 cents. Kodak portrait attachment, 50 cents. Numbers 1 and 1A folding pocket Kodaks. These little Kodaks are designed for those who wish compact folding cameras, which can be easily carried in the pocket and which will make pictures without the necessity of focusing or estimating distances. Upon opening the camera, the front springs automatically into position, ready at once for making pictures of objects at any distance. A reversible finder makes composition easy, and slight pressure of the shutter lever makes the exposure. When closed, the bed folds over front and bellows, concealing all adjustments, and the camera can then be very conveniently carried in any coat pocket. The camera is made of aluminum, with best seal grain leather covering, and has nickel fittings. They differ only in the size of the pictures they make. In detail. For rectangular pictures, number 1, 2 1/4 by 3 1/4 inches. Number 1A, 2 1/2 by 4 1/4 inches. Capacity, each 12 exposures without reloading. Size of Kodak, number 1, 1 5/8 by 3 1/2 by 6 3/4 inches. Number 1A, 1 3/4 by 3 7/8 by 7 3/4 inches. Weight, number 1, 16 ounces. Number 1A, 22 ounces. Lens, meniscus achromatic, number 1, 4-inch focus. Number 1A, 5-inch focus. Shutter, pocket automatic. Brilliant reversible finder. The price: folding pocket Kodak with meniscus achromatic lens, pocket automatic shutter. Number 1, $10. Number 1A, $12. Black sole leather case with shoulder strap. Number 1, $1.50. Number 1A, $1.50. NC film cartridge, 12 exposures. Number 105 for number 1. Number 116 for number 1A. Number 1, 40 cents. Number 1A, 50 cents. Ditto, 6 exposures. Number 1, 20 cents. Number 1A, 25 cents. Kodak portrait attachment. Number 1, 50 cents. Number 1A, 50 cents. Number 1A folding pocket Kodak, RR type. This is a camera of greater capabilities and wider scope than those previously described. The first of that series of double-lens Kodaks which have played such a prominent part in the development and popularization of amateur photography. These cameras are fitted with the best RR lenses to be had, each one carefully tested to the highest standard and fitted only if it conforms to that standard. The shutter is of the Kodak ball-bearing type. The camera as a whole makes a compact, inexpensive outfit, considering its capabilities, and one which, though suitable for the most serious work, will slip readily into the pocket and is so simple that it may be effectively handled by the beginner. In detail. For rectangular pictures, 2.5 by 4.25 inches. Capacity, 12 exposures without reloading. Size of Kodak, 8 by 2 by 2 3/4 inches. Weight, 26 ounces. Lens, double combination, rapid rectilinear, speed f8, focal length 5 inches. Shutter, Kodak ball bearing. Automatic focusing lock. 2 tripod sockets. Brilliant reversible finder. The price. Number 1A FPK, RR type, RR lens, Kodak ball bearing shutter, $15. Ditto with Kodak automatic shutter, $20. Black sole leather carrying case with strap, $1.50. Kodak auto time scale, style A, $1. NC film cartridge, 12 exposures, 2.5 by 4 1/4, number 116, 50 cents. Ditto, 6 exposures, 25 cents. Kodak portrait attachment, 50 cents. Numbers 3 and 4, folding pocket Kodaks. These cameras are made for 2 standard amateur size pictures and are similar in every essential respect excepting in the matter of size. The number 3 makes 3 1/4 by 4 1/4 pictures, a favorite with many and especially suitable for lantern slide making, as the slide can be printed by direct contact. The number 4 makes 4 by 5 pictures and is preferred by many on account of the comparatively large size which it is possible to get of the objects in the composition. Both cameras offer the usual Kodak simplicity and the exceptional lens and shutter equipment which assures the user the maximum of efficiency in all work wherein anastigmat equipment is not necessary. The shutter is the Kodak ball bearing in which is mounted an RR lens, which must stand the most rigid test before it is passed by our inspectors. This lens works at f8, and as the leaves of the Kodak ball-bearing shutter open in the shape of a star, the greatest possible amount of light is emitted at this opening, a fact which makes the instruments especially valuable for snapshot work. The cameras are equipped with rising and sliding front, a great convenience in architectural and many forms of landscape photography, and an automatic focusing lock is provided so that either can quickly be brought to focus at any distance. While these models, of course, are designed for the use of our roll films, either can be loaded with plates at any time by the addition of a simple plate adapter or combination back, supplied extra. This is interchangeable with the regular back, is provided with ground glass for focusing, and takes double plate holders. Both cameras are handsomely finished throughout. Back and bed are of aluminum, metal parts are highly nickeled, and covering is of fine quality grain leather. In detail. For rectangular pictures, number 3, 3 1/4 by 4 1/4 inches. Number 4, 4 by 5 inches. Capacity, 12 exposures without reloading. Size of Kodak, number 3, 1 3/4 by 4 1/2 by 7 1/2 inches. Number 4, 2 1/4 by 5 3/4 by 9 inches. Weight, number 3, 23 ounces. Number 4, 2 pounds 11 ounces. Lens, double combination, rapid rectilinear, speed f8, focal length, number 3, 5 inches, number 4, 6 3/4 inches. Shutter, Kodak ball bearing. Rising and sliding front, 2 tripod sockets, brilliant reversible finder with hood, automatic focusing lock. The price, FP Kodak, RR lens, and Kodak ball bearing shutter. Number 3, $17.50. Number 4, $20. Ditto with Kodak automatic shutter. Number 3, $22.50. Number 4, $25. Ditto with compound shutter, highest speed 1/200th of a second, and Zeiss Kodak anastigmat lens, f6.3. Number 4, $57. Kodak auto time scale, style A for number 3, style AA for number 4. Number 3, $1. Number 4, $1. Black sole leather case with strap. Number 3, $1.75. Number 4, $2. Combination back with ground glass. Number 3, $3.50. Number 4, $3.50. Double glass plate holders. Number 3, $1. Number 4, $1. NC film cartridge, 12 exposures. Number 118 for number 3. Number 123 for number 4. Number 3, 70 cents. Number 4, 90 cents. Ditto, 6 exposures. Number 3, 35 cents. Number 4, 45 cents. Ditto, double 2 cartridge, 4 exposures. Number 3, 25 cents. Number 4, 30 cents. Kodak portrait attachment. Number 3, 50 cents. Number 4, 50 cents. Number 3A, folding pocket Kodak. The best thought of our manufacturing organization has been put into presenting in this model a moderate-priced camera for general amateur photography that is the embodiment of skill and painstaking care. It has in fact come to be recognized as the standard in hand cameras, and every suitable improvement made or new idea evolved in the years in which it has been on the market has been incorporated in its construction. The 3A folding pocket Kodak was the first camera made for 3 1/4 by 5 1/2 pictures, a size which has become the most popular of all amateur sizes. Its proportions are just right for postcards. It is unusually effective for landscapes and street scenes when used horizontally, while vertically it is ideal for portraiture, whether full length or head and shoulders, when the camera is fitted with Kodak portrait attachment. The camera is fitted with tested RR lens, the Kodak ball-bearing shutter, and rising and sliding front, and it is so simple that a beginner can make good pictures with it from the start. Like the number 3, this model will accommodate plates as well as films by the simple addition of a combination back, which is interchangeable with the regular back. This may be secured from any dealer. It is fitted with ground glass and takes double plate holders. This camera is covered with best quality of fine grain leather and has nickeled fittings. In detail, for rectangular pictures, 3 1/4 by 5 1/2 inches. Capacity, 10 exposures without reloading. Size of Kodak, 9 1/2 by 4 3/4 by 2 inches. Weight, 41 ounces. Lens, double combination, rapid rectilinear, speed f8. Focal length, 6 3/4 inches. Shutter, Kodak ball bearing. 2 tripod sockets. Brilliant reversible finder with hood. Automatic focusing lock. The price. Number 3A FP Kodak, RR lens, Kodak ball-bearing shutter, $20. Ditto with Kodak automatic shutter, $25. Black sole leather case with strap, $2. Kodak automatic scale, style AA, $1. Combination back, $3.50. Double glass plate holders, 3 1/4 by 5 1/2, each $1. NC film cartridge, 10 exposures, 3 1/4 by 5 1/2, number 122, 70 cents. Ditto, 6 exposures, 40 cents. Ditto, double 2 cartridge, 4 exposures, 30 cents. Kodak portrait attachment, 50 cents. Number 4A folding Kodak. For very large size pictures, we offer the number 4A folding Kodak, a camera which combines all the simple and convenient Kodak features in a very light and compact camera, considering the size of the pictures it makes. It is fully equipped for out-of-the-ordinary work, as well as for snapshot and general amateur photography. One of its special features is its adaptability to home portraiture. Fitted with a Kodak portrait attachment, it will make bust portraits up to the full size of the film, as it may be operated as close as 3.5 feet to the subject. A plate adapter, extra, with focusing screen, interchangeable with the regular back, will permit the use of dry plates if desired. The shutter supplied with this model is a double valve automatic, which works not only for time and bulb exposures, but is also graduated in fractional parts of a second from 1/100th to 1. The lens is a rapid rectilinear of the same high quality as those supplied with the preceding Kodaks. The camera is equipped with rising and sliding front, rack and pinion for easy focusing, 2 tripod sockets, and a very positive automatic standard clamp. The regular finder is a brilliant reversible, but when desired, a direct viewfinder can be furnished for specially quick snapshot work with the camera held on a level with the eyes. Constructed with the same care and attention to detail as the preceding model, the number 4A is just as simple to operate and is finished in the same style with seal grain covering and nickeled fittings. In detail, for rectangular pictures, 4¼ by 6½ inches. Capacity, 6 exposures without reloading. Size of Kodak, 11 by 6½ by 2 5/8 inches. Weight, 4 pounds, 4 ounces. Lens, double combination, rapid rectilinear, speed f8, focal length 8 1/4 inches. Shutter, B&L automatic, rising and sliding front, rack and pinion for focusing, 2 tripod sockets, brilliant reversible finder with hood. The price, number 4AF Kodak, RR lens, B&L automatic shutter, $35. Ditto, with Zeiss Kodak anastigmat lens, f6.3, $67. Ditto, with compound shutter, highest speed 1/150th of a second, $77. Kodak auto time scale for regular equipment, style DDD, $1. Ditto for compound shutter, style HHH, $1.50. Black sole leather case with strap, $2.50. Glass plate adapter with ground glass, $5. Double glass plate holders, each $1.25. NC film cartridge, 6 exposures, 4¼ by 6½ number 126, 65 cents. Ditto, double 2 cartridge, 4 exposures, 45 cents. Direct viewfinder, $2. Kodak portrait attachment, 50 cents. Panorama Kodaks. The Panorama Kodak does a special kind of work, a very desirable kind of work which cannot be done with a camera of any other type. As its name implies, it is constructed so as to take panoramic pictures of outdoor groups, landscapes, mountain views, and the like. For instance, in making a picture of an outdoor group of 12 or 15 people, with an ordinary camera, they would have to be arranged in 2 or 3 rows to get good-sized images. But with a panorama, they can be arranged in a semicircle at a given distance from the camera, and all appear in the picture in 1 row and of the proper relative size. Again, in making a landscape, the sweep of the panorama lens will take in the complete view, while the scope of the ordinary camera could only permit a portion of it to be taken at one exposure. In addition to its use for making horizontal pictures, the camera may be as easily used in the vertical position, and decidedly unique pictures of high waterfalls, mountain peaks, and such subjects can be secured. The lens is mounted on a pivot, and when the exposure is to be made, by pressing a lever, the lens automatically swings on this pivot from one side of the camera to the other, embracing an angle of over 100 degrees. At the same time, the shutter operates automatically with great precision, ensuring even illumination throughout the exposure. There is no complication whatever in operation. The whole process is automatic. It's just as easy to make pictures with the panorama as with any other Kodak. Those who already have other Kodaks or contemplate purchasing such will find this a valuable addition to their photographic equipment for the making of out-of-the-ordinary pictures. Panorama Kodaks use the regular daylight loading NC Kodak film. They are carefully made, have genuine leather coverings, and nickeled fittings. The number 1 has a scope of 112 degrees, while the number 4 embraces an angle of 142 degrees. Panorama Kodaks cannot be used successfully indoors. Number 1 Panorama Kodak, in detail. For rectangular pictures, 2 1/4 by 7 inches. Capacity, 6 exposures without reloading. Size of Kodak, 3 3/8 by 4 3/8 by 7 3/8 inches. Weight, 24 ounces. Lens, specially selected as to quality and focal length. Shutter, panorama. 2 tripod sockets. Brilliant finder with hood. Uses number 1 FP Kodak cartridges. The price. Number 1 Panorama Kodak, $10. Black sole leather carrying case with shoulder strap, $2.50. NC film cartridge, 6 exposures, 2 1/4 by 7, number 105, 40 cents. Ditto, 3 exposures, 20 cents. Number 4 Panorama Kodak, in detail. For rectangular pictures, 3 1/2 by 12 inches. Capacity, 4 exposures without reloading. Size of Kodak, 4 3/4 by 5 5/8 by 10 1/8 inches. Weight, 2 pounds 14 ounces. Lens, specially selected as to quality and focal length. Shutter, panorama. 2 tripod sockets. Brilliant finder with hood. Uses number 4 BE cartridges. The price. Number 4 Panorama Kodak, $20. Black sole leather carrying case with shoulder strap, $3. NC film cartridge, 4 exposures, 3 1/2 by 12, number 103, 75 cents. Ditto, 2 exposures, 45 cents. Numbers 1A and 3 Special Kodaks. The Special Kodaks are made upon the idea of providing the very best possible in hand cameras. A fine anastigmat lens, made expressly for hand camera work, a high speed, accurate shutter, a complete operating equipment, and the best materials procurable, richly finished. These, molded together by the most expert camera workmen in the world, leave nothing to be desired by the user, whether he be beginner or expert. Aside from the requirements of the focal plane specialist, there is no condition under which amateur pictures can be made in which these cameras will not produce the best possible results. The numbers 1A and 3 specials are alike in every respect, excepting in size, the number 1A making 2.5 by 4 1/4 pictures, and the number 3, the larger 3 1/4 by 4 1/4 size. Each is fitted with the Zeiss Kodak and astigmat lens, working at a maximum opening of f6.3, and with a compound shutter attaining a speed of 1/250th of a second. The fast lenses give the specials a great advantage over the ordinary camera in dull lights, and in combination with the compound shutter, make them second only to cameras having focal plane shutters for photographing rapidly moving objects. They have rising and sliding fronts, reversible finders, rack and pinion for focusing, spirit levels, in fact every useful convenience that can be put into a hand camera. The number 3 size will take plates by addition of a combination back, supplied extra. Made is the last word in photographic perfection. These cameras are beautifully finished. They bear the impress of the quality that is in them. In detail: size of Kodak, number 1A, 2 by 3 3/4 by 8 inches. Number 3, 1 7/8 by 4 1/2 by 8 inches. Weight: number 1A, 30 ounces. Number 3, 32 ounces. Lens: Zeiss Kodak and astigmat. Speed f6.3. Focal length: number 1A, 5 inches. Number 3, 5 inches. Shutter: compound. 2 tripod sockets. Brilliant reversible finder with hood. Spirit level. Rack and pinion for focusing. The price: special Kodak, Zeiss Kodak and astigmat lens, f6.3 and compound shutter. Number 1A, $46. Number 3, $48. Ditto with Cook Series 3A, f6.5 lens. Number 1A, $56.50. Number 3, $58.50. Ditto with B&L Zeiss Tessar Series 2B lens, f6.3. Number 1A, $56.50. Number 3, $58.50. Kodak Autotime Scale, Style H. Number 1A, $1.50. Number 3, $1.50. Grain leather, velvet-lined case with strap. Number 1A, $3. Number 3, $3. Combination back. Number 3, $4. Double glass plate holders, each. Number 3, $1. NC film cartridge, 12 exposures. Number 116 for number 1A. Number 118 for number 3. Number 1A, 50 cents. Number 3, 70 cents. Ditto, 6 exposures. Number 1A, 25 cents. Number 3, 35 cents. Ditto, double 2 cartridge, 4 exposures. Number 3, 25 cents. Kodak portrait attachment. Number 3, 50 cents. Number 3A special Kodak. To combine in one instrument every feature that could add to practical efficiency and yet retain the pocket Kodak convenience and simplicity was the work that we set for ourselves in designing the 3A special Kodak. In no respect did we fall short of that work. In this camera, no essential to good picture making is omitted, yet it has no unnecessary contraptions to annoy and befog the beginner. It is recognized as the highest type of hand camera for the amateur, skilled or unskilled. The 3A Special Kodak is equipped with the Zeiss Kodak Anastigmat lens f6.3, the Anastigmat made especially for hand camera work and combining speed, depth, and definition in an unusual degree. The shutter is the compound, operated by either cable or finger release, and having a maximum speed of 1/200th of a second. With this equipment, it is possible to get well-timed pictures under light conditions that would be fatal to good results with the ordinary camera, and in bright light to make successful exposures as short as 1/200th of a second. The 3A Special has a most complete equipment in keeping with the high grade of work for which it is designed. It has both rising and sliding front, reversible finder, rack and pinion for focusing, spirit level, double focusing scale, one for films and the other for plates. The camera body is made of aluminum, producing a very light yet strong and durable instrument. The finish and appointments are of the richest. The covering is genuine Persian Morocco. The bellows is of black selected leather, and these in connection with the highly nickeled fittings and dull black enameled shutter add that look of quality that is in harmony with its genuine efficiency and worth. End of section 5. Read by Verla Vieira in Las Cruces, New Mexico, USA, July 9th, 2023. Section 6 of Catalogs to Sleep By. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Catalog of Play Equipment, compiled by Jean Lee Hunt, Bureau of Educational Experiments, 1918. Introduction. What are the requisites of a child's laboratory? What essentials must we provide if we would deliberately plan an environment to promote the developmental possibilities of play? These questions are raised with ever-increasing insistence as the true nature of children's play and its educational significance come to be matters of more general knowledge, and the selection of play equipment assumes a corresponding importance in the school and at home. To indicate some fundamental rules for the choice of furnishings and toys, and to show a variety of materials illustrating the basis of selection, has been our aim in compiling the following brief catalog. We do not assume the list to be complete, nor has it been the intention to recommend any make or pattern as being indispensable or as having an exclusive right to the field. On the contrary, it is our chief hope that the available number and variety of such materials may be increased to meet a corresponding increase of intelligent demand on the part of parents and teachers for equipment having real dignity and play value. The materials listed were originally assembled in the exhibit of toys and school equipment shown by the Bureau of Educational Experiments in the spring and summer of 1917, and we wish to make acknowledgment, therefore, to the many who contributed to that exhibit, and by so doing, to the substance of the following pages. Chief among them are Teachers College, the University of Pittsburgh, the Ethical Culture School, the Play School, and other experimental schools described in our bulletins, numbers 3, 4, and 5. The cuts have been chosen for the most part from photographs of the Play School, where conditions fairly approximate those obtainable in the home and thus offer suggestions easily translatable by parents into terms of their own home environment. While this equipment is especially applicable to the needs of children 4, 5, and 6 years old, most of it will be found well adapted to the interests of children as old as 8 years, and some of it to those of younger children as well. Bureau of Educational Experiments, New York City, June 1918. Out-of-door furnishings. Out-of-door furnishing should be of a kind to encourage creative play as well as to give exercise. Playground apparatus, therefore, in addition to providing for big muscle development, should combine the following requisites. Intrinsic value as a toy or plaything. The play of children on it and with it must be spontaneous. Adaptability to different kinds of play and exercise. It must appeal to the imagination of the child so strongly that new forms of use must be constantly found by the child himself in using it. Adaptability to individual or group use. It should lend itself to solitary play or to use by several players at once. Additional requisites are safety. Its use should be attended by a minimum of danger. Suitable design, proper proportions, sound materials, and careful construction are essentials. Durability. It must be made to withstand hard use and all kinds of weather. To demand a minimum of repair means also to afford a maximum of security. The outdoor laboratory. In the country, ready-to-hand resources, trees for climbing, the 5-barred fence, the pasture gate, the stone wall, the wood pile, Mother Earth to dig in, furnish ideal equipment for the muscle development of little people, and of their own nature afford the essential requisites for creative and dramatic play. To their surpassing fitness for laboratory purposes, each new generation bears testimony. If the furnishings of a deliberately planned environment are to compare with them at all, they must lend themselves to the same freedom of treatment. The apparatus shown here was made by a local carpenter and could easily be constructed by high school pupils with the assistance of the manual training teacher. The ground has been covered with a layer of fine screened gravel, a particularly satisfactory treatment for very little children, as it is relatively clean and dries quickly after rain. It does not lend itself to the requirements of organized games, however, and so will not answer for children who have reached that stage of play development. A number of building bricks, wooden boxes of various sizes, pieces of board, and such odd lumber with a few tools and out-of-door toys complete the yard's equipment. The seesaw. Board. Straight grain lumber, 1 1/8 inch by 9 inches by 12 feet 0 inches. 2 cleats, 1 1/4 inch by 9 inches. Horse. Height 25 inches. Length 22.5 inches. Spread of feet at ground 20 inches. Legs built of 2 inch by 3 inch material. Hip of 2 inch by 3 inch material. Brace under hip of 7/8 inch material. Note: all figures given are for outside measurements. Apparatus except seesaw board and sliding board should be painted, especially those parts which are to be put into the ground. The stand and slide. Stand or platform, 26 inches wide, 30 inches long, 5 feet 4 inches high. Top made of 1 3/8 inch tongue and groove material. Uprights or legs of 2 inch by 3 inch material. Cleats nailed to front legs 6 1/4 inch apart to form ladder are of 1 1/8 inch by 1 3/4 inch material. Cross bracing of 7/8 inch by 2 1/4 inch material. Apron under top made of 7/8 inch by 5 inch material nailed about 1 1/8 inch below to act as additional bracing and provide place of attachment for iron hooks secured to sliding board. The stand is fastened to the ground by dogs or pieces of wood buried deep enough, about 3 feet, to make it secure. Slide. Straight grain piece of lumber, 1 1/8 inch by 12 inch by 12 feet 0 inches. 2 hooks at upper end of sliding board are of iron, about 3/8 inch by 1 1/2 inch, set at a proper angle to prevent board from becoming loose. Hooks are about 1 1/4 inches long. The swinging rope, upright, 3 inches by 3 inches by 6 foot 9 inches. Top piece, 3 inches by 3 inches by 2 feet 9 inches. Upright and top piece are mortised or halved and bolted together. Bracing at top, 3 inches by 3 inches by 20.5 inches at long point of miter cuts, is nailed to top piece and upright at an angle of about 45 degrees. Upright rests on a base measuring 3 foot 0 inches. This is mortised together and braced with 2 inch by 3 inch material about 20 inches long, set at an angle of about 60 degrees. Unless there are facilities for bracing at the top, as shown in the cut, the upright should be made longer and buried about 3 feet in the ground. The swinging rope, 3/4 inch diameter, passes through a hole bored in the top piece and held in place by a knot. Successive knots tied 8 inch to 9 inch apart and a big knot at the bottom makes swinging easier for little folks. The trapeze, 2 uprights, 3 inches by 3 inches by 6 foot 10 inches. Top piece, 3 inches by 3 inches by 2 feet 10 inches. Ends of top piece secured to uprights by being mortised or halved and bolted together. Uprights rest on bases of 2 inch by 3 inch material, 3 feet 7 inches long, connected by a small platform in the form of an H. Bases and uprights are bolted to dogs or pieces of wood, 2 inches by 4 inches by 5 foot 8 inches, set in the ground about 3 foot 0 inches. Adjustable bar, round, 1 3/8 inches in diameter. 3 holes bored in each upright provide for the adjustable bar. The first hole is 3 feet 0 inches above ground, the second 3 feet 5 inches, the third 3 feet 10 inches. Swing bar, round, 1 3/8 inches diameter, is 20 inches long, should hang about 16 inches below top piece. 2 holes, 5/8 inch diameter, bored in the top piece, receive a continuous rope attached to the swing bar by being knotted after passing through holes 5/8 inch in diameter in each end of the bar. The ladder and support. Ladder, 14 inches by 10 foot 2 inches. Sides of 1 1/2 inch by 1/2 inch material. Rungs, 1/4 diameter, set 10 and 1/4 inches apart. At upper ends of the sides, a U-shaped cut acts as a hook for attaching the ladder to the crossbar of the support. These ends are reinforced with iron to prevent splitting. Support, height 4 feet 6 inches, spread of uprights at base 4 feet 2 inches. Uprights of 1 1/2 inch by 2 1/2 inch material are secured to a foot 1 1/2 inch by 4 inch by 20 1/2 inches with braces 11 1/2 inches by 2 1/2 inches by 12 inches, set at an angle of about 60 degrees. Tops of the 2 uprights are halved and bolted to a crossbar 1 1/8 inch by 2 1/2 inch by 10 inches long. The uprights are secured with diagonal braces 1 3/8 inch by 3.5 inches by 3 feet 9 inches, fastened together where they intersect. As dramatic material, a borrowed stepladder converts this gymnastic apparatus into an airship. A practical adaptation. The ladder detached from the support is an invaluable adjunct to building and other operations. The parallel bars. The two bars are 2 inches by 2¼ inches by 6 feet 10 inches and are set 16.5 inches to 18.5 inches apart. The ends are beveled and the tops rounded. Each bar is nailed to 2 uprights, 2 inches by 3 inches by 5 feet 0 inches, set 5 feet apart and extending 34 inches above ground. An overhang of about 6 inches is allowed at each end of the bar. The sandbox. The sloping cover to the sandbox pictured here has been found to have many uses besides its obvious purpose of protection against stray animals and dirt. It is a fairly good substitute for the old-time cellar door, that most important dramatic property of a play era, past or rapidly passing. Box village. The child is to be pitied who has not at some time reveled in a packing box house big enough to get into and furnished by his own efforts. But a village of such houses offers a greatly enlarged field of play, and has been the basis of Miss Mary Rankin's experiment on the teacher's college playground. In addition to its more obvious possibilities for constructive and manual development, Miss Rankin's experiment offers social features of unusual suggestiveness, for the village provides a civic experience fairly comprehensive, free from the artificiality that is apt to characterize attempts to introduce civic content into school and play procedure. Indoor equipment. The requisites for indoor equipment are these: a suitable floor. The natural place for a little child to play is the floor, and it is therefore the sine qua non of the play laboratory. Places to keep things. A maximum of convenience to facilitate habits of order. Tables and chairs, for use as occasion demands, to supplement the floor, not to take the place of it. Blocks and toys, for initial play material. The carpenter's bench, with tools and lumber for the manufacture of supplementary toys. A supply of art and craft materials for the same purpose. The indoor laboratory. The floor should receive first consideration in planning the indoor laboratory. It should be as spacious as circumstances will permit, and safe, that is to say, clean and protected from drafts and dampness. A well-kept hardwood floor is the best that can be provided. Individual light rugs or felt mats can be used for the younger children to sit on in cold weather, if any doubt exists as to the adequacy of heating facilities. Battleship linoleum makes a good substitute for a hardwood finish. It comes in solid colors and can be kept immaculate. Deck canvas stretched over a layer of carpet felt and painted makes a warm covering especially well adapted to the needs of very little children, as it has some of the softness of a carpet and yet can be scrubbed and mopped. Second only in importance is the supply of lockers, shelves, boxes, and drawers for the disposal of the great number and variety of small articles that make up the tools and appliances of the laboratory. The chairs are the Mosher kindergarten chairs, which come in 3 sizes. The light tables can be folded by the children and put away in the biggest cupboard space. Block boxes are an essential part of the equipment. Their dimensions should be planned in relation to the unit block of the set used. Those shown are 13 3/4 inches by 16.5 inches by 44 inches inside measurements for use with a set having a unit 1 3/8 inches by 2 3/4 inches by 5 1/2 inches. They are on casters and can be rolled to any part of the room. The low blackboards are 5 feet 5 inches in height and 2 feet 0 inches from the floor. All the furnishings of the laboratory should lend themselves to use as dramatic properties when occasion demands, and a few may be kept for such purposes alone. The light screens in the right-hand corner of the room are properties of this kind, and are put to an endless number of uses. The balcony is a device to increase floor space that has been used successfully in the play school for several years. It is very popular with the children and contributes effectively to many play schemes. The tall block construction representing an elevator shaft, shown in the picture opposite, would never have reached its Singer Tower proportions without the balcony, first to suggest the project and then to aid in its execution. Drop shelves, like those along the wall of the gallery, can be used for some purposes instead of tables when space is limited. Materials for storekeeping play fill the shelves next to the fireplace, and the big crock on the hearth contains modeling clay, the raw material of such objets d'art as may be seen decorating the mantelpiece in the picture on page 20. The indoor sandbox. The indoor sandbox pictured here was designed by Mrs. Hutchinson for use in the nursery at Stony Ford. Box of this kind is ideal for the enclosed porch or terrace and a great resource in rainy weather. The usual kindergarten sand table cannot provide the same play opportunity that is afforded by a floor box, but it presents fewer problems to the housekeeper and is always a valuable adjunct to indoor equipment. The carpenter bench. The carpenter equipment must be a sure enough business affair, and the tools real tools, not toys. The Sheldon bench shown here is a real bench in every particular except size. The tool list is as follows: manual training hammer, 18-point crosscut saw, 9-point rip saw, large screwdriver, wooden handle, small screwdriver, nail puller, Stanley smooth plane No. 3, bench hook, brace and set of twist bits, manual training rule, steel rule, tri-square, utility box with assorted nails, screws, etc., combination India oil stone, oil can, small hatchet. Choice of lumber must be determined partly by the viewpoint of the adult concerned, largely by the laboratory budget, and finally by the supply locally available. Excellent results have sometimes been achieved where only boxes from the grocery and leftover pieces from the carpenter shop have been provided. Such rough lumber affords good experience in manipulation, and its use may help to establish habits of adapting materials as we find them to the purposes we have in hand. This is the natural attack of childhood, and it should be fostered, for children can lose it and come to feel that specially prepared materials are essential, and a consequent limitation to ingenuity and initiative can thus be established. On the other hand, some projects and certain stages of experience are best served by a supply of good regulation stock. Boards of soft pine, whitewood, basswood, or cypress in thicknesses of 1/4 inch, 3/8 inch, 1/2 inch, and 7/8 inch are especially well adapted for children's work, and stock strips, 1/4 inch and 1/2 inch thick, and 2 inch and 3 inches wide, lend themselves to many purposes. Toys. The proper basis of selection for toys is their efficiency as toys, that is, They must be suggestive of play and made for play. They should be selected in relation to each other. They should be consistent with the environment of the child who is to use them. They should be constructed simply so that they may serve as models for other toys to be constructed by the children. They should suggest something besides domestic play so that the child's interest may be led to activities outside the home life. They should be durable because they are the realities of a child's world and deserve the dignity of good workmanship. Floor games. There comes back to me the memory of an enormous room with its ceiling going up to heaven. It is the floor I think of chiefly, over the oilcloth of which, assumed to be land, spread towns and villages and forts of wooden bricks. The cracks and spaces of the floor and the bare ground surround were the water channels and open sea of that continent of mine. Justice has never been done to bricks and soldiers by those who write about toys. My bricks and my soldiers were my perpetual drama. I recall an incessant variety of interests. There was the mystery and charm of the complicated buildings one could make, with long passages and steps and windows through which one could peep into their intricacies, and by means of slips of card one could make slanting ways in them, and send marbles rolling from top to base, and thence out into the hold of a waiting ship. And there was commerce, the shops and markets and storerooms full of thrift seed, lupin beans, and such like provender from the garden. Such stuff one stored in matchboxes and pillboxes, or packed in sacks of old glove fingers tied up with thread, and sent off by wagons along the great military road to the beleaguered fortress on the Indian frontier, beyond the worn places that were dismal swamps. I find this empire of the floor much more vivid in my memory now than many of the owners of the skirts and legs and boots that went gingerly across its territories. H. G. Wells, The New Machiavelli, Chapter 2. Nowhere else, perhaps, not even in his floor games and little wars, has Mr. Wells or any other author succeeded in drawing so convincing a picture of the possibilities of constructive play as is to be found in those pages, all too brief, in The New Machiavelli, where the play laboratory at Bromstead is described. One can imagine the eager boy who played there, looking back across the years, strong in the conviction that it could not have been improved, and yet the picture of a child at solitary play is not, after all, the ideal picture. Our laboratory, while it must accommodate the unsocial novice and make provision for individual enterprise at all ages and stages, must be above all the place where the give and take of group play will develop along with block villages and other community life in miniature. Floor blocks. In his reminiscences of his boyhood play, Mr. Wells lays emphasis on his great good fortune in possessing a special set of bricks made to order, and therefore sufficient in number for the ambitious floor games he describes. Comparatively few adults can look back to the possession of similar play material, and so a majority cannot realize how it outweighs in value every other type of toy that can be provided. Where the budget for equipment is limited, floor blocks can be cut by the local carpenter or, in a school, by the manual training department. The blocks in use at the play school are of white wood, the unit block being 1 3/8 inches by 2 3/4 inches by 5½ inches. They range in size from half units and diagonals to blocks 4 times the unit in length, 22 inches. At present, there is but one set of blocks on the market that corresponds to the one Mr. Wells describes. These are the Hill floor blocks, manufactured and sold by A. Shunhut and Company of Philadelphia. They are of hard maple and come in 7 sizes, from 3-inch squares to oblongs of 24 inches, the unit block being 6 inches in length. There are 680 pieces in a set. Half and quarter sets are also obtainable. They are the invention of Professor Patty Smith Hill of Teachers College, Columbia University, and are used in the Teachers College Kindergarten and in many other schools. The School of Childhood at the University of Pittsburgh makes use of several varieties of blocks, some of commercial manufacture, others cut to order. The list given is as follows. A. Nest of blocks. B. Large blocks made to order of hard maple in 5 sizes. Cubes, 5 inches by 5 inches. Oblongs, 2.5 inches by 5 inches by 10 inches. Triangular prisms made by cutting cube diagonally into 2 and 4 parts. Pillars made by cutting oblongs into 2 parts. Plinths made by cutting oblongs into 2 parts. Lightweight 12-inch boards, 3 feet 0 inches to 7 feet 0 inches long. C. Froebel's enlarged 5th and 6th gifts. D. Stone anchor blocks. E. Architectural blocks for flat forms. F. Peglock blocks. As children become more dexterous and more ambitious in their block construction, the peglock blocks will be found increasingly valuable. These are a type of block unknown to Mr. Wells, but how he would have reveled in the possession of a set. They are manufactured by the Peglock Block Company of New York. Cut on a smaller scale than the other blocks described, they are equipped with holes and pegs by which they may be securely joined. This admits of a type of construction entirely outside the possibilities of other blocks. They come in sets of varying sizes and in a great variety of shapes. The School of Childhood uses them extensively, as does the Play School. Floor toys. The do-with toys, shown in the accompanying pictures, were designed by Miss Carolyn Pratt some years ago to meet the need generally felt by devotees of the play laboratory of a consistent series of toys to be used with floor blocks. For if the market of the present day can offer something more adequate in the way of blocks than was generally available in Mr. Wells' boyhood, the same is not true when it comes to facilities for peopling and stocking the resulting farms and communities that develop. Mr. Wells tells us that for his floor games, he used tin soldiers and such animals as he could get. We know the kind, the lion smaller than the lamb, and barnyard fowl doubtless overtopping the commanding officer. Such combinations have been known to children of all generations, and play of the kind Mr. Wells describes goes on in spite of the inconsistency of the materials supplied. But when we consider fostering such play and developing its possibilities for educational ends, the question arises whether this is the best provision that can be made, or if the traditional material could be improved, just as the traditions concerning blocks are being improved. A few pioneers have been experimenting in this field for some years past. No one of them is ready with final conclusions, but among them, opinion is unanimous that constructive play is stimulated by an initial supply of consistent play material, calculated to suggest supplementary play material of a kind children can manufacture for themselves. Blocks are, of course, the most important type of initial material to be provided. Beyond this, the generally accepted hypothesis is embodied in the do-with series, which provides first a doll family of proportions suited to blockhouses, then a set of farm animals and carts, then a set of wild animals, all designed on the same size scale, of construction simple enough to be copied at the bench, and suggesting, each set after its kind, a host of supplementary toys, limited in variety and in numbers only by the experience of the child concerned and by his ability to construct them. This working hypothesis for the selection of toys is as yet but little understood either by those who buy or those who sell play materials. The commercial dealer declares with truth that there is too little demand to justify placing such a series on the market. Not only does he refuse to make do-withs, but he provides no adequate substitutes. His wooden toys are merely wooden ornaments without relation to any series, and without playability, immobile, reasonless, for the philosophy of the play laboratory is quite unknown to the makers of play materials, while those who buy are guided almost entirely by convention, and have no better standard by which to estimate what constitutes their money's worth. On the other hand, enthusiasts raise the question, why supply any toys? Is it not better for children to make all their toys? And as Miss Pratt says, getting ready for play is mistaken for play itself. Too much getting ready kills real play, and if our purpose is to foster and enrich the actual activity, we must understand the subtle value of initial play materials, of having at hand, ready for the promptings of play impulse, the necessary foundation stones on which a superstructure of improvisation can be reared. When by hook or crook the devotees of floor games have secured a population and livestock for their block communities, then, as Mr. Wells reminds us, comes commerce, and in her wake, transportation problems to tax the inventive genius of the laboratory. Simple transportation toys are the next need, and suitable ones can generally, though not always, be obtained in the shops. A few well-chosen pieces for initial material will soon be supplemented by peglock or bench-made contrivances. For railroad tracks, the block supply offers possibilities better adapted to the ages we are considering than any of the elaborate rail systems that are sold with the high-priced mechanical toys so fascinating to adult minds. Additional curved blocks, corresponding to the unit block in width and thickness, are a great boon to engineers, for what is a railroad without curves? Transportation toys can be perfectly satisfactory when not made strictly to scale. Indeed, the exigencies of the situation generally demand that realists be satisfied with rather wide departures from the general rule. Train service, however, should accommodate at least one passenger to a car. Large and small-scale toys. The floor scheme pictured here is a good illustration of our principles of selection applied to toys of larger scale. The dolls, the tea set, the chairs are from the toy shop. The little table in the foreground and the bed are bench-made. The bedding is of home manufacture. The jardiniere, too, is of modeling clay, gaily painted with watercolors. The tea table and stove are improvised from blocks, as is the bathroom, through the door of which a block tub may be seen. The screen used as a partition at the back is one of the play school properties with large sheets of paper as panels. There are some important differences, however, between the content of a play scheme like this and one of the kind we have been considering. These result from the size and character of the initial play material, for dolls like these invite an entirely different type of treatment. One cannot build villages or provide extensive railroad facilities for them, nor does one regard them in the impersonal way that the Do-With family or Mr. Wells's soldiers are regarded, as incidentals in a general scheme of things. These beings hold the center of their little stage. They call for affection and solicitude, and the kind of play into which they fit is more limited in scope, less stirring to the imagination, but more usual in the experience of children, because play material of this type is more plentifully provided than is any other, and centering attention as it does on the furnishings and utensils of the home requires less contact with, or information about, the world outside and its activities to provide the mental content for interesting play. In the epochs of play development, interest in these larger-scale toys precedes that in more complicated schemes with smaller ones. Mr. Wells's stress on the desirability of a toy soldier population really reflects an adult view, for play on the toy soldier and paper doll scale develops latest of all, and because of the opportunities it affords for schemes of correspondingly greater mental content, makes special appeal to the adult imagination. Play materials smaller than the do-with models and better adapted to this latest period than are either soldiers or paper dolls remains one of the unexplored possibilities for the toy trade of the future. Housekeeping play. Materials for housekeeping play are of two general kinds, according to size: those intended for the convenience of dolls, and those of larger scale for children's use. The larger kind should be strong enough and well enough made to permit of actual processes. Plentiful as such materials are in the shops, it is difficult to assemble anything approaching a complete outfit on the same size scale. One may spend days in the attempt to get together one as satisfactory as that pictured here. The reason seems to be that for considerations of trade, such toys are made and sold in sets of a few pieces each. If dealers would go a step further and plan their sets in series, made to scale and supplementing each other, they would better serve the requirements of play, and it would seem their own interests as well. Storekeeping play. From housekeeping play to storekeeping play is a logical step, and one abounding in possibilities for leading interest beyond the horizon line of home environment. Better than any toy equipment, and within reach of every household budget, is a store like the one pictured here, where real cartons, boxes, tins, and jars are used. Schools can often obtain new unfilled cartons from manufacturers. The Fells Naphtha and National Biscuit Companies are especially cordial to requests of this kind, and cartons from the latter firm are good for beginners, as prices are plainly marked and involve only dime and nickel computation. The magazine Educational Foundations maintains a department which collects such equipment and furnishes it to public schools on their subscribers list. Sample packages add to interest, and a small supply of actual staples in bulk, or of sand, sawdust, chaff, etc., for weighing and measuring should be provided, as well as paper, string, and paper bags of assorted sizes. Small scales and inexpensive sets of standard measures, dry and liquid, can be obtained of Milton Bradley and other school supply houses. A toy telephone and toy money will add content, and for older children, a price and sign marker by Milton Bradley is a valuable addition. The School of Childhood, Pittsburgh, list includes the following miscellaneous articles for house and store play: spoons, various size boxes, stones, pebbles, buttons, shells, spools, bells, ribbon bolts filled with sand, rice, shot, bottles, etc. Craft and color materials. Materials of this kind are a valuable part of any play equipment. Of the large assortment carried by kindergarten and school supply houses, the following are best adapted to the needs of the play laboratory. Modeling materials. Modeling clay and plasticine, far from being the same, are supplementary materials, each adapted to uses for which the other is unsuited. Weaving materials. Raffia, basketry reed, colored worsteds, cotton roving, jute, and macrame cord can be used for many purposes. Material for paperwork. Heavy oak tag, manila, and bogus papers for cutting and construction come in sheets of different sizes. Colored papers, both coated, colored on one side, and engine colored, colored on both sides, are better adapted to laboratory purposes when obtainable in large sheets instead of the regulation kindergarten squares. Colored tissue papers, scissors, and library paste are always in demand. Color materials. Crayons, watercolor paints, chalks for blackboard use are best adapted to the needs of play when supplied in a variety of colors and shades. For drawing and painting, coarse paper should be furnished in quantity and in sheets of differing sizes. Quote, "If children are let alone with paper and crayons, they will quickly learn to use these toys quite as effectively as they do blocks and dolls." End quote. Toys for active play and outdoor tools. Among the many desirable toys for active play, the following deserve honorable mention: express wagon, sled, horse reins, coaster or scooter, velocipede, and other adaptations of the bicycle for beginners, football, small size association ball, indoor baseball, rubber balls, various sizes, bean bags, steamer quoits. As in the case of the carpenter's bench, it is poor economy to supply any but good tools for the yard and garden. Even the best garden sets for children are so far inferior to those made for adults as to render them unsatisfactory and expensive by comparison. It is therefore better to get lightweight pieces in the smaller standard sizes and cut down long wooden handles for greater convenience. The one exception to be noted is the boy's shovel supplied by the Peter Henderson Company. This is, in every respect, as strong and well made as the regulation sizes, and a complete series to the same scale and of the same standard would meet a decided need in children's equipment, where lightweight is imperative and hardware unavoidable. In addition to the garden set of shovel, rake, hoe, trowel, and wheelbarrow, a small crowbar is useful about the yard, and, in winter, a light snow shovel is an advantage. Jean Lee Hunt. End of section 6. Read by Verla Vieira in Las Cruces, New Mexico, USA, July 15th, 2023. Section 7 of Catalogs to Sleep By. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A descriptive pamphlet of the Richmond Mill Furnishing Works by Nordyke, Marmon and Company, 1872. Introductory. We present our customers and those whose names have been given us with our descriptive pamphlet for 1872. Having now been established over 35 years in the construction of machinery in this particular line, and knowing most of the old and new improvements which have been a success and those which have failed, we are offering, after almost a constant course of labor, mill machinery of undoubted superior qualities. And now we invite the attention of those interested to the articles of our designing and make, fully believing a careful investigation and comparison with the work of any manufacturer will convince them of its excellence. Our work, being represented in over 1,000 flouring mills, is some evidence of its practical merits. No experiments, but get the best. We have files of letters and statements that tell of the costly experiences of those having bought new and untried machinery. The mill of today, of whatever dimensions, must be simple, compact, efficient, durable, and cheap. The following points have claimed our special study to obtain the best results in the different locations and purposes required. First, the best wheat scouring and separating machinery. Second, the quality of burr stones required, best speed, draft, and form of furrows, and best mode of driving them. Third, numbers of cloth, amount of bolting surface required, best arrangement of numbers, etc. Fourth, propriety of regrinding, how best to grade the offal for this purpose, as well as other requirements of flour mills. Combined husks with 2 to 4 run of stones varying from 2 to 4 feet diameter, and all in one substantial frame, spindles being long and arranged for the gearing and lower part of husk to be in the basement of the mill house on an independent foundation, are made complete in our works, carefully put up and adjusted, marked, taken apart, small pieces boxed and otherwise prepared for shipment and ease of putting up. This plan was first adopted by us in the year 1867. Since that time, we have put out considerably over 100 run of stone on this plan, all receiving the highest commendations of the owners. Our portable mills are in extensive use, but by careful observation we have found the means of improvement, and within the last few years have revised our patterns, and we say with entire confidence, all things being considered, that we make the best heavy husk portable mill in the market, they having done none of the objectionable features so common in mills of this class. Particular attention is directed to our complete grinding and bolting flour mill, adapted to the special demands of a custom mill. Those now made have all the improvements of value to the present date, and furnished at a price so reasonable that every town or neighborhood of sufficient demands can be supplied, good flour, and yield guaranteed. Self-tramming, driving, and balance irons as improved are extensively used and in brisk demand. These are no new and doubtful experiment. See the cuts and description, and the defects of other modes of driving irons will readily be understood. We are prepared to execute drawings and plans, with description, bills of material required in the construction of mill house all ready to receive the machinery, showing also the location of mills and machinery in the building. This is of special advantage, as it can be turned over to the carpenter or contractor for execution, thus saving trouble in knowing the cost before you begin, as well as knowing where to strike. Our advantages. Our whole attention is devoted to this particular line of manufacturing, with special tools, machinery, and permanent buildings built and adapted expressly for the purpose at a great expense. We are thus enabled to conduct with system and accuracy the production of good work. We have advantages in location, as a glance at a map of the states will show. We are central, in ready access to lumber, coal, and iron. Other makers both east and west of us are supplied in a great measure, some altogether, with hard lumber from our state. We have good railroad shipping facilities in all directions, and purchasers can have their work safely delivered almost at their own doors at low shipping rates. With these advantages, we are able to compete with any factory, east or west, saving time, money, and risk to the purchaser. Millstones. This is one of the specialties of our business. It has been built up from small beginnings to one of the largest west of New York. We keep a large stock of burr blocks from which to make selections. Hence, if we should not have on hand, built up, the sized stone or quality that is wanted, we can give our customers just what they need on very short notice. Our facilities for turning out first-class work of this kind are equal to any in the West. Having in our employ men experienced in the manufacture and use of burrs, we are able to furnish our customers just the quality of goods they need for their particular class of work. We are well aware of the importance of a good millstone to profitably flour wheat, and give this department the most careful attention. For a description of our method of building and backing up runner stones, we refer the reader to the article following, under the head of Building and Balancing Runner Stones, where our customers prefer to do all the millwright work in their mill. We are prepared to make, in addition to the burrs, such shafting, gearing, spindles, irons, and machinery as they may need. Building and Balancing Stones. We put all runner stones on a point or cockhead and keep them in balance while backing up. Consequently, they are as near in standing and running balance as they can be by this means. We have testimony to the fact that a number of stones we have made, all balanced upon the old plan of a cockhead at the center, are in such perfect balance that if the wheat is exhausted in the hopper, the face of the runner will not touch the bedstone. The importance of balancing on the true principle is mostly overlooked. In a mill properly balanced, the stones will keep a better grinding face with one-half the time and labor required if they are not thus balanced. Particular attention must be paid to keeping the runner in balance, as after leaving our works, the cement dries out in such a manner as to sometimes throw the runner out of both standing and running balance. For a description of the means we provide to do this important work of balancing, see the cuts and description under the head Standing and Running Balance. We put iron backs on our underrunners to protect the stone from wearing out of balance. Standing and Running Balance. Millers, as a rule, know that a stone in standing balance is not always in running balance, and vice versa. Yet they are well aware that a stone should be in both. The reason these two balances do not always exist at the same time, or why the light side of a stone standing should seem the heavy side on running, is not clearly understood, and hence the difficulty in obviating the trouble. The importance of a correct standing balance, and at the same time a true running balance, cannot well be overestimated. Suppose the balancing weights in a runner are so adjusted that the stone stands in balance on the cockhead when raised above the bedstone, but on starting, instead of its face remaining true and running steady, one side droops, and it runs with an apparent vibration or oscillation of the face. It will be found, however, upon examination, that it will always run with the same side low, going to show that the difficulty is centered in one certain point. In these cuts are shown the improved balance boxes adopted by us. The one on the right is the box complete. They are placed in the runner with the rounding part in contact with the band, with the lid of the box a little below the plaster back. The figure to the left illustrates the inner adjustable box and screw for adjusting the same when in the stone. It will be noticed it has two parts divided by a partition. The cover to this inner box, shown in the middle figure, is secured with a screw and fits down upon the box and close over the division, so that either side may be used when the weight is wanted at a point between any two of the balance boxes. We put 5 of them in a runner stone. This number is deemed entirely sufficient. They are made of cast iron and fit up in good style, the rod screws being all tapped into the iron. We find this balance box gives the miller entire control of the runner and easy to operate, simply by removing the curb and letting the stone rest in position. A wrench is all the tool needed. The weights when in position are not subject to derangement as those ordinarily used. Now that we have the means explained by which this important work is to be done, next comes the question, how shall I do it? First, we would say, Put the runner in standing balance in the usual manner, and lowering the required weight to the bottom of the boxes. In mills with the old style of stiff driving irons, the spindle and driver must be carefully trammed to the runner, as well as the proper bearing and a good fit of the cockhead into the cockeye. Unless this is attended to, it will be no use to proceed. Where our self-tramming driving irons are used, the process of putting in a balance will be a pleasure instead of a long disagreeable process, and it will be more perfect than is possible with any other appliance for this purpose. The runner being in standing balance, place 2 boards planed evenly and 3/8 of an inch in thickness between the stones. They may be 4 to 8 inches wide, allowing the ends to project sufficiently to fasten securely to a block or piece of timber fastened to the husk. Place them about midway between the spindle and outer edge of stone, and put the stone in motion, letting it down upon the boards until its face runs steady and true. Then turn off the plaster back perfectly true with the face, from a firm rest properly supported. Now try the standing balance again. By turning off the back, it may have been changed. Next, find the light side of the stone by elevating the runner from the boards, and run it as fast as it will bear without too much vibration, as in cases where the stone is much out of balance, the full speed should be approached gradually in the process. Hold a pencil against the rest plank, and approach it slowly until it touches the turned back of the stone, say 4 to 6 inches in from the band or skirt. It will, of course, mark the side which runs high. The principal or real cause of this side of the stone running high is that the center of gravity or weight on this side is too low, below the cockhead and point of suspension, while the center of weight on the side that runs low is too high and above the center. To change this so as to bring the center of weight of each side respectively on the same level is what we must accomplish. As we know which side of the stone was high, now take, say, 2 to 6 pounds, as the case may require, of iron, broken into small pieces or shot, and take 1/2 of the amount and put into the inside box screwed to the top of the box on the side that runs high, and the other half in the box or boxes opposite, and lowered by the screw into the bottom of the balance box. Then test the stone and make a new mark. Add weight carefully until the face runs true up to the full grinding speed. Be careful to divide the weight, as it may be added, so as not to disturb the standing balance. Standing balance is simply an equal weight on all sides. Running balance is having the center of gravity just as far from the face on one side as the other. Irregular motion, and no matter how fast, will not affect the runner when balanced as we have explained. If this important item is properly attended to, as well as keeping the stones in good flowering face, there will be less killing of the life of flower, and allowing middlings and unclean bran to escape. The value of the flower, both as regards nourishment and health, depends on the amount of nutritious, aromatic, and saccharine properties retained in the flour which the wheat contains. This result depends on the flowering process the meal has been subjected to between the stones. On the amount of these properties in the flour also depend the weight and sweetness of the loaf when baked. Likewise, its light and white qualities when used for any purpose. Bolting cloths. There is a great deal said and published by those who furnish cloths concerning the merits of the brand of cloth they sell, and demerits of others, so that millers are at a loss where to buy, when there is so much difference of opinion. When Bolton cloth is wanted, all we can ask is to address us for samples to examine. If the cloth is ordered at once, and you want privilege of examining at express office before paying for same, please state it in the order. In the examination of Bolton cloths, parties are often led astray. Some brands of the French and Swiss appear even, smooth, and heavy. They are well sized with a kind of gum and sugar of lead, but when used a while, their bad qualities are betrayed by the uneven and fuzzy appearance. The cloth kept in stock and for sale by us is the brand of Dufour and Company's Old Dutch Anchor, acknowledged by the most experienced millwrights and millers to be the best. We have it imported direct by the only importer of this kind of cloth in the United States, and get it as low as any of our competitors. We have tested this cloth, not alone by long use, but by thoroughly washing and rubbing out all the sizing from a piece of this as well as the other brands, and comparing carefully the weights and texture of each before and after the process. As the result, we have found more silk in the Dufour cloth than any other brand, as well as more firmly locked thread and even texture. We make cloths up in large quantities, have at times 10 to 15 on the way. We require the length of the reel, number of ribs, measurement around the reel, and distance from center to center of ribs to enable us to make a good fit. Under-runner pulley mills. The above engraving shows our portable under-runner mill as improved. For grinding wheat, corn, feed, or floury middlings, they are inferior to none. The runner is balanced upon a steel point or cockhead, projecting into a steel seat. Argument is no longer necessary to prove to intelligent millers the advantages of a cockhead mill over those having the runner stone secured rigid to the spindle. The driving irons in this mill are those shown under head of self-tramming mill irons. No mill is perfect without them. With them, they are more desirable for wheat grinding than any other under-runner mill. The bedstone is stationary in the upper part of the husk frame, and is turned over on heavy hinges when necessary to sharpen the burrs. 4 stiff rubber springs around bolts are provided above the bedstone frame, holding it down while grinding for the important duty of allowing said bedstone to yield up in case any hard substance enters between the stones. In this way we prevent the liability of breakage and overcome the very popular objection to all other mills having the understone to run. In addition, we provide a metallic bush arranged to oil collar of spindle while mill is running. The curb is made of pine staves and banded with neat iron bands. We furnish either damsel or silent feed as desired. The runner has a cast iron back to prevent any inclination to wear out of balance. The husk is made of hard wood and very strong. Many other points of excellence could be mentioned. The improvements are protected by letters patent. Diameter of stones, 26 inches. Diameter of pulley, 18 inches. Width of belt to drive, 7 inches. Revolutions per minute, 440. Diameter of stones, 30 inches. Diameter of pulley, 20 inches. Width of belt to drive, 8 inches. Revolutions per minute, 400. Diameter of stones, 36 inches. Diameter of pulley, 24 inches. Width of belt to drive, 10 inches. Revolutions per minute, 330. Geared mills. Our under-runner geared mills are substantially the same as set forth on page 14, excepting they are provided with heavy gearing, horizontal shaft, pulley, and boxing lined with anti-friction metal. The gear is faced off in a lathe before the cogs are put in. The pulley is turned and balanced, all being fitted up in the best manner from new patterns, strong and in good proportion. We have the best and smoothest running geared mill in the market. Upper runner pulley mills. This cut presents our portable upper runner mill. The heavy runner, in addition to being built in balance, is provided with 5 improved standing and running balance weights, adjustable with screws. See under head of Standing and Running Balance. This mill has the self-tramming irons set forth under its proper head, improved silent feed rig, wrought iron spindle with steel ends, steel cockeye in runner stone, a tram step to tram by means of screws, the oil foundation bush and followers, pine stave curb or hoop banded with iron under walnut finish, stones faced and furrowed of a good selection of French burr of sharp, even quality, and other additions and advantages not necessary to mention, all made complete with pulley as shown in the cut, or gear as shown on page 16, and secured in a strong ash husk frame. The step irons used in this mill admit of our using a much longer spindle without making top of mill higher than usual. The principal improvements on this mill have been secured to us by 2 distinct letters patent. Diameter of stones, 30 inches. Diameter of pulley, 20 inches. Width of belt to drive, 8 inches. Revolutions per minute, 360. Diameter of stones, 36 inches. Diameter of pulley, 24 inches. Width of belt to drive, 8 inches. Revolutions per minute, 300. Diameter of stones, 42 inches. Diameter of pulley, 30 inches. Width of belt to drive, 10 inches. Revolutions per minute, 240. All our pulley mills are furnished with our improved low-down set screw step, giving a spindle 1/5 longer than any other mill with the same height of hopper, and constructed in the ordinary manner. With this step, the spindle is trammed by means of set screws, thus making it more readily and accurately adjustable, at the same time avoiding the liability of getting out of tram. This step is so constructed as to avoid changing from its true position or out of tram when the runner stone is raised or lowered by the lighter screw. The husks of these mills are made of ash timber, strongly bolted together with wrought iron joint bolts. We furnish turned iron pulleys balanced and keyed to the spindle so that they can be raised or lowered at pleasure. The curbs around the runners are of the kind shown and described under the head of mill curbs or hoops. The feed rig, either our improved silent or shoe and damsel, as may be wanted by the purchaser or for the purpose required. It will generally be found most desirable to drive our pulley mills from a horizontal shaft and pulleys, with wheel belts and tightening pulleys in a movable frame or quarter twist belt. Place the mill upon a solid floor or firm foundation with the bedstone level. Cleat around the posts and bolt through 2 of the lower ties. If room is precious, a platform can be placed over the belt or belts running from the line shaft to the mill. This shaft should be from 13 to 15 feet from the mill spindle to give sufficient length of belt. The center of the mill pulley and driver must not be in line, but as follows. When the real belt plan is adopted, place the center of the mill pulley 4 or 5 inches below the top of the driving pulley that runs from the mill, and the side of the mill pulley that runs towards the driving pulley in line with the center of the driving pulley. Then place the idle or tightening pulley in a sliding frame on the underside of the slack belt near the driving pulley, and of the proper height and angle to lead the belt squarely on the mill pulley. When locating the mill to run by quarter twist belt, placed thus. Upper or lower side of the driving pulley, which runs towards the mill, should be 5 or 6 inches above the center of the burr pulley, and the side of the burr pulley that runs towards the driving pulley must be in a line with its center. In attaching the bolt, it will be observed that its position depends somewhat upon how the elevator foot and cooling conveyor are placed. It will be found best in most situations to put the cooling conveyor and elevator foot entirely below the floor. It is a good plan to set the portable, or in fact any kind of a mill, on a foundation entirely below and independent from the floor of the house. The reel belt plan of driving from a pulley on a horizontal shaft, even if a large one, will make no edge strain on the belt whatever, and in stopping and starting is of great convenience. We have it shown in a small way in the cut, Figure 3, under head of Complete Grinding and Bolting Mills. Where we furnish the mills, we always, when requested to do so, send draft and plans showing how to set up and arrange all, so that it will be a success and without additional charge. Geared mills. Geared mills are furnished with wood and iron gearing, wooden cogs in the driving wheel. This does away with the noise and deafening clatter of the ordinary or all-iron geared mills. See under head of Gearing and under runner geared mills. These cogs are of wide face, thus having a large bearing surface and wear but slowly. Where there is one mill, the shaft is long enough to receive the pulley and one journal box outside. We often put 3 run of burrs, 2 wheat, and 1 corn upon one continuous shaft. This makes a very compact arrangement. In this case, the mills are detached by slipping the pinion or wheel out of gear on a sleeve provided for the purpose. Single reel bolt, complete, and dimensions. Our bolts are so well known that a full description seems superfluous. Their constant use for 14 years has suggested some marked changes, which, together with a brief outline of the bolt itself, we will describe. The object gained is a more efficient bolt for custom work, either for a portable mill or any flouring mill, however large or small, where a bolt is wanted specially adapted to the demands of custom grinding. At the same time, we have already sent a number of them into northern Minnesota and Wisconsin. Also, Texas, Kansas, Georgia, etc., etc. When so ordered, they are taken apart and boxed, previously marked how each part belongs, and drafts and description of how to set it up, sent so that one at all skilled can put it up in the mill and have it ready to run in 2 or 3 days' time. For those residing within a few hundred miles of our works, we mostly send on open cars or boat, well protected by paint and varnish, and out of the great number shipped within 10 years past, have not had a single one at all damaged that we know of. They are made in large quantities, the parts being duplicated and cut out from patterns, and by machinery adapted to the purpose. The lumber contained in them is thoroughly seasoned and selected of the best quality. The parts usually sent with them, unless otherwise ordered, are: first, all the gearing and shafts required, with supporting frame and bearings for the elevator head, spout, gear, and shafts. Second, extra heavy cloth of Dufour & Company's Dutch Anchor brand made up to fit the reel, with strips of ticking to come in contact with the ribs of reel, and proper arrangement of numbers to make flour that will bear inspection. This is generally sent by express in a separate package. Third, the elevator complete as follows: 40 feet 4.5-inch leather or gum belt, 30 4-inch heavy tin iron-banded cups with improved copper clasp fastenings, head and foot with turned pulleys in them, including an outside pair of bevel or spur wheels or turned pulley to receive power. See cut of elevator head and foot under head of elevator, cups, and fastenings. Fourth, a cooling conveyor geared by suitable wheels to the shaft and foot of the elevator, so that it can be located in any direction to suit the situation. To fill some special orders, we have put the cooling conveyor on top of the chest. In most cases, it is best to have it below. The framework of the bolt is made of hard wood and well bolted. Conveyor for flour and one for returns, full length of bolt. Conveyor flights are of hard wood. Cut-offs are provided so that 1/4, all or any degree of the flouring cloth may be used for fine flour at the option of the miller. Table of dimensions. Length of reel. For 26 and 30-inch mill, 16 feet. Extreme length, 18.5 feet. Length of reel. For 30 and 36-inch mill, 18 feet. Extreme length, 20.5 feet. Length of reel. For 36 and 42-inch mill, 20 feet. Extreme length, 22.5 feet. Length of reel. For 42 and 48-inch mill, 22 feet. Extreme length, 24.5 feet. They are 3 feet 6 inches wide and 6 feet 2 inches high to top of elevator. Portable mill and bolt. In our portable mill and bolt, we have condensed all the advantages required of a custom mill in making a prime article of flour and much better suited for the purpose. We have not been sparing in the material necessary to make every part strong and durable, and they will bear to be continually used with a strong power without any part yielding in the least. The bolts are arranged for making all the cut-offs for changing the grade of the flour, thus using more or less bolting surface or making more or less returns as may be found necessary. It makes a quick and even discharge of flour from the flour spout. There are no hoppers or anything for the clogging of flour, and every customer gets his own flour from his own wheat. This is of great advantage, and if not pretty fully accomplished, creates dissatisfaction with customers. The bolts in connection with our mills are of ample capacity when the grain is in proper condition to make good flour. They are made much larger and in more roomy chest than ever before. They are supplied with our improved percussion apparatus. This has now been in use in its present style for over 10 years with perfect success. It is composed of 3 sets of hinged arms or knockers, 3 in each set, secured to every alternate rib of the reel inside, gently tapping the ribs on the downward or empty side of the reel, thus not forcing the flour through the cloth, but dusting out and unclogging it. These can be stopped or started by the miller at any time while the bolt is in operation, either 1 set, 2, or all, as circumstances may require. These every practical miller knows, after having used them, to be indispensable to counteract the extremes of damp and dry, or cold and exceedingly warm weather. Some millers utterly condemn the use of knockers on bolts, and in reference to those commonly in use, we will agree with them in this. The difficulty lies in the fact that commonly they are so arranged that the miller is obliged to use them at all times. In free bolting weather, he not only wants to stop the percussion apparatus, but also to have all the safeguards against too free bolting at his command. With this apparatus and proper grinding, no clogging of the bolt will ever be noticed. By the use of this apparatus, we are enabled to use finer cloth than without it, and at all times bolt even and obtain better yields. This tried and valuable improvement has been secured by letters patent. These mills and bolts, or either of them separately, are constantly being attached to old and new mills, warehouses, and places where steam and water power can be had or used. We use on these bolts Dufour and Company's celebrated Dutch anchor brand of bolting cloth, made up in best manner, with 2.5-inch strips of heavy ticking to come in contact with the ribs of reel. Some parties erroneously entertain the idea that a portable mill is a temporary affair. They obtain this idea from the word portable. This word, applied to a mill, means only that the machinery is built in such a manner at the factory as to permit of its being shipped the same as any other machinery. Our portable mill has all the qualities for doing good work and all the durability that any old-style mill has. It further has the advantage of enabling a man to put up his mill without near so much delay and expense as is required in the old style. In every instance where a portable mill has failed to do its work properly or to be durable, it has not been because it was a portable mill, but because it was not constructed on good, well-tried principles, or of good material, or the fault may have been because it was not set up as it should be, or had not been properly managed after it was set up. Our mills and bolts are fitted up and put together ready to run, before shipment, then properly arranged for shipping, and delivered on board the cars at the proper depot here, and a through rate of freight contracted in the shipping receipt. Complete portable grinding and bolting flouring mills. The cuts, figures 1, 2, 3, and 4, are intended to show the different arrangements in buildings, and are made by us of the following sizes of stones: 30, 36, and 42 inches diameter of upper runners, and 26, 30, and 36 inch of the under runner kind, with the bolts described fully elsewhere, of ample capacity, and to meet the special demands of a custom mill, capable of making flour that will bear inspection in any market, at the same time good yields, and are as economical in the use of power as any mill in the United States. Drawings and directions to set up, sent with each mill when ordered. It betters the arrangement to place the husk frame 20 inches below the floor. The discharge spout and hoppers all come at a convenient height for the miller to see into the hopper and operate the mill without stooping. In figures 1 and 3 they are shown thus. We advise making a platform in the rear of the mills over the belts. The stones and bolt chest can be placed on same floor as figure 1, or the bolt above as the situation requires. They will grind and bolt from 6 to 15 bushels per hour according to size, and can be put in operation in a short time, and are no more liable to get out of repair than the best mill in use. Those having their power already should give us the dimensions of it and kind to enable us to give correct information as to size of mill best adapted to it, etc., etc. Combined mill husk. In cases where there is or can be a basement under the grinding floor, we advise lengthening out the husk posts sufficiently to throw the gearing or belts entirely below the floor. When this is done, the husks of the 2 or more run of burrs are combined into one, making it very solid. This style of mill, where there is room under the grinding floor for it, is the best arrangement possible. A husk of this kind has all the firmness and solidity of the usual style of frame husk, and yet it is not so bulky. Heavy joint bolts being used entirely instead of pins, it can readily be tightened up should any part become slack. These joint bolts bring the timbers harder and more firmly against the shoulders than it is possible for pins or keys, hence its exceeding firmness. Mills put up by us in this style cost the purchaser less money than it is possible for him to buy the burrs, spindles, steps, lighter screws, steps, feed rigging, etc., complete, and then get his timber, hire hands, and build it himself. After he finishes his husk, he will find, in addition to its costing him more than if we should furnish it, he has not nearly as neat a husk, nor one that looks like a finished piece of machinery. The entire timbers in our combined husks are dressed and varnished. While it is together in our shop, before taking apart for shipment, every piece is so marked as to show plainly its place in putting up when it arrives at the mill. Customers purchasing these husks, etc. complete, avoid the delay in starting their mills that is necessarily connected with this when all is made at the mill. At the mill, everything has to be done at a decided disadvantage over doing it at a shop where there are tools and machinery especially adapted for the work and hands that are thoroughly accustomed to doing it. This style of mill, with pulleys on the spindles, driven from an upright shaft by belts with tightening pulleys on the slack side, makes the most convenient and at the same time as durable and efficient a mill as can be built. With this arrangement, any burr or burrs can be stopped or started at pleasure, without disturbing the others. Where any changing of burrs has to be done, as is the case in custom mills, this is an important item, both for convenience and economy. It saves the time that would be lost in stopping the entire machinery of the mill, shifting the gearing, and again starting, which will always amount to several minutes by the time the burrs are again properly grinding. And further, belts do away with all liability to that jar and chatter that always more or less accompanies gearing not kept in proper condition in every respect, which is very seldom done. The belt gives to the burr a very even, steady motion. Our experience is that these belt mills are as easily and more accurately kept in tram than geared mills with any kind of gearing. This method of driving burrs is not only desirable for custom mills, but is also well adapted for merchant mills. We think no better or more satisfactory arrangement for driving either custom or merchant burrs than this is in use, and we have had experience with all methods. We have over 100 of this style of mills running, driven by belts in this manner, and they are giving the most entire satisfaction. Most of them are run by parties that have used various other methods of driving their burrs. These all give this style a most decided preference over any other method of driving. The cost is about the same as gearing. We can now give parties interested references to mills of the same kind in most any of the middle and western states. Of course, we do not advocate this plan of driving burrs, nor this style of husk for every case. There are a great many places where there is not the necessary basement room, and parties do not wish to go to any more expense than the usual short husk portable mill, and some situations would require a geared mill, all rigged and fitted up in the best manner. In the engraving, Figure 7, is shown one of these husks with 2 upper and 1 under runner mill. The frame is not shown as heavy as we use for 42-inch and 4 feet stones. One of the lower belts is shown, the others in dotted lines. The shelving for supporting the belt when the tightening pulley is thrown back is not shown. Our adjustable tightening frame and hinge is of superior advantage in stopping and starting either one or all the burrs. They are operated by hand wheels from above in a very simple and easy manner not shown in the cut. The precise slant and position of this movable pulley is regulated by an improved hinge having but 3 castings, a wrought iron rod, and 3 screw bolts, one of them provided with 2 hexagon nuts to regulate the position in one direction, while the plate to which the frame is hinged allow it to be adjusted in another required direction. By keeping the pulley in the proper position, the belt raises from the shelving and touches nothing but the pulleys when in motion. The excellence of this combined mill arrangement, with the new features, is considered of great advantage and is highly commended by all of those using them. End of Section 7. Read by Verla Vieira in Las Cruces, New Mexico, USA, July 22nd, 2023. Section 8 of Catalogs to Sleep By. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Excerpts from Catalog Number 3. Seattle Car and Foundry Company, founded 1905. The Seattle Car and Foundry Company was started in 1905 by a few Seattle businessmen who had faith in the ability of the Pacific Coast to support a home industry of this nature. A steady growth, both in scope and quantity of business, has confirmed their judgment. Today, the Seattle Car and Foundry Company not only competes on an equal footing with the East for the trade of the Pacific, but has extended its field successfully into Alaska, British Columbia, China, and all other sections of the Orient. In its commodious, modern, and efficient plant, it designs and builds flat cars, box cars, logging trucks, air-equipped connected trucks, logging bunks and chocks, gondola cars, refrigerator cars, plantation cars and cane cars, caboose cars, camp cars, industrial cars, contractors' dump cars, push cars, quarry cars, track construction cars, tram cars. At the present time, the works of the Seattle Car and Foundry Company constitutes the largest and best-equipped plant on the Pacific Coast for the manufacture of cars, trucks, and contractors' equipment, with which is affiliated a rolling mill, providing us ample material under most favorable conditions. While the shops are perhaps not so extensive as those of some of our Eastern and European competitors, they are capable of turning out work in sufficient quantities and of a quality to enable us to successfully bid on orders of any proportions. We have been able to satisfy the most rigid requirements of such transcontinental railroads as the Northern Pacific, Southern Pacific, Chicago, Milwaukee, and St. Paul, and the Harriman system, such electric companies as Stone and Webster, the British Columbia Electric Railway, and the Portland Light and Power Company, not to mention successful competition in the Orient with leading firms of Europe. But in spite of this success, we never lose sight of the fact that this plant was started primarily for the better service of the Pacific Coast, particularly of the Pacific Coast logging trade. In this field, we claim a special fitness which has been proven by the growth of our business in a few years from a very humble beginning into an organization of considerable industrial significance. But whether you buy cars, trucks, forgings, castings, contractors, bridge building, or mining equipment, we are in a position to give you better delivery than the East, greater capacity than any other coast shops of the same character, and prices that are most reasonable for the service rendered. Our sales and engineering department are at your disposal. You will get satisfaction in dealing with us. 3/4 of our new business this year was from old customers. Why not get acquainted with them and us? Write them or us. Seattle Car and Foundry Company, 21015 Alaska Building, Seattle, Washington. Details of air-equipped connected truck. Capacity 80,000 pounds. Allowable overload 10%. This car was designed with the object of providing heavy-capacity trucks with air brakes and at the same time reducing the dead weight and maintenance to a minimum. This has become a recognized standard logging car, and as the design permits of considerable latitude in length of car and centers of bunks, we do not hesitate to recommend it to anyone who requires either flat cars or trucks for strictly logging purposes. The convenience of operation as compared with other types of equipment is apparent. From an economic standpoint, the comparison is even greater. Some of the advantages are given below in detail. First, simplicity. few parts to get out of repair, consequently, car is always in commission. Second, reduced cost. First cost is 18% less than flat car of same capacity and equipment. Third, small cost of maintenance, more than 50% less than flat car. Fourth, safety of operation, greatly increased over detached trucks on account of air equipment and rigidity of connection, and over flat car in loading and unloading on account of skeleton construction. Fifth, refuse not carried to dump, no deck to accumulate rubbish, adding to dead weight of car, and carrying it to the dump where it is discharged, often necessitating dredging to secure necessary depth of water. Sixth, reduced dead haul, which is 30% less than flat car of same capacity and equipment. This is important where heavy grades are encountered. Seventh, open design, facilitates operation of both loading and unloading, lessening the time required and reducing the danger. At the same time, ample protection is provided for brake rigging, eliminating danger of being fouled by falling logs. Eighth, increased buffing capacity, connecting timbers forming backbone of 300 square inches cross-section, which offers great resistance to buffing shocks. Length over timber, 40 feet, can be furnished up to 56 feet. Length overall, 42 feet. Width over connecting timbers, 30 inches. Height to center of coupler, 2 feet 10 inches. Height to top of bunk, 48 inches. Width of bunk, optional, 9 feet or 10 feet. Bunk centers in illustration, 24 feet, but is optional with purchaser. MCB automatic couplers. Westinghouse air brakes. Inside hung metal brake beams. Standard diamond arch bar truck frame. Metal truck bolster. Seattle Car Manufacturing Company's patent cast steel body bolster in combination with patent cast steel bunks riveted together, making solid section. 33-inch cast iron wheels, chilled tread, double plate. Steel axles, 4.5 by 8-inch journals. Malleable iron and steel castings used throughout. Draft gear optional, twin spring or tandem. Bunks cast steel, Hercules patent, equipped with Knight patent chock, the McLafferty stake, or the Skookum bunk. Weight, approximately 19,000 pounds. This car is protected by U.S. patents. Air-equipped connected truck. The most practical skeleton logging car on the market. Equipped with U.S. safety appliances to meet Interstate Commerce Commission requirements. This car has done more to make the name of the Seattle Car and Foundry Company well known among the logging fraternity than any other single one of our products. We instituted their use on the Pacific Coast. They were designed to avoid many of the obvious disadvantages of flat cars and to add the element of safety to trucks without materially increasing cost. The letter which follows pictures better than we could the reception and experience of the trade from the viewpoint of the actual operator. Northwest Lumber Company, Carriston Mill, Superintendent's Office, Carriston, Washington, July 19, 1913. Mr. F. W. Criswell, Chief Engineer, Seattle Car and Foundry Company, Seattle, Washington. Dear Sir, Mr. Horton, our Secretary, has requested me to write you of our experience with the connected logging trucks, which we have been using for the last 3 or 4 years. In a general way, I might classify this under 2 heads, construction and operation. Regards to construction of these cars will say, while they are seemingly light, we have found them very strong and more serviceable in our logging than flat cars which we had previously used and are still using. The air equipment as arranged in these cars is very well protected, and we have experienced practically no trouble whatsoever from breakage. Due to the construction of these cars with their 3 sills as the only woodwork, we have found the cost of maintenance very little, perhaps due to a certain extent to the accessibility of the parts, which permit of a thorough inspection by simply walking past the car. In operating, we have found these cars exceptionally adapted to the hauling of logs, and during our 4 years' experience do not recall an instance where the load has been spilled due to any fault of the bunk or blocks. Our cars, of which we have 24 in operation, are built on 24-foot truck centers with 9 and 10-foot bunks, and during the last year and a half we have lost but 1 log except through derailment. We find that these cars seemingly ride easier than the 7 flat cars which we have in service, permit of a larger load, and carry their loads to better advantage. These cars are easily loaded, and it is not uncommon that we haul 9 and 10,000 feet to the car. Our loads will average between 7 and 8,000 feet per car. All of the trainmen who have worked on these cars and the loaders in the woods like them very much. The fact that they are easy to load leads the loaders to put on a good load on them and in a careful manner, and in an all-around way will consider them very much superior to the flat cars we are using, being 7 in number of the standard logging type. Any further information which I may be able to give you and which you may desire will be furnished with pleasure upon request. Very truly yours, George N. Peck, General Superintendent. This letter is typical of dozens we have received. List of parts, standard car equipment. Castings. Give pattern number where possible in addition to list number. 1. Bunk. 2. Bunk brackets. 3. Journal box. 4. Journal box cover. 5. Journal box wedge. 6. Columns. 7. Column guides. 8. Journal bearing. 9. Bolster filler. 10. Chafing iron. 11. Brake shoes. 12. Brake wheel. 13. Ratchet. 14. Pawl. 15. Top center plate. 16. Bottom center plate. 17. Chock block. 18. Side bearings. Forgings. 19. Top arch bar. 20. Bottom arch bar. 21. Tie bar. 22. Truck bolster. 23. Spring plank. 24. Intermediate lever. 25. Cylinder lever. 26. Live lever. 27. Dead lever. 28. Dead lever stop. 29. Dead lever stop bracket. 30. Intermediate lever fulcrum. 31. Push rod. 32. Center connection. 33. Top connection. 34. Bottom connection. 35. Hand connection. 36. Connection pins. 37. Lever carriers. 38. Cylinder brackets. 39. Reservoir brackets. 40. Release valve handle. 41. Pipe clips. 42. brake staff. 43, brake hanger. 44, safety hanger. 45, grab hook and chain. 46, followers. 47, night chalk block. 48, chain for cast chalk block. 49, chain for night chalk. 50, tail strap. 51, carry iron and brake step. 52, carry iron. 53, striking plate. 54, hand connection bracket. 55, center pin. 56, center pin key. 57, uncoupling lever. 58, uncoupling lever bracket. 59, brake shoe key. Air equipment. 60, air cylinder. 61, air reservoir. 62, union. 63, strainer. 64, cutout cock. 65, angle cock. 66, hose coupling. 67, retainer valve. 68, release valve. 69, triple valve. 70, train pipe B end. 71, train pipe A end. 72, nipple. 73, retainer pipe. 74, crossover pipe. Lumber. 75, center sill. 76, filler. 77, dust guards. Specialties. 78, wheels. 79, axles. 80, truck springs. 81, draft springs. 82, coupler. 83, pontoon brake beams. 84, washers. 85, brake rod jaws. 86, push rod jaws. 87, draft lug. Trucks, Hercules, Snohomish, and Skookum. Lake Whatcom Logging Company, Bellingham, Washington. Refer to our file number. Mr. O.D. Colvin, Vice President and Manager, Seattle Car Manufacturing Company, Alaska Building, Seattle, Washington. Dear Sir, your Hercules logging trucks are the best car for heavy logging that I have seen, and we are now buying no other. My experience dates back 25 years, and I am familiar with the old NP trucks and GN trucks, which when put out in '93 were the best trucks made, and also the trucks manufactured in Tacoma, Seattle, and by ourselves. We have had them all more or less in our trains for the last 10 years, and have opportunities to observe them under all classes of service. We have had less repairs and less trouble on account of hot boxes with your cars than any others. Our cars are all equipped with the night chalk block, which we find very effective and safe. Yours truly, Lake Whatcom Logging Company, J.J. Donovan. This letter is a good example of what practical loggers think of Seattle Car and Foundry Company trucks and bunks. Our 1914 truck, Skookum Chief, 100,000 pounds capacity, largest logging truck ever built. The Skookum Chief one-pieced cast steel truck frame is a radical departure from the old and well-known designs and is a distinct step forward. The cast steel frame in locomotive, tender construction, and passenger car trucks has been widely used and is in favor. The use of cast steel has many advantages. The most economic distribution of metal is made possible, and greatest strength with least weight is the result. In a built-up frame, there is always some weak point, which is usually where the parts are bolted together. Bolts become loose and nuts are lost. A comparison of the Skookum Chief with any other truck cannot fail to show clearly its advantages in this respect. The side frame, end frame, draft beams, and bolster being in one piece eliminates possibility of weakness where these parts are usually joined by bolts, and the sections of the various parts are so well proportioned that nothing short of a serious wreck could cause failure. The repairman would be almost unnecessary, and the truck would always be in commission, making it possible to handle the business of a camp with one or two sets of trucks less. Equipment of Skookum Chief: bunks, Hercules cast steel, either 9 or 10 feet. Chocks, Knight, McClafferty, or Skookum. Wheels, 33-inch chilled cast iron. Axles, steel with 5x9 journals. Couplers, automatic with bottom unlocking lever. Brakes, either inside or outside hung beams with hand wheel at side. Capacity. The capacity of this truck is limited only by the axles. The frame will carry a 50% overload. Equipped with Knight patent chalk block and cast steel bolster. Hercules logging truck, a steel truck of 80,000 capacity that has carried 120,000 safely. This is a steel frame truck with cast steel bolster and bunk brace, and is here shown with structural bunk, but may be equipped with cast steel bunk of either the Hercules, McClafferty, or Skookum patent, and also with steel draft beams, making an all-steel truck. 33-inch chilled cast iron wheels and steel axles with 4.5 by 8-inch journals. Height from rail to center of drawbar, 25.5 inches, and to top of bunk, 40.5 inches. Length over draft beams, 9 feet, 6 inches. Automatic couplers with bottom unlocking attachments. Brake shoes applied to all wheels, with hand wheel at side or hand lever at end. Weight, approximately 18,000 pounds per set. Equipped with Knight patent chalk block. Hercules logging truck, made in any capacity from 40,000 to 70,000 pounds per set of trucks. Designed for heavy service and has proved its efficiency in handling the long, heavy timbers of the Northwest. Our standard Class A truck number 122, as shown in cut, is equipped with Hercules patent bunk, 9 feet long, and Knight patent chalk block. At purchaser's option can furnish our patent cast steel bunk in either 9 or 10 foot lengths of Hercules, McClafferty, or Skookum patent. 33-inch chilled cast iron wheels and axles with 4.5 by 8-inch journals. 28 or 24-inch wheels are optional. Height from rail to center of drawbar, 2 feet, 1.5 inches. Height from top of rail to top of bunk, 3 feet, 4.5 inches. Length over couplers, 12 feet. Automatic couplers with side unlocking lever and MCB standard draft spring. Cast iron link and pin drawbar can be substituted. Brake shoes applied to all wheels with hand wheels at side or hand lever at end. Truck frame is the rigid diamond arch bar type with steel channel spring plank. Bolsters of red fur heavily trussed. Weight approximately 17,000 pounds per set. The above bunk and chalk blocks are covered by U.S. and Canadian patents and are manufactured exclusively by Seattle Car and Foundry Company, Seattle, USA, to couple with standard railway equipment. high Hercules logging truck designed to couple with standard railway equipment. 2 feet, 10 inches from rail to center of coupler. Mating capacity of 70,000 pounds per set of trucks. This cut shows our glass G2 truck, number 125, which is equipped with Hercules patent bunk 9 feet long and Knight patent chalk block. 33-inch chilled cast iron wheels and axles with 4.5 by 8-inch journals. Height from top of rail to top of bunk, 4 feet. Automatic couplers with side unlocking lever and MCB standard draft springs. Brake shoes applied to all wheels with hand wheel at side or lever at end. Truck frame is the rigid diamond arch bar type with springs under bolster and steel channel spring plank. Extra heavy bolster of red fur, heavily trussed. Special equipment may be same as our Class A2 Hercules truck. Length overall, 12 feet, 0 inches. Weight, approximately 18,000 pounds per set. Hercules logging truck. List of parts. Castings. 1. Journal box. 2. Journal box cover. 3. Journal brass bearings. 4. Journal box wedge. 5. Bolster columns. 6. Column guide. 7. Bolster bottom center plate. 8. Bolster top center plate. 9. Inside bottom side bearing. 10. Outside bottom side bearing. 11. Top side bearing. 12. Cast iron chalk block. 13. Bunk brace. 14. Drawbar. 15. Draft lugs. 16. DB chafing irons. 17. Brake heads. 18. Brake shoes. 19. Brake wheel. 20. Brake ratchet. 21. Brake drum and ratchet for hickey brake. 22. Brake pawl. 23. Brake pawl for hickey brake. 24. Inside brake staff bearing. 25. Outside brake staff bearing. 26. Brake beam fulcrum. 27. Jaw for bottom connector rod, 2-hole. 28. Jaw for bottom connector rod, 1-hole. Forgings. 29. Top arch bar. 30. Bottom arch bar. 31. Tie bar. 32. Spring plank. 33. Top end bar. 34. Bottom end bar. 35. Heel brace. 36. Frame corner gusset. 37. Bolster truss rod. 38. Bolster truss rod washer. 39. Bolster truss rod saddle. 40. Bolster end band. 41. Brake hanger. 42. Brake hanger clip. 43. Brake beam safety hanger. 44. Brake beam washer plate. 45. Brake beam end band. 46. Brake shoe key. 47. Brake live lever. 48. Brake dead lever. 49. Dead lever stop. 50. Bottom connection rod. 51. Hand connection. 52. Hand connection chain. 53. Connection pins. 54. Brake staff. 55. Hickey brake handle. 56. center pin, 57, center pin key, 58, top member of I-beam bunk, 59, bottom member of I-beam bunk, 60, night chalk block, 61, night chalk block chain, 62, cast iron chalk chain, 63, cast chalk chain U-bolt, 64, grab hook, 65, grab hook chain, 67, grab hook chain I-bolt, 68, bunk stop chain, 69, bunk stop U-bolt, 70, bunk stop U-rivet, 71, bunk brace anchor, 72, bunk brace chain, 73, follower plate, 74, follower guide, 75, draft timber tie plate, 76, tail pin, 77, tail pin key, 78, coupling pin, 79, coupling link, 80, carry iron, 81, carry iron and brake step for hickey brake, 82, striking plate. Specialties: 83, truck wheels, 84, axles, 85, truck spring, 86, draft spring. Lumber: 87, bolster, 88, draft timber, 89, brake beam. Brake beams, inside or outside hung, optional with purchaser. All steel Snohomish type logging truck, 100,000 pounds capacity. To meet the demand for trucks of heavier capacity, we are building all steel trucks, which are fully illustrated in the cuts. This design is the result of a careful study of the prevailing practice in the large and up-to-date camps of the Northwest, with the aim of combining simplicity and strength with a minimum dead load. This truck has been altered slightly to include all the latest improvements in logging truck construction, and was awarded the grand prize at the AYP Exposition. Wheels: 33-inch chilled cast iron, fitted on MCB standard axles with 9 by 5-inch journals. Automatic couplers and twin spring draft gear with MCB double coil draft spring. If desired, link and pin drawbars can be substituted, as our pattern is interchangeable with automatic coupler. Journal boxes are MCB standard. Bolster steel channels reinforced with steel cover plates top and bottom. Draft sill steel channels with malleable iron draft lugs riveted to same. Bolster and draft sills are securely tied together and braced with steel plates. Truck frame of extra heavy iron bars braced at corners with gusset plates, making it impossible for the frame to get out of square. Bunks, Hercules patent with Knight patent chalk. Bunks are equipped with metal brace as shown in illustration. Castings are of either steel or malleable iron. Brake shoes are applied to all wheels and brake beams, either inside or outside hung, at purchaser's option. Brake shaft can be furnished to operate with lever at end or wheel at side. Weight of 100,000 pound capacity truck, 22,000 pounds. Weight of 80,000 pound capacity truck, 20,000 pounds. Height to center of coupler, 2 feet 6 inches or 2 feet 9 inches. Length over draft sills, 9 feet length overall, 12 feet. With steel bolster and double I-beam Hercules bank. Snohomish logging truck. This illustrates our 80,000-pound capacity Snohomish truck, with all metal frame and bolster, but with fir draft timbers. This truck is designed to couple with standard equipment, with a height of 2 feet 10 inches to center of coupler and 4 feet 0 inches to top of bunk. The bolster is built up of 2 heavy steel channels reinforced with steel cover plates top and bottom securely riveted to channels. The truck is equipped with Hercules bunk and night shock and is also fitted with metal bunk brace. The same general remarks apply to this truck as to Snohomish truck number 123. The frame is of heavy iron bars, and the fir draft timbers have a sectional area of 144 square inches, which offers great resistance to buffing shocks. Weight per set of trucks of 20,400 pounds. Snohomish logging truck. This truck is especially adapted to use on logging railroads, where an uneven track demands a flexible running gear and an extremely strong frame. These requirements are carried out in this design by placing the springs over the journal boxes and making the frame of extra heavy iron bars. The simplicity of the design also appeals to the operators, making it necessary to carry but few extra parts for repairs. Bunk shown is made of straight grain red fir, reinforced with a special heavy 12-inch I-beam closely fitted on timber, but we recommend our Hercules patent bunk equipped with Knight patent chalk, McClafferty stake, or Skookum chalk. Either automatic couplers or Lincoln pin drawbars may be used, as our Lincoln pin drawbar is designed to be interchangeable with automatic coupler, the change being easily made at any time. Bolsters extra heavy red fir, strongly trussed. Draft timbers, red fir. Draft gear, MCB standard with MCB double coil draft springs. Truck springs, 70,000 pounds capacity, heavy double coil. Wheels, 33-inch chilled cast iron, fitted on MCB axles with 4.5 by 8-inch journals. Cast iron journal boxes with self-closing lids. Cast iron columns of heavy pattern. Brake shoes applied to all wheels with hand wheel at side. Any style of brake shaft can be furnished. When required, the truck is decked over between wheels and draft timbers and extending from end to end. Length overall, 12 feet. Weight, approximately 18,000 pounds per set. Snohomish logging truck. List of parts. Castings. 1. Journal bearing. 2. Journal box. 3. Journal box wedge. 4. Journal box cover. 5. Columns. 6. Spring cap. 7. Top center plate. 8. Bottom center plate. 9. Outside bottom side bearing. 10. Inside bottom side bearing. 11. Outside top side bearing. 12. Inside top side bearing. 13. Cast iron chalk block. 14. Bunk brace. 15. Coupler. 16. Draft lugs. 17. Chafing irons. 18. Arch bar fillers. 19. Brake shoes. 20. Brake heads. 21. Brake wheel. 22. Brake ratchet. 23. Brake pawl. 24. Outside brake staff bearing. 25. Inside brake staff bearing. 26. Brake beam fulcrum. 27. Bottom connector jaw. 28. Hand connector jaw. Forgings. 29. Top arch bar. 30. Bottom arch bar. 31. Tie bar. 32. Top end bar. 33. Bottom end bar. 34. Bolster truss rod. 35. Bolster truss rod saddle. 36. Bolster bearing plate. 37. Brake hanger. 38. Brake hanger clip. 39. Brake beam safety hanger. 40. Brake beam washer plate. 41. Brake beam end band. 42. Brake live lever. 43. Brake dead lever. 44. Dead lever stop. 45. Bottom connection rod. 46. Hand connection rod. 47. Hand connection chain. 48. Brake staff. 49. Connection pin. 50. Center pin. 51. Center pin key. 52. Brake shoe key. 53. Draft yoke. 54. Follower plate. 55. Follower guide. 56. Carry iron. 57. Striking plate. 58. Uncoupling lever. 59. Uncoupling lever bracket. 60. Bunk stop chain. 61. Bunk stop U-bolt. 62. Bottom member of bunk. 63. Top member of bunk. 64. Night chock. 65. Night chock chain. 66. Cast chock chain. 67. Cast chock chain U-bolt. 68. Grab hook. 69. Grab hook chain. 70. Grab hook eye bolt. Specialties. 71. Wheels. 72. Axles. 73. Pedestal spring. 74. Draft spring. Lumber. 75. Bolster. 76. Draft timber. 77. Brake beams. 78. Dust guard. Columbia logging truck. The new Columbia, capacity 80,000 per set. This wood frame truck has been improved by the substitution of cast steel pedestals in place of cast iron, and has eliminated the possibility of failure in this part, which has heretofore been the weak spot in this type of logging truck. Automatic couplers and standard draft springs have also been applied, and this, together with the cast steel bunk, places this truck easily in the lead of all wood frame trucks. 28-inch chilled cast iron wheels are used to keep a low center of gravity, which is quite essential. Steel axles with 4.5 by 8 journals. Brake shoes applied to all wheels with hand wheels at side or hand lever at end. Any type of bunk and chock made by us may be used on this truck. Columbia logging truck. Capacity 40,000, 60,000, 70,000, or 80,000 pounds. This design is adapted to camps where repairs to wood frames are more readily made than forged parts, there being few forgings used. All timber used in the construction of these trucks is straight grain red fir. Wheels 24, 28, or 33-inch cast iron, double plate chilled tread. Axles steel with MCB standard journals. Heavy cast iron pedestals with double coil pedestal springs. Oil boxes fitted with either Hewitt self-closing or MCB top-hung lids. Hand brake with wood brake beams. Couplers, cast iron link and pin, spring drawbar one end, and solid drawbar at the other end. Equipped with our Hercules patent steel bunk and Knight patent chalk, McClafferty stake or Skookum chalk. Weight in 70,000 pounds capacity, approximately 16,000 pounds per set. Height 2 feet 6.5 inches to center of drawbar with 28-inch wheels. Height 3 feet 11 inches to top of bunk. Rainier logging truck. We are the first builders of logging equipment to depart from the practice of the last 20 years and produce a logging truck designed along practical and economic lines. Modern railroading has developed the cast steel engine frame, tender frame, and passenger truck frame. Wherever safety is required, together with lightness and durability, cast steel has been introduced. Following this modern plan, we have constructed the Rainier all-cast steel truck of 8 pieces, where ordinarily several hundred are used. Each side frame is in one piece, taking the place of top arch bar, inverted arch bar, tie bar, heel brace, truck columns, and the many bolts used to hold these parts together. Each end frame is in one piece, taking the place of top end bar, bottom end bar, striking plate, carry iron, corner gussets, brake staff brackets, and the numerous bolts necessary to tie these parts together. The draft beams are each in one piece, taking the place of draft timber, draft lugs, and the bolts required to anchor them. The use of cast steel permits of the most economic distribution of the metal, and the Rainier truck is an example of what can be accomplished. The bolster and bunk are similar to those used in the Hercules trucks. Springs are located under the bolster to absorb shocks which would otherwise be transferred directly to the truck frame. The springs over the journal boxes provide additional protection from shocks and also permit the wheels to hold the rails on an uneven track or at low joints. Brake beams are hung between the wheels and kept high enough to protect them in case of derailment. The equipment includes automatic couplers to couple with standard equipment, 33 inches above rail, and 33-inch chilled cast iron wheels fitted on steel axles with 5 by 9-inch journals. Journal boxes are malleable iron. No cast iron is used with the exception of brake shoes. The center bearing of the bunk and bolster is so constructed that the bunk cannot turn over under load when train is started or stopped suddenly, as the bunk cannot be removed from the truck until it is turned parallel to the draft beams. The Rainier truck stands for safety first. All steel, improved Rainier truck. This truck is similar to the one shown on the preceding page. It differs only in having the side frames cast in one piece, thus reducing the number of parts and increasing the strength of the truck, a practice originated by us on logging trucks and which is being widely adapted by leading railroads on standard equipment. This truck is designed for extreme conditions where the timber is very large and is taken out in long lengths and where load at times will total from 40 to 60 tons. From the fact that cast steel is substituted for structural design, the expense of repair parts is practically eliminated, while the factor of safety is sufficient to meet all demands unless cars meet with a wreck. Attention is called to the method of holding the bunk in place by means of a bunk bracket, which clamps in position on the half turn. The bunk is prevented from slipping out of position by bunk stops, which can be seen on the side frames. This truck is designed for extreme strength and rigidity. It is certain to become one of our most popular types. Both structurally and in appearance, it is a high-grade product. Red River type skeleton logging car quadruple bunks, 80,000 capacity, 40 feet long. Weight completely equipped, 12 tons. The efficiency of this car is a simple mathematical problem. Compare this 4-bunk car with a flat car with 4 bunks of the same capacity and note the saving. The percentage of dead weight to log capacity is 30%, as compared to 36.25% for the flat car, or a car cost per 1,000 feet logs of $78.50, as compared to $93.50 for flat car. This means a saving of 20% on the haul back of empty cars and nearly 20% in first cost. Where a large percentage of logs from 12 to 20 feet are handled, this quadruple bunk car has a great advantage over any other type. The construction is such that the entire load can be carried safely on the 2 center bunks. Logs in length from 12 to 41 feet can be carried with equal facility. Details are as follows: Westinghouse air brake, automatic couplers, tandem spring draft rig, 2 main seals, 10 by 10 inches, 40 feet. The bunks are arranged to dump the load on either side. 2 side sills, 10 by 10 inches, extending from bolster to bolster. Each side sill is trussed with 2 1.5-inch rods. 2 intermediate bunks are located directly over cross ties. Bunks are 10 feet long, equipped with night chocks. Bolsters are built up of structural and cast steel of ample capacity to carry load. Trucks are standard arch bar type with 4.5 by 8-inch journals. 33-inch chilled tread double plate Griffin wheels. Structural steel bolsters and spring plank. All metal brake beams inside hung. This car is equipped with all necessary steps and handles and meets the requirements of the Interstate Commerce Commission and the U.S. safety appliance laws. Craig Mountain type skeleton logging car, quadruple bunks, 80,000 capacity, 40 feet long, weight fully equipped, 12.25 tons. This car is similar in construction to the Red River car shown on preceding page and differs only in 2 important details. The first point of difference being the bunks. These bunks are built up of structural steel and are equipped with trip stakes. The stakes are released or tripped from the safety side of car. The other difference is that there is a 10 by 10-inch center sill between the 2 main sills, which extends from draft rig to draft rig. Where short-length logs are handled, 4 bunks must be provided in order to permit of 30 and 40-ton loads. This car meets these conditions perfectly. Small cars of 20 and 25-ton capacity are not heavy enough for economical and careful handling in heavy trains. The same efficiency applies in the handling of logs as compared with standard flat cars, as the percentage shown on opposite page. For details, see the description of the Red River car on the opposite page. End of Section 8. Read by Verla Vieira in Las Cruces, New Mexico, USA, August 11th, 2023. Section 9 of Catalogs to Sleep By. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Excerpts from Catalog. Abram Cox Stove Company, 1892. Size of stovepipe. On the page with each stove is given the size of pipe that should be invariably used to ensure the best results. The custom of tapering the first joint of stovepipe so as to reduce its top diameter 1 inch has cost much more than was ever saved by the reduced cost of additional pipe necessary to connect the stove with the chimney. It has often been said that there is only an inch difference between 5-inch and 6-inch pipe, and that an inch was not much, showing that the true difference was not understood. For a 5-inch pipe has a capacity for carrying away smoke equal to 19½ square inches, while a 6-inch pipe has 28 1/4 inches of space, or half as much more, or enough to make a stove work nicely where it would utterly fail with the smaller pipe. The few cents saved in the few joints of smaller pipe that can be used by tapering the first joint will not begin to pay for the lost time and annoyance that comes from poor operation and failure to bake, which you are called on to remedy. Sometimes satisfaction can only be given by replacing the stove with another, leaving a second-hand stove to be disposed of when, if proper pipe had been used in the first place, the trouble would have been entirely avoided, and should be a sufficient lesson to teach all that it is better to use the full-size pipe for which the manufacturers of a stove make provision. The above applies with equal force to heating stoves of the downdraft and full revertible flue construction. It is necessary that the draft of the chimney be strong and rapid. A strong draft is the prime essential for successful baking. A chimney less than 8 by 8 seldom has the strength of draft necessary for a stove that is required to bake, and again, some of the old-fashioned chimneys are so large that the smoke cools before it gets to the top of the chimney, and unless an elbow is put inside the chimney, with 2 or 3 joints of pipe above it, a failure may result. No chimney can be satisfactory if there are openings into it, through which air may come. So be careful to stop all other pipe holes and the opening in the cellar left to clean it out. Or if there is a fireplace, make it airtight all around the fireboard or throat piece by plastering it over or papering over it with 2 or 3 thicknesses of paper to prevent breaking. People widely differ on what constitutes a good draft, and very few will concede that their chimney has a poor draft, for it is more expensive to remedy the defect than it is to condemn your stove. If you should have such trouble, the most conclusive evidence that the trouble is not in the stove is manifested by setting the stove out of doors where it is not hindered by a chimney, and with 3 or 4 joints of pipe, the size of collar, it will bake elegantly even on a cold day. The testing of a chimney by a piece of burning paper as ordinarily done is useless. A good way is to crush a whole newspaper into a mass and stuff it into the pipe hole, but not too tightly. Then light it, and if, when it is partly burned, the paper and cinder are drawn up the flue with great speed and roaring sound, it can be accepted as a fact that the flue is open, and the draft as good as the size of the clear open space in the flue will admit of. But this does not prove that the size of the flue is sufficient, which should not be less than 8 by 8. If after examining as above, your stove or furnace fails to burn freely, then further examine flue by dropping a paper nicely folded into same, lighted end down. This will illuminate the flue so that you can locate any obstruction, and by getting rid of same, the apparatus should operate perfectly. You can save much annoyance and make some money by observing these rules carefully, for strength of draft is the only thing that makes a stove bake. Special notice: all goods not marked net are subject to a trade discount from prices given. Liberal discounts allowed for prompt settlement. If not specially ordered otherwise, shipments will be made at released rates, via cheapest route, at buyer's risk, and all claims for breakage must be made on transportation company. Any account not settled on the 15th of the month following the purchase, either by cash or note, becomes due and collectible at once. Prices and discounts subject to change without notice. Messenger novelty range. Oven ventilated. To secure more perfect baking and lack of shrinkage in food cooked. Room ventilated. To remove disagreeable odors and foul air. In this construction, we present not only the best proportioned and most artistically designed range ever made, but a combination of every modern feature of utility, convenience, and durability known to the trade. It was introduced to the public 2 years ago, during which time it has secured for itself an excellent reputation and an extended sale. In appearance, it speaks for itself, being the strongest looking, most attractive appearing, and elaborately finished range in the market. The oven is ventilated on the only proper and perfect system. A current of fresh, warm air constantly passes through it into an entirely independent and separate ventilating flue, which, from its location and construction, neither becomes useless by being stopped with ashes, nor a detriment by acting as a check to the draft. The flues are very large and are easily cleaned. Direct draft damper opening directly into smoke pipe. Finished either with duplex or cop grate. Large hearth with extra large and convenient ash pan. Pedal oven door openers or kickers. Ventilated oven, and also the celebrated Brinkerhoff system of room ventilation. See page 9 for price of trimmings. Cambria Novelty Range. A new addition to our line is the Cambria Novelty 4-hole range. We present in this construction a 4-hole range equal to the best made, and of which we feel justly proud as its makers, combining as it does every feature of utility, convenience, and durability, besides being of excellent proportion, artistic design, and superb finish. The large and roomy oven, and the celebrated cut top of 7, 8, and 9-inch holes, together with the ample firebox and flue capacity, ensures perfect operation and unequaled facilities for baking and cooking. The excellent working triplex grate cleans the fire all through alike. The ash pit is large, admitting of a large ash pan, to which easy access is gained by the sliding of the ash pit cover. The nickel trimmings and handsomely polished edges gives the range an attractive appearance. The ample reservoir makes hot water in abundance. Pedal oven door opener. The Cambria is amply qualified from every standpoint to start in as the leader of high-grade 4-hole ranges. Wayne Novelty Range. The Wayne Novelty adds variety to our line and enables it to meet additional requirements. At a less cost than the Messenger Novelty, it is a large and attractive range of superior quality and great cooking facilities. With ventilated ovens 20 and 22 inches square, and tops with 6, 7, 8, and 9-inch holes, it has ample firebox and flue capacity to secure satisfactory operation under all conditions. The firebox is fitted with a new and excellent modification of the celebrated duplex grate, so universally popular, and wood fixtures supplied where required. To the convenience of generous end hearth is added that superior fitting which ensures perfect cleanliness. With polished edges and nickel trimmings, the name panel and oven shelf give life to a pleasing design and perfectly molded castings. Special care in mounting makes every one of these ranges absolutely right. It is furnished in all the usual styles of a first-class range and suited to all demands. Water can be readily heated in the reservoir, the size of which has been greatly increased. The waterfront supplies an abundance of hot water with circulating boilers. See page 9 for price of trimmings. Valley Novelty Range. During the 4 years this range has been on the market, its sales have increased more rapidly than any of its many competitors, while its popularity is greater today than ever before. This is due largely to the staying qualities it embodies, it being an established fact that the Valley novelty requires less repairs and less attention than any other range of similar construction. The design is neat and appropriate, helping to furnish a kitchen nicely. The castings are heavy and strong, ensuring durability, and are brightly polished with but very little labor because of the smoothness of the same. The firebox is ample, fitted with superior fire tile and a perfect duplex grate, or has a cast lining for soft coal or a rack for wood burning. A very large ash door permits the use of an ash pan that catches all the refuse. The grate and ash door, manipulated in front, allows the range to be set back in a fireplace in summer. The flues are very full, aiding the draft with any fuel, and with the oven constructed on a new plan gives a much larger oven than in ranges of similar size and cost, while the baking is not to be surpassed. The top has our non-warping division plates. Excellent broiling facilities are provided, as well as pouch feed for soft coal. In order to make this range absolutely the best in every respect, we have this year placed the waterfront on the flue side of the firebox, so that the products of combustion are always playing against it. In this position, it will heat more water than is possible when placed on the wing end. The numbers 718 and 818 are now made with left-hand oven and can be furnished promptly with or without high shelf and waterfront. Reservoirs cannot be furnished with the left-hand oven range. A range with a left-hand oven requires much less space in some kitchens and is a great convenience, though the same in price. A right-hand oven range always sent unless otherwise ordered. See page 9 for price of trimmings. New Splendid Range. As a representative of new ideas and what they accomplish, the New Splendid Range stands by itself, nothing existing like it or to be classed with it. It verifies again our assertion that greatly superior goods can be produced and sold at less than the ruling market price by condensing and reducing ideas into practical form. The New Splendid marks a new era in stove construction, presenting at an attractively low price a range of large cooking capacity and guaranteed operation under all conditions. Its unprecedented popularity immediately on its introduction and the remarkable increase of its sale throughout the 3 years it has been before the public proves clearly that good goods make their own market, for no stove ever made such a hit or became such a favorite in so short a time. With ovens 18 and 20 inches square, ventilated, and tops with 6, 7-inch, 8-inch, or 9-inch cooking holes, and the generous firebox and flue capacity, perfect convenience and results are ensured. One of the greatest features is the fact that the ash pit is provided with an extra-large door, and is so constructed that all the refuse from the fire must fall into the ample ash pan, entirely avoiding the disagreeable task of cleaning. It is the one range without an end ash pit, from which the ashes can be removed without labor or dirt. The duplex grate is used and is now made so that by taking out 4 bolts, a new grate can be put in from the ash pit without disturbing the waterfront, bricks, or brick rest. This new feature will be appreciated as an improvement of great value. This, with a heavy, substantial fire brick, perfectly equip the firebox for coal, while an excellent grate is provided for burning wood. The top has our celebrated cut center. The reed damper is used and perfectly controls the draft. It is furnished in all the different modifications of the highest price goods. See page 9 for price of trimmings. Splendid range. Go where you will, and you will not only find this favorite range, for there are very many in use, but you will always find it praised for the excellent satisfaction that it gives on every point. It was the first range of this particular style ever made, and on account of its extraordinary suitability to the general needs of all kitchens, many others soon followed, only to be left in the rear, for the progressive improvements of the old favorite still keeps it first in popularity. It has had a thorough overhauling this year, and has been entirely redressed, which makes it quite new in appearance and handsomer than ever. Furnished with a flat dumping and shaking grate, which permits of the free use of a poker, or a perfect working duplex grate as ordered. A large waterfront furnishes hot water in abundance. Tested 17 years, still the favorite. Cuisine wrought steel range. New ideas in the best form. High grade in every particular. Ranges are furnished from 2.5 feet to 1,000 feet in length for restaurants, hotels, and public institutions. Large cooking capacity. Operating qualities guaranteed. Grate renewed without disturbing waterback or fire brick. Top made in sections. Balanced oven door. Construction and finish perfect. The cuisine is one of our newest productions and is made on entirely original ideas of construction and ornamentation. To make it absolutely the best, a careful study has developed a perfect construction above the standard and alone in superiority, while in addition the material used is the best that can be procured, and the workmanship is of the highest standard. In appearance, the range is all that could be desired. The bold design, beautiful nickel, and polished edges give a result that is truly grand and superb. The firebox is large, and is a very excellent arrangement for anthracite coal, while the standard pouch feed can be adjusted for bituminous coal by a slight change in the front. The duplex grate is used in both cases, and can be replaced without disturbing the brick rest, waterback, or fire bricks. A waterback of peculiar construction is placed in the rear of the firebox and on the flue side, where it makes hot water in abundance. The oven is large, and the ample flues are lined with asbestos, utilizing all heat and ensuring economy of fuel. The oven and other doors are balanced in the best possible manner. The top is furnished with interchangeable plates. A handsome high shelf is one of the appointments that is generally used, and a high hot closet, in addition to the low closet that is furnished in every range, is not less popular. A large canopy of handsome workmanship and appropriately ornamented carries off heat and odors from the kitchen. The cuisine is a perfect apparatus for the kitchen of a modern residence, and being adapted equally well for either hard or soft coal or natural gas, it is not limited in its scope of usefulness. A specialty has been made of meeting the necessities of hotels, restaurants, and public institutions, and the cuisine can be furnished in sizes to suit the requirements. Model Novelty Range. The originator of the splendid improvement in kitchen ranges. Greater conveniences and usefulness. Less expense and trouble. Certain operation and baking. The pioneer of ranges without brickwork. Still the leader with its new variations. For wider adaptability and more complete utility. The reception accorded this range is a substantial compliment to our new idea, and is the incentive to increase its advantages and conveniences, and to widen its adaptability to meet the varied requirements developed by its increasing popularity. In doing away with a mass of hot bricks in the kitchen and the settling to spoil the draft caused by their weight and necessary piers in the cellar to support them, a substantial advantage is gained. The expense, space required, and quantity of material necessary, together with the trouble of getting a bricked-in range set so as to operate properly, and a hot kitchen in summer, are entirely avoided. The chimney can be built with the house, and after the white coating is all done, a hearth can be laid, a hole cut in the chimney, into which the sheet iron collar is inserted, and the range set in place, entirely completing the setting, and an ordinary workman can set 4 in less time than a skilled bricklayer with a helper can set 1 of the usual style, and there is never any doubt about perfect operation while requiring much less space to set it. The popularity won by the splendid record of former years induced us this year to both beautify and improve the model novelty by an entirely new design and enlarged flue capacity. The new design is both pleasing and effective, and the flue capacity has been greatly increased by the addition of the ever-popular sheet flue, which ensures perfect operation. In ordering, be careful to state whether you want a range with right or left-hand oven, hot air or plain, and if a boiler is wanted, whether it is wanted 10 or 12-inch diameter, and black or galvanized. Plain, with water back only. Number 17, $21. Number 18, $24. Plain, with water back mantle, back and jambs only. Number 17, $25. Number 18, $28. Plain, with water back, mantle, back, and jambs, and 3x10 horizontal black circulating boiler and iron pipe connections. Number 17, $33. Number 18, $36. Plain, with water back, mantle, back, and jambs, and 3x12 horizontal black circulating boiler and iron pipe connections. Number 17, $36.50. Number 18, $39.50. Add to list for hot air range. Number 17, $1. Number 18, $1. Add to list for galvanized boiler. Number 17, $2.25. Number 18, $2.25. Ground joint brass couplings per pair. Number 17, $1. Number 18, $1. Water backs per piece. Number 17, $2. Number 18, $2. No expert required to set. Model novelty range. Satisfactory operation certain. It decreases the cost of the plumbing and increases its durability. Either upright or horizontal backlog or circulating boilers can be used, and abundance of hot water supplied. The water back lays over the fire. Ashes cannot collect against it. No hindrance to fire pot repairs. The pipe collar is reversible, and the pipe can run straight in from the back of the range or up from the top without interfering with the boiler, and the chimney may stop at the ceiling. The firebox of number 17 is 8.5 by 12 by 8 inches deep. The number 18, 10 by 13 3/4 by 8.5 inches deep, has the flat dumping grate to which easy access is gained with a poker through the clinker door. The whole fire top can be suspended, affording excellent broiling facilities. Extra large hole directly over the fire, and 4 others to increase the cooking capacity. The oven of the number 17 is 16 by 18 by 13 inches high, and the number 18 is 18 by 20 by 14 inches high, and has extra large flues all around, ensuring rapid draft, and by an ingenious contrivance can be thoroughly cleaned easily. The door is opened by the foot stepping on a lever. Has large sheet flues. An elegant hot closet is gained by resting the boiler on the jambs and enclosing the space above the warming shelf with a rolling cover. If something is wanted that meets all the requirements of custom trade, the model novelty supplies it, being an infinitely better cooking apparatus of greater resources, at less expense, with less labor, and more reliable than anything the market affords. Splendid Kitchener range, especially adapted to the builder's use. Guaranteed satisfaction to the consumer. Nothing made meeting so many varied demands. Science and experience are so embodied in this construction as to produce the best possible results for the least possible cost. Never before was such a low price put on an article of such varied use, superior quality, and assured success. Utility and convenience are combined in every detail. The bold design on the front, which covers the boiler, adds greatly to the attractiveness of the range and keeps the hot boiler out of the cook's face, and, in addition, gives the increased facility of the top mantel. The front is cast in one piece, and in consequence, the range can easily be set by one man. It occupies less space than any range of similar construction, as the pipes connecting the water back and boiler are entirely within the body of the range. The sides and back are on a perpendicular from the top of the mantel to the bottom of the range, doing away with the side extension strips so frequently used. The side jambs are set into sockets, no bolts being used, and are adapted to upright boilers if required. The firebox is 7 by 14.5 by 9 inches deep on the number 7, and 8 by 16 by 9 inches deep on the number 8, and is made hot air and plain, and can be changed from one to the other with but very little trouble. Either the plain flat or duplex grate can be used, and both can be removed without disturbing the brick rest, water back, or fire bricks. The water back is on the flue side, where it will make hot water in abundance. The oven is ventilated and is 16 by 16 by 11.5 inches high on the number 7 and 18 by 18 by 12 inches high on the number 8. The large sheet flues ensure perfect operation, and an excellent dust flue is an advantage. The hot air collar is 5 inches in diameter and is on the back of the range only. The smoke collar takes 6-inch pipe ovaled and can come from off either the back or the top. Height of range, number 7, 29 inches. Number 8, 29 inches. Height to top of mantel, number 7, 65 inches. Number 8, 65 inches. Height to bottom of smoke collar, number 7, 24 inches. Number 8, 24 inches. Height to bottom of hot air collar, number 7, 20 inches. Number 8, 20 inches. The novelty circulator. During the past 2 years, the novelty circulator has been in continuous operation under all practical conditions which have given it the severest test, and is now placed before the public. It is a perfect apparatus for house heating. 2 views of the novelty circulator are presented herewith, one the exterior appearance, and the other a vertical section, showing the grate, fire brick linings, waterways, etc. There are also presented views of the parts of which the circulator is composed. Referring to the latter, it will be seen that there are 5 in all, namely the ash pit, the fire brick lining, the firebox, the intermediate section, and the top section. The ash pit, which is of liberal height, contains the grate and is provided with doors of ample capacity for removing ashes. These doors, in turn, carry the draft doors, which are fitted with latches and adapted to be set as circumstances require. The center of the grate is of the anti-clinker variety, and is of such a form as to be revolved by a crank in a way to dump ashes, throw down clinkers, and that too without danger of dropping the fire. The outside part of the grate is arranged to shake by means of the shaking arm shown in the cut. All the shaking may be done while the ash pit and clinker doors are closed, thus avoiding all dust. The shell of the fire brick lining is a circular frame joined at intervals by vertical partitions. The bricks occupy the spaces between these vertical partitions and are put in place from the outside, an arrangement of parts permitting the exchange of an old brick for a new one without drawing the fire. This feature of construction is peculiar to this apparatus and is of great advantage. The bricks are held in place by hollow frames of cast iron. The frame which holds the front brick is hinged and is so arranged as to form a door and gives access to the fire for cleaning, stoking, etc. It is provided with a bracketed shelf which carries the lining brick when the door is swung. The firebox is a casting containing 2 annular water spaces around the fire, the inner one of which is connected by radial inclined arms with the central waterway immediately over the center of the fire, while the other is connected with 2 outside waterways in the lugs or projections at the sides. The return water of the system enters the outer annular space at the back of the firebox and passes around to the front, at which point the division between the 2 annular spaces is cut away. The central waterway and the 2 outside waterways join corresponding parts in the section above, and thus provide a separate passage for the ascending and descending columns, respectively. The intermediate section of the novelty circulator contains an annular water space, or water jacket, connected with the central column by radial arms, the spaces between the arms forming smoke passages. From the annular water space, lugs are extended at the sides, which connect with corresponding lugs on the sections above and below. The radial arms in this section are so disposed as to be staggered over those of the firebox, thus presenting their surface to the radiant heat of the fire. Further, the opposite sides of this section are unlike. That is, the number of radial arms is odd, not even, and it is adapted to be used either face to the front. Where there is more than one intermediate section used, they are reversed, thus continuing the staggered order mentioned. The central waterway joins the corresponding part of the firebox below and of the section above. The top section of the novelty circulator is very much like the intermediate section just described, except that the radial arms are replaced by a continuous waterway, connected with the central ascending waterway, and also with the 2 outside descending waterways in the lugs already referred to. All 3 of the water sections, namely firebox, intermediate section, and top section, communicate freely through the central ascending waterway and through the 2 outside descending waterways. The several sections of the novelty circulator are joined together by means of nipples in the outside waterways, as clearly shown in the sectional view. No bolts are used. The nipples project downwardly in the waterways, as will be seen by an examination of the view just referred to, in a manner to afford additional safeguard against the mingling of currents of different temperatures. In the arrangement of waterways, it will be seen that the novelty circulator completely answers the requirements of perfect circulation. It also meets the demands of good design, such as large direct fire surface, ample flue area, accessibility of flue surfaces for cleaning, easy waterways, and vertical circulation. It goes still further than this, for in the completeness of its adherence to natural laws, this apparatus realizes an ideal development. This becomes manifest by an examination of the sectional view, and is thoroughly proven by its performance. In operation, the water in the firebox is always lower in temperature than that in the upper sections. This is due to the rapidity of the internal circulation. The result is the most economical working, because the relatively cooler water is always kept against the fire surface, thus taking up the maximum of heat. By reason of its rapid and powerful circulation, the novelty circulator can be depended upon to perform satisfactorily under conditions which render other forms of hot water heating apparatus entirely inoperative. It circulates water in a system on the same level with the boiler, with an open expansion tank as low as 5 feet above the top of the circulator, and with all the radiating surface below the top of the circulator, and much of it below the firebox. This is a feat quite beyond the power of any other construction now known. To what do these things point? Not to the discovery of a new principle, but to the proper application of principles that are old as nature. Principles which all designers of hot water boilers have recognized in some degree, but to the realization of which none have previously found the key. These principles may be briefly stated as follows: the separation of the ascending from the descending columns and providing each with proper ways, the maintenance of the greatest difference of temperature between them, and prevention of equilibrium by difference in the levels of the columns. The operation of the novelty circulator may be briefly described as follows: with the parts arranged as described, and a fire built upon the grate, circulation begins instantly. Particles of water in the bottom of the central column immediately over the fire become rarefied, and are driven forward by the weight of the colder columns at the sides of the boiler, pressing downwardly and through the passages. As the particles of water which have become warm or rarefied leave the fire surface and start in their upward course, their places are filled with particles of colder water advancing through the inclined waterways leading to the central column. In turn, particles of water which become heated in the waterways of the several sections are similarly driven toward the central column through the free passages and upward in that direction. At the same time, particles of colder water from the exterior columns advance into their places. As the heat of the fire increases, the circulation becomes more rapid. Connections between sections, both central and at the outside, are such that complete circulation is maintained in each section, independent of all others, and also in the whole apparatus as a unit. The downwardly projecting nipples in the exterior columns, in combination with the inclined water passages in the sections and the central column, serve to prevent an equilibrium between the two columns. The water of relatively low temperature is always at a lower level than the warmer water, both in the individual sections and in the apparatus as a whole, and at the same time it is in immediate contact with the fire surfaces. By reason of the descending waterways, which contain water relatively cool, being at the exterior of the circulator, combined with a central ascending passage directly over the hottest fire, all crossed or mixed currents of various temperatures are avoided. Hard firing only drives the circulation. In no case can it impede circulation. Steam serves to rarefy or lighten the central column, and when produced against the fire surfaces, moves forward instantly. it never remains in a way to retard heating, and if pressure should be generated, it would exert its force in the direction of the least resistance, which is upward in the central passage, thus still further promoting circulation. The novelty circulator is supplied of the sizes and dimensions shown in the table on the opposite page. The annexed diagram affords a key to the principal dimensions. Each circulator has one flow and one return pipe only, which are always of like diameters. Readings are given for each size circulator of both direct and indirect surface. The novelty circulator, under all ordinary conditions of piping and distribution of radiation, is fully guaranteed to supply the radiating surface given opposite the several sizes in the table on opposite page. Novelty steel plate furnace is the only best. No experiment. 18 winters test. Thousands in use. Universally satisfactory with all fuels, in all buildings, in all climates. After reading the above, it must be appreciated that only extraordinary merit would justify the assertion, yet being fully verified in the long test, the immense number sold, and by the continually increasing demand resulting from the superior results always secured, the correctness of the claim is established. Our furnace book treats exhaustively of its merits in detail, and only a brief explanation of some features is given here to the casual observer, to whom all furnaces seem so nearly alike as to be equally excellent. Yet in these supposed little differences, and covered by patents, lies the superiority of the results. All furnace grates seem similar, yet here is one of the great points of superiority of the novelty, as it is so constructed that twice the usual quantity of air enters the fire, and after having passed clear through the burning coals, it is still rich in oxygen and hot. Mingling readily with the gases and carbonized smoke right at the burning coal, the essential element of combustion being present, ignition takes place, consuming the gases and carbon in the smoke, effecting that perfection of combustion which ensures the gain of an immense heat from a portion of the fuel that is usually wasted, and utilizing it by filling every part of the furnace with a blue flame that is a positive heating force, so that the novelty extracts the greatest possible heat from the fuel. The crab construction being an original idea and carefully studied in production, naturally far surpasses in excellence any of the many imitations of the novelty, which lack the intelligent construction which rightfully belongs to the originative mind. The surface exposed by the crab construction and the superior combustion effected by the grate enable the novelty to heat a given space with less fuel than is usually required, and to need less attention, for under perfect combustion fuel throws off a greater heat and for a longer time. This adds almost invincible durability, for the even temperature maintained does not overstrain any part to cause eventual destruction. These features make it perfectly safe to claim what the novelty furnace, with a given quantity of fuel under the same conditions, will heat more space for a longer period of time in the most severe climate, with less attention and less wear than any competitor now in use of the same diameter of casing, regardless of diameter of firepot or original cost. Ideal novelty hot air furnace. Having gained the reputation of making the best hot air furnace on the market, we have no hesitancy in recommending to you the ideal novelty, a new addition to our already extensive line of furnaces. Its general construction is identical with the novelty, which for years has been acknowledged the best and most economical furnace manufactured. While the ideal embodies all the many good points of the novelty, it is profuse in good qualities peculiar to it alone. The ideal has a round base, and the casings run clear down to the base rim, or cold air panels are furnished when cold air is taken from the cellar. The draw center grate is used, and it is easily repaired, as the grate and rest slide out through the ash pit without the removal of bolts or pins. The two bars which connect the grate and the shaking lever are made of malleable iron, the advantage of which can be readily seen. The fire pot is extra heavy and is increased in strength and heating surface by large protruding flanges or wings, which increases the heating capacity about 60%. While the crab is of the same peculiar construction as the novelty, we have enlarged the heating surface of the same and materially improved the entire crab section. The upper drum heads are rounded, and the steel drums fit into them on the inside of the flanges, thus overcoming the liability of any leakage of gas or dust. The easy method of setting the ideal is one of its strong points. The bold and massive front reaches to the top of the furnace, covering the entire front and saving time and expense in making the casings. The casings are cut straight from top to bottom and are bolted to the front on either side, thus saving the annoyance of cutting out from patterns. Two panels in the front, one near the top and one near the bottom, are readily taken out, and through which easy access is gained to bolt up the casings. An examination of the cuts on the opposite page may make clearer to you the advantage of the features brought out in the above. Ideal novelty combination hot air and hot water heater. In placing hot air furnaces, it is often found impossible to heat certain rooms on account of their exposure or their distance from the furnace, as hot air will not retain its heat sufficiently to admit of traveling long distances in horizontal pipes. In order to adjust the furnace to the needs of such cases, we have placed on the market a combination hot air and hot water heater, which enables the apparatus to be set close to the hot air flues, and yet, by means of the water connections, heat the most distant rooms successfully where hot air could not be carried. Thus it will be seen that a combination heater will very often fill the bill where a hot air furnace would be a failure. The ideal combination heater is of the same general construction, with the exception of the water section, as the ideal novelty hot air furnace, a description of which is given on the preceding page. The construction of the water section is such as to promote circulation, having, like the novelty circulator, a complete circulation within itself, thus aiding the movement of the water in the entire system. It is so located as to receive the direct radiation from the fire, as well as having the products of combustion continually playing against it, ensuring its successful operation without interfering with the heating surfaces of the furnace, thereby not materially reducing its capacity as a hot air furnace. Secrets of success in heating with hot air. It is advisable and always economical to use a larger furnace than will just do the work, as the saving in fuel and increased durability will show. It is also decidedly advantageous to use two smaller furnaces where the flues are irregularly located and considerably distant. Houses are frequently built with a narrow front to economize space, but run back very deep, and when built in rows, as in cities, the rear portion is yet narrower to get air and light, and still deeper, making the use of one furnace inadvisable. This is also applicable to country houses with a very broad front, with rooms each side of a hall, and the flues in the outer walls, where two furnaces will give much better satisfaction and results. The furnace should be so located that the hot air pipes will be of as nearly equal length as possible, shortening, if any, those running toward the northwest or colder side of the house, making their pitch or ascent as great as possible, never allowing them to run on a level, but dig down and lower the furnace so as to preserve their decided elevation, which ensures a more rapid flow of hot air, heating the building more easily and with less fuel. All bends in hot air pipes should be made with round elbows and curves, as air follows a curved line infinitely more freely than an angular line, however easy. They also should invariably be round in shape, and those intended for heating downstairs slightly greater in diameter than those for upstairs, a 12-inch pipe being required for downstairs, where a 10-inch pipe would be ample for the same size room above. The upright flue should be round, or square if possible. A flue 8 inches in diameter, or 7 by 7, is of immensely greater power and has decided advantage over one 4 by 12. Hot air pipes are usually run directly into the upright flue, making a sharp, abrupt turn for the air. This should not be. Small or long, narrow flues should be made larger at the bottom with a round opening, so as the connection can be made by running a round elbow into the bottom, securing a free, easy passage for the air, securing its best effect, and avoiding a loss of heat from slow passage to the register. No furnace will work satisfactorily without a liberal supply of pure cold air. When this air is taken from the cellar, see that the cellar is not hermetically sealed during the winter season. If the floor above is made cold by having a window open, take out one pane of glass and connect a pipe or tube with the opening, and run down to within 6 or 10 inches of the floor. This will enable the furnace to be supplied without discomfort above. When a cold air box or tube is used, it should be provided with a damper, but this damper should be so made that when shut, 1/3 of the box will be open, so that it can be partly closed when the wind is blowing directly into it, and in size it should be equal to at least 2/3 of the combined area of the hot air outlets. End of section 9. Read by Verla Vieira in Las Cruces, New Mexico, USA, August 15th, 2023.